Give me 1 second. All right. Hopefully we can get some dubs on this right now. The last time I played, I fucking sucked ass at it. I was talking about the fucking
Do you want to grow your YouTube channel? Do you want to earn more views,
only got
more
like 1
subscribers,
win last time
or watch
I played.
time?
I was born in 1969. That puts me smack in the middle of Gen
Nice.
X. And I'm in an interesting position because I'm raising a Zoomer and a Gen Alpha. My boy, Jack, is 18, and the Sweet Loaf just turned 6. Raising my own grandchildren. That's what happens when you get married and start your families a little bit later in life. But it's given me a very unique perspective. Just at the moment when a man of my
That's
age
kind of like how my
would
dad
want
is.
to,
He's got a. He was born in '67, and he has a kid who's 12. Yeah, 12.
start looking, when you
Or
reach
no, 13
your ability
now,
where
maybe.
you stop
Yeah.
growing, where you're already
So
set
he's-
in your dogmas,
he's still
your
got a little
ideas,
bit
and
younger
you
of a
get to the
kid.
point where you start becoming the grumpy old man. You know, you get off my lawn and kids these days type of things, which you can do. You have every right to do that, and a lot of men do that, reaching back to the glory days and about how much worse everything is than it was today. But I can, if I take that stance, I'll do one of two things will happen. Either my kids will not want to talk to me at all, or they're just not going to
Damn
like
it.
me. You know, I'm going to alienate that. So I don't want that, and I don't want to be that person. So how do we deal with the situation?
Fucking cunt, bro.
You know, growing up, our value as American men have been our ability to produce resources. And so that's what my filter is, or that's the lens that I look
Well,
through.
not just American men,
the
just
only value
men
that
in
I can
general.
have in this world would be to be a provider. If I'm not able to do that, I think most of you that are men would agree that that is your deepest, darkest fear, is to be in a position where you're not able to provide for your family and have to have someone else come in and step up and do
What
that.
the fuck, bro?
That is one of the worst things.
Why
that
does this
could
keep
ever happen,
happening?
to many of us? And so when we understand this, and our whole being and our who we are is wrapped up in this, our ability to be utilities to our families and to
What
our
the
country.
fuck?
When we see our boys or our
Alright,
kids
that's-
not doing that or not following in these footsteps, we start to think, well, something is wrong. They're wrong and we're right, and we need to bend that young mind, that young will, to get him into the way of thinking of the older heads, i.e. us. The good book tells
Bro,
a very
what the
interesting
fuck?
story and says, Jesus says, you never put new wine into old wineskins. Well, I had to look that up years ago. What does that mean? Why wouldn't you
New
do that?
wine.
What's the significance of that? Well, new wine, grape juice, ferments. And when it ferments, it expands. And if you were to put wine that is fermenting and expanding, a new wine, into an old wineskin that is already hard and leathery and old and dry and brittle, the moment that fermentation starts, that's going to burst that skin. You're going to lose the skin and you're going to lose the wine. Jesus tells us you put new wine into new wineskins because a new wineskin is flexible. It moves, it adapts to the fermentation process, and both are preserved. He said something very interesting also on the eve of cleansing the temple. Now, those of us that are people of the book will know that the children of Israel once a year would come back to Jerusalem to offer the sacrifices. And in so doing, there were pilgrims that would come from all over
sweet.
the place. And in the courtyard of the temple, where the priests were supposed to be ministering for the sins of the people, they had allowed a bunch of grifting to take place. There were money changers and all sorts of things going on there that was taking advantage and preying to the people. And so insidious was it that the priesthood knew what was going on, but they turned a blind eye to it because they were profiting from it. A certain portion of the unfair dealings from the money changers that taking advantage of the people would find its way into the pockets of the priesthood. And in so doing, they turned a blind eye to it. When the Son of God came into Jerusalem and witnessed this was a great offense to him. And he went in and he cleansed the temple twice. He did this. Turned over the money changers' tables, even made a whip out of cord and physically abused and chased these grifters out of the temple of God. It's an amazing thing to think of how one man in modest apparel, just a single man, could go in and frighten off hundreds, including the temple soldiers. They all vacated. He was left there alone, except for one class of people, the children. The children gathered around him. They weren't afraid of him. They were very eager to listen to him, to hear his stories, to be taught by him, while the older men all were chased away out of fear, ran. And when they came crawling back, hoping they might be able to recoup some of their losses, they saw Jesus were surrounded by these young kids. And he also said something, he said, unless you become like one of these little ones, one of these kids, you can in no way enter into the kingdom of God. Now that's an offensive thing to someone that is an intelligent thinking man, like myself, like yourself. Are you telling me that all of my study and prayer and experience, life experience, comes to nothing? That I have to revert back to a childlike state to have any chance of entering into the kingdom of God? Who could ask such a thing? You're asking me to deny what I know to be true. That's not what he's talking about. What he's talking about is we get inflexible. We get inflexible and we're not able to receive change and receive new messages where these kids can. I've had friction with my son. Like any father and son relationships are very difficult, but I've been thinking a lot about that. Why is that? We don't want this to happen. Well, we want to go out and have a good time. What is it that's so triggering? What is it that's so frustrating? What is the friction points between a father and a son? And I think I figured it out this morning. It's me trying to make him conform to my paradigm, the way I see the world and how it should be ran, and not taking into consideration that maybe he doesn't want that. And more importantly, not taking into consideration that maybe it was never the way it should have been in the first place. Abraham had a son whose name was Isaac. Isaac had a son whose name was Jacob, and Jacob had 12 sons, which became the 12 tribes of Israel, the children of Israel. And they were living out in peace, no problems. Well, a famine came along the land, and they chased the food, and they ultimately ended down in Egypt, because Egypt was the breadbasket of the nation, breadbasket of the nations back then. And they coexisted and they mingled to live together for a long time. But all of a sudden, there became a problem. So prosperous were the children of Israel, and so they were having so many children that the Egyptians looked upon them and thought, good grief, if we don't do something here, they're going to outnumber us, they're going to take over, and we don't want that. So they put them in bondage. They made them slaves. For 400 years they made them slaves. Manservants, maidservants, children were born in bondage. No access to education, no access to their culture, slave class. And when God heard their prayers, after 400 years of praying, he delivered them through Moses. And Moses took them out into the wilderness, the desert, Sinai. Now God's plan was for them to go through the desert, cross the Jordan, and enter into their inheritance. He said, I'm not even going to make you fight. I'm going to allow you to inhabit barns that are already existent. I will drive the inhabitants out with the hornet, with the wild beast. You will be able to move in and occupy. You'll have houses already built, fences, wells dug, orchards. But they couldn't have it. They wouldn't do it. Because who's often in charge? The older generation. That generation of old guys, grumpy old women, set in their ways. They can't change. Even in the very presence of God, with him speaking to them and seeing the miracles that they had, they were unable to make the changes. They couldn't stop their grumbling. They couldn't stop their complaining. They left God with no other option but to do one thing, and to make them stay out into the desert until that entire generation was dead. And then a new generation, led in by Joshua, could come in, a generation that was willing to listen. Young people. Flexible, new wineskins. I believe that we've been in bondage this entire time, beloved. We talk about the glory days, the 50s, the 60s, how good things were. But if you really think about it, is it hard to figure out why young people don't want to follow in your footsteps? When you tell them, yeah, go to school, so go sit for 12 years in a state-run institution, basically a prison. Same architecture. Why is it the architecture of a prison, the architects are the same ones that are making the schools? Is there anything to inspire them? 12 years. And if you're gifted, or if you're a little bit slow learner, it doesn't make any difference. Just put them all together, dumb it down to the lowest common denominator, and make them sit there and teach them nothing. And then once that's done, then what? Are they free then to be free people and do what they want? No. Go saddle yourselves up with $100,000, $200,000, $250,000 student debt loan that you'll never be able to escape. You'll never be able to bankrupt. To get a degree that's worthless, to do something you don't want to do. Making decisions what you want to do when you're 18. How could you possibly know? And then saddling these kids with $100,000 or better of debt. And then what? Go to a job where you have to sit in a cubicle 40, 60, 80 hours a week, where 30 to 50 to 60% of your taxes are forcefully withdrawn, stolen from you and withheld. And then so then where do you go? So the next thing is go buy a house. So now go buy a house and mortgage yourself to death and just working to pay for cars and houses and this rat race. And you wonder why these kids are looking on at this and realizing maybe this is not what I want to do. You know, beloved, we need to take a hard look at this, especially those of us that are older, and stop teaching our kids to conform to a system of slavery and bondage that we were raised in. We don't even know we're in slavery and bondage, but they're starting to see it because they're not so fixed in their ways. I believe God is working to deliver us from a system of slavery. We have been slaves. We are not our own men. We live under tyranny, and we have to get permission for everything. You have to ask permission when you can use the bathroom or to go on vacation from your job, many of you. It's just what we just understand it. We just accept it. Be open, beloved, to change. God is delivering us from the bondage, just the way He delivered the Egyptians, or the children of Israel,
Israelites
Egyptian
from
bondage.
Egypt.
And at first, it didn't look good. They were leaving their comfortable homes, even though they were slaves. At least they had a roof over their head and food to eat. And now you're asking us to go into the great unknown, out into the wilds of the desert, without any certainty. You know, the good book tells us God knows what we have need of before we even ask. Trust God. Trust in the fact that God has something better for you, that you might not be able to see it. And be open. Don't cling to these old systems. Let them go. They were never for your good. They were never for your best interest. They were used to farm you. And these kids have the insight or the creativity, whatever it may be, to see through this, that this is garbage and this is no way to live. And there's got to be something better. So.
And even if you want to go back to how it was a long time ago, like that will just inevitably end up becoming what we have today. We have to create a new structure.
Be open to it. Don't be an old wineskin. Be open-minded and prepared for what the Lord has in store for those who love Him. May God bless you and your families. Please keep us in your prayers, and we'll see you all on the next video.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta...
Let me show you something.
Let me show you something, it's a good life, it's a good vibe, it's a good time, yeah, we live it up. Let me show you something, yeah, I said what I said, 'cause we...
Oh yeah, do you guys see this shit? Iceland volcano. Emergency declared over volcano Fagradalsfjall. Great country, thank you. Eruption concerns. Apparently there were like 1 billion earthquakes per second going on in the area, so they were like, there's probably going to be a volcano eruption. You guys ready to undo climate change with a nice volcanic blanket of ash over the atmosphere? Iceland has declared a state of emergency. Authorities have ordered
I didn't hear
thousands
about
of
this.
people living in the southwestern town of Grindavik to leave as a precaution. Considerable risk of an eruption. An eruption could start any time in the next few days, according to the statement. Nice. Thor Thordarson, least Icelandic-sounding name, professor of volcanology at the University of Iceland, said a 15-kilometer-long river of magma running under the peninsula was still active. That's why we're talking about an imminent eruption. Unfortunately, the most likely eruption site appears to be within the boundary of the town of Grindavik. Been concerned that remained dormant volcanic activity for 800 years before a 2021 eruption. Vosh, why do people build shit near active volcanoes? Because what? Like you're some kind of pussy? Like you're like a 12th century farmer, and you're gonna go like, I know what volcanology is, and also I'm not gonna build my village because in 1,000 years there might be a volcano here. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, that's also true. Volcanic soil is very fertile. More than 20,000 tremors have been reported in southwest Iceland since late October. God damn. Cracks from the volcanic activity have damaged roads in Grindavik. Can you imagine living in an area where you get like giant cracks into the earth, and it's like, oh,
there we go.
Man, that's just the river of lava, or magma, I guess, running under the crust. You know, don't worry about it. Don't fall in though. The site was dormant for 8 centuries until eruptions in 2021, 2022, and 2023. All right, so they're having a bit of a goof, having a bit of a goofy goober moment at the moment. Yeah, it was a good 800-year run. Iceland volcano.
Well, scientists say seismic activity has decreased in southwest Iceland, where hundreds of people have had to leave their homes over fears over a volcanic eruption. More than 1,000 earthquakes have hit the area since midnight, but they've mostly been weaker than those of the last couple of days. But experts do stress a 15-kilometer-long river of magma running under the peninsula is still active and poses a threat to nearby towns. Earlier on, I spoke to volcano expert Dr. Evgenia Ilinskaya. She told me more about the significance.
No, you fucking nigger.
I guess it's both unusual and not unusual. We know that this part of Iceland is very volcanically and seismically active, and we know that every 1,000 years or so we get a long period of eruptions in this particular area, and pretty much right on time. The last eruptions have finished about 800 years ago, and now we're just starting a new eruptive episode of fires, as they're called locally.
So, officials are evacuating people. Talk us through how dangerous this is.
People were evacuated around midnight on Friday night when there were
Hold on, wait. Somebody suggested I look at video footage of 2021's eruption. Go, go, go. No copyrighted music. Hell yes, dude. Absolutely. You know, you live in Iceland. How much is there to do, really? You've got the Aurora Borealis, and how many people live in your country? 5? 10? Let's go. Hell yes. Wow, I would not want to be there. Seriously, I really don't understand being there. But okay. If it's just going to be music, I'll mute it.
That would be pretty cool to see.
Like, it's hard to tell how far away this is because of, you know, perspective. That's the entire population of Iceland right there. Yeah, it might be. Volcanoes are literally like the most horrifying natural disaster scenario.
Bro, I live right next to Yellowstone, so...
Yeah, because, like, the big volcanoes are world-changing. Like Krakatoa or whatever, they cool the planet for a couple years. Throughout the Middle Ages, there were, like, mini ice ages when every once in a while there'd be a gigantic volcanic eruption. It would just lower the temperature. And the last time that happened was in the 1800s. Like, the last big time that happened, right? So I guess we'll have it happen again eventually. How does that work? A volcano erupts and ejects, like, 1 billion cubic meters of shit in the atmosphere, and it forms a big cloud that covers the Earth and reflects more light. God damn. For what it's worth, I know people talk about it a lot, but my understanding is that experts are really not that worried about Yellowstone. Yellowstone has the potential to be a cataclysmic eruption, but if it was ever a threat like that, we would know about it for years beforehand. Like, there's a ton of seismological research done around Yellowstone. If ever pressure started building in the crust, we would know about it. Like, dude, how close are they? I can't really tell how close they are because it really looks like they're within a few dozen feet of getting splattered with 5,000 degree lava. Okay. Whatever, man. Yeah, it could be the zoom. Ah, that's so pretty. That's so tasty looking. That's delicious. This is what good food looks like. This is what good eating looks like. Hell yes. Aren't there toxic fumes? Yes. It looks like that bitch from Hell of a Boss.
Never seen it.
The cotton candy.
We gotta take this motherfucker out. I don't know how he got so
hundreds of deals
powerful.
on Safeway for you. Sign up today.
Just because we're apart doesn't mean we can't stay connected and adventure with friends. There are great ways to keep your D&D campaign running or even start a new one, all from the comfort of your couch or your computer desk. Here's how you can jump into D&D online. Presented by Roll20.
Dumbass tourists get way too close to the volcanoes, Vosh. It's a problem, unfortunately. It's, you know, this is a skill issue. I would simply not get within 5 feet of the 10 billion degree rock. Basil bub? Okay. God, that looks so tasty. The next big catastrophe might be in Seattle. A deadly earthquake will positively, absolutely ravage Seattle at some point. Here's how to survive it. I'll be fine, don't worry.
Come on, go.
I've got 5 cans of beans stacked up in the basement. We're good.
Only 5 cans?
God damn, look at that. He'll fall over. I was ready for the earthquake, but I wasn't ready for my 5-can tall tower of canned beans to fall over. God damn. Well, I think this is pretty cool.
Okay, this is boring.
This is the fissure that just emerged.
Let's see this. Capitalism is ruining art.
You probably saw stuff about this. You guys remember how a little while ago there was a Batgirl movie that was shelved by, even though it was fully finished, was shelved by its production company, its studio, because they didn't think it would do well and they wanted the tax break that they would get by writing it off as a loss. They thought that would be better for them than, you know, fully releasing it. Yeah. Oh, they did it again. Yeah, Coyote versus Coyote. What accent was that?
Coyote.
There was a Batgirl movie? Well, no, it didn't release. Coyote. Is that even an accent, or am I pronouncing it correctly? And that's just what it. I don't think I've ever said.
This fucking
coyote.
cunt.
No, there it is. Coyote. Coyote. I'm so tired. Are you okay? My vacation ended earlier today. I don't normally stream on Saturdays for a reason. I kind of raced to this stream. That's why it started an hour late, okay? I barely had time to eat. And get a good night's sleep tonight. Yeah, they made this movie, then they scrapped it. Coyote is how you pronounce it in Spanish. Why, thank you. John Cena was in it. I'm learning this right now. Fun fact, I auditioned for that Batgirl movie, lol. I was a little salty when they announced a different girl got the role of Alicia Yeoh. She wasn't even Singaporean. Oh, well, looks like you would have been disappointed even if you had gotten the role. Yeah. Coyote vs. Acme, which was originally reported produced on a $72 million budget, was originally set to release earlier this year, but was shelved so Warner Bros. Could take a $30 million
I didn't want to do that.
write-off. Deadline.
How do I end this?
Reported. That's pretty gay, I think. That's pretty loser shit. I feel like, I feel like I've seen a lot of people getting kind of like, not radicalized by this, but if nothing else, it's a good junction to talk about. The idea of art being made, like dozens of actors and people on set and hundreds of composers and artists and blah blah, and then it just getting shoved into a box and thrown away, you know, and written off as a loss, rather than even being released for free while being treated as a loss. But then of course they get like merch sales, I guess, so it wouldn't really be a loss then. It's just like, it's a tax loophole. Isn't this like losing money for Warner Bros? Well, the corporation can write it off as a loss, like as a business loss, if they don't release it, because if they release it, it wasn't a loss, it was like a sold product.
How did they get 9?
Gosh, is it wrong to call stuff gay as an insult? Not if you have sex with men like I do, thank you.
That's
Not to
fucking
mention a lot of
disgusting.
pay is stipulated on royalties post-release. Yeah, that's true, that's true. It's, Warner Bros. Animated film Scoob, A Holiday Haunt, was also scrapped last year, reportedly for tax write-off purposes, though the film still completed production after the company announced it would not be released. Why? So wait, they continued to work on it after realizing it wouldn't get produced? That's so sad. Well... No, they cannot. Sequoia won.
I didn't even know that guy sent me a...
Because of pay royalty contract. I'm not saying there's
this
no reason
fucking
they do
cunt.
it. I'm saying that the incentives here are clearly fucked, you know? Well. I mean, there's not that much to go over here, honestly. It's just, I mean, pretty much everyone agrees that it's sad. Completed seasons of television series have also been shelved by production companies. AMC scrapped show's 61st Street invitation to a bonfire as part of an effort to take up to $475 million in write-offs. Jesus. If the tax was written off, then is the film not owned by the public? Public domain? No, that's a totally different thing. Yeah, that sucks really is all there is to say sometimes. I don't know. Why is this not illegal, Lamau? I mean, it's like, this is one of those circumstances where like art and corporate like cost-saving measures are very much at odds, right? Another good example would be with IP law. Oh, another great example would be with the accessibility of video games. Like, video games are, as a medium, are very specific in terms of their how quickly they age, because old video games, even sometimes just like 10 years old, often won't run on current
That's an
systems
old-ass
because
video
of the little
game.
subtleties of exactly getting it to work. And as a consequence of that, there are tons of games where the only way to play them is to emulate them, and that's really sad. You'd think that there would be a good common sense rule here, which is if you have a product like a piece of art that is not available for modern consumption on modern hardware for a given length of time, that it just becomes like public domain or something, but no corporation would back that or sign off on that because there's money to be made in sort of re-releasing old stuff. Look at how often Nintendo makes money from repackaging and reselling old games, I mean, many game companies do this, but there is a reasonably available clause in a lot of things, but I've never seen it apply. So I could be wrong. Maybe there are cases where this has happened. There are so many great games out there that you just can't access right now, and so many instances of they just waste there. I've never seen an example of these games being just thrown out into the public good. But there are loads of games that are simply not sold anymore too, Vosh. Literally no legal way to get them. Yeah, it's really sad. It's a problem that particularly affects games for a variety of technical reasons, but it exists to some extent in all media, Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy. Yeah. And that concludes the stream.
There was a Twitter post that went fairly viral recently that says, "It's really interesting to me that it's all men who are actively hating on the Marvels. The movie isn't perfect. Read my review for my thoughts."
I haven't seen it, but I bet that it sucks ass.
Men are giving it.
Of course, it's always the men.
Again, I do want to point
The new
out that,
Marvels
for the
movie?
most part, I'm very lenient with most movies. I kind of take the approach because
I haven't
don't
watched
really
it
think
either,
about
but I
as,
bet that sucks
a
ass.
review. For me, it's that phrase.
No,
it's
the
like
new
you're not gonna
Marvels
remember,
movie.
you don't remember what people say. You remember how people made you feel. Right?
Me neither.
How a movie makes me feel when I leave the theater is almost everything to me. Like, I can forgive the continuity errors. I can forgive a lot, but it takes a special type of sauce to put it all together and catch both emotional resonance and tell a good story. It's not an easy thing to do.
Pussy.
And it
He
is
lost.
more than just men who are complaining
What a pussy.
about this movie. I understand that what this is a preemptive strike to label everyone who doesn't like this movie completely as a bad person. I think that's lazy. I think it's unfair. To everything that I pointed out to you has little to do with the fact that these are women. I almost said that these women have vaginas, but even that you gotta ask questions about these days. You gotta ask questions. It's like that news article that says, imagine going to college for 4 years for journalism to end up writing a headline that says her testicles. The point being that I have no problem. The best character in this movie was Iman Vellani's Kamala Khan, who a lot of people dislike on principle because they don't like Miss Marvel, the character. I thought she was great in this movie, but that's because the characterization of her made perfect sense. None of the other characterization of any of the other characters felt like it made any sense. That has nothing to do with their gender. That has to do with bad writing. I don't know if the people who wrote this movie are women, but I'm assuming it is.
It is a mostly female team behind the camera because
and decidedly a female director as well.
Yep. Who only ever had one movie under her belt before she got this, which was the failed Candyman reboot.
That's one of my bigger problems right now is giving gazillion-dollar properties to people with 4 credits to their name.
In this case, one.
In this case, one. Well, Nia DaCosta was a producer, though, I think, before that,
She
too.
was a producer, but even then, she hadn't done that much.
So I enjoyed Andy Signore's response. He says, "Boo, Tessa, don't generalize all men." Not all men, he says. Some of us just see the movie for what it is. Disney desperately shoveling cameos, bright colors, and lazy storytelling for characters that deserve better. Making up culture war here makes you no better than the sexist. Nobody cares about, like, if this was a movie called The Menville's and they were all dudes and it was this shitty, it would still be bad.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, 100%.
It makes no sense to make that argument, but this is what's going to happen.
I
because
didn't care for Ant-Man Quantumania.
Exactly.
What does that have to do with his race or his gender?
Right.
One reply said, men loved Wonder Woman, though, so, like, clearly they're capable of enjoying female
Men love Black
superheroes.
Widow the character, even
And
if
Black
we didn't
Widow.
like Black Widow the movie.
She
but
said, that's not even remotely the point.
But it is the
And
point.
That's what the reply said next. You're implying men hate it because they're women, but there are a lot of women-led movies men love. The Marvels is just a terrible movie like Captain Marvel, but unlike last time, Disney can't inflate the numbers again. She said, I don't know what terrible means. No, not my point at all. I'm one of the fresh ratings on Rotten Tomatoes. Look at the Rotten ratings. Mostly men, mostly white men. At the critics screening last night, multiple men had their mind made up, complaining about watching it before it even started. So what?
I went into this, like, we go into these movies completely, like, look, one of the things I actually love, I love it when something proves me wrong. Like, when I go into something and think it's going to be mediocre. Thank you.
Thanks.
I love to be proven wrong. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Well, also the primary audience for films in the superhero genre are men anyway, so that's going to be the majority of the reviews, positive and negative.
Right.
Like,
But
I
they
don't know,
just
it doesn't make
cannot
sense.
deal with not bringing, race and gender into it. So they have to find some way to bring it up.
I mean, didn't a lot of people have seen, there have been movies that have proven people wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
There's a male feminist who's groveling here in the replies. As a man myself, I feel embarrassed and sad.
I'm embarrassed.
As a fan of the character for 25 years, I could never hate or hope for another movie to fail. They are killing the superhero genre. No, Marvel is killing the superhero genre.
Nobody wants to see the movie fail. If anything, why would I want to spend money for something to not like?
right.
I want to see stuff that I do like.
Right.
Right? Like, we've actually brought this up before. Like, a lot of people will talk about hate watching and hate reviewing. I don't have the patience. We watched. I lost years on my life because of Velma and Rings of Power. Like, I don't want to do that shit. I want to be impressed, and I want to be taken aback by something that I think could be bad, but turns out good.
I think I always knew Velma was going to be bad, but Rings of Power, I didn't want it to be bad. Who would want a Lord of the Rings project to come out and be bad?
I didn't want it to exist.
Well, right.
I'm happy
obviously,
to admit
it shouldn't
that.
have existed in the first place.
And like, in a sense, I want Marvel movies to fail because I need them to learn their lesson and to correct course.
But it'd be great if they did just correct
What
course.
the fuck?
They said after this, we're going to correct course. We're going to make things better. We're going to try to listen to our consumers. And unfortunately, they are facing now, well, unfortunately for them, it's good for us that they're facing loss after loss after loss, so much money that maybe now they will finally, but it's also Disney and they wait till the very last minute to change things and to...
You spend thousands of hours on the road. Feel hundreds of horses under the hood. But every race, lap, and victory you get starts at zero. New NOS, zero sugar. Zero sugar, 100%.
try to at least look like they're righting their wrongs.
I think this guy's gonna come and try to fuck me up.
It's always a shield to protect themselves from the criticism,
Oh,
which
no.
ends up it puts people in an even worse position. Because then you're like, look, I don't want to hate what you're making. I want you to impress me. And like in at an hour and 45 minutes, this movie had that going for it. Like I was like, what if this is like a short, sweet, fun movie?
Right.
I'm down with that.
It didn't have to be hard and heavy all the time, and it didn't have to even be amazing. But if it was at least good, it's short enough where it's like, yeah, you know what? I'll recommend it.
Like for most of this stuff, like I'm not somebody that feels like you need to lean into things being awful just to make content.
Yeah, no.
It works because some people are very like, I'm not good enough at articulating what I hate about stuff for that to even work, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather tell you what I love about something.
Right.
Like I was looking for anything in that movie that I like, and I found it. I found it with Kamala Khan. I said that's
Right.
fine, but the problem is that she doesn't make up enough
You
of the
fucking
movie
cunt.
to justify giving it a higher rating. Granted, I gave it a 0, but it's just in blaming white people and blaming men. First of all, it's disrespectful to women because it's saying that they're not like, I guess their opinion is somehow less valid, or is she just ignoring the
Right.
reviews from women that clearly don't seem to
Well,
like
of course she is, because it doesn't fit her narrative. So she's got to ignore those ones, because then it would be like, oh my God, there's women that don't like it too. Well, then I guess I can't, blame it on gender.
And the other thing here is like, look, you laugh all the way to the bank when you make a movie for the people that it's actually the demographic for. The reason this doesn't work, you can go to Barbie made $1 gazillion because it's a movie made by women for women.
Right.
So even all the men who gave it bad press didn't stop it from making a bunch of money.
But even this, it's like
you're making a movie that used to be predominantly a genre for boys for women. And then you wonder why the guys who are still trying to watch these movies don't like it. It's not because they're guys. It's because you're just not making a movie that appeals to anyone.
Well, right, because it's like, we've got 2 women right here who didn't like the movie, and it's not because we hate our gender and we hate women, even though people love to say that to me all the time. You just hate women. That's why
Do
you
they say
criticize
that?
these. Oh, yeah. I get it all the time. My internalized misogyny is coming out. Everyone can see it now. But it's like, I used to love the MCU. I've seen every single MCU project, and I've watched so many of them.
Same.
Multiple
It used to
times.
be
The
good
issue
until
isn't
after
that there's women in the movie, it's just that
Endgame.
it's poor
I mean,
writing,
Endgame
it's
was
poor
okay,
characters,
but like the
poor
best.
casting for the most part. Like, it's just problem after problem after problem. It's not just because
Damn it.
men hate it. That's why it's getting review bombed. No, it's getting tanked in score because people don't like it.
I want to see a return to form which requires at least a little bit more focus on a slightly more serious tone. Like that's I'm not saying it needs to be hard drama
we need
all the time.
Iron Man ones back.
Yes, you need Iron Man and you need early Captain America tone back for it to actually work.
There's a light at the end.
I
of the
think
tunnel,
Captain
but
America
don't get to the light until
Civil
the
War
very
was
end.
good too.
And it's funny because we didn't even talk about the cameo, or like the post credit scene, which references X-Men and X-Men 2, right? X2. If you go back and you watch the old X-Men movies, you'll be shocked at how few jokes are in them.
Yeah.
There's almost
there's
no.
not.
It's not. Super
Yeah, I don't
serious
remember.
the whole time, but it's
Right,
not
no.
filled with quirky, that's so clever humor the whole movie.
Right. Like Thor, Love and Thunder, like
Yeah.
the Marvels. Like, we just need...
I don't know. The
understand
Thor
completely, like,
Ragnarok was
you know,
good,
Iron
even though
Man
it
1,
had
2008,
a bunch
that
of
had jokes.
jokes in it.
There was humor, but it wasn't humor that it was beating you off the head with it.
The problem is that Robert Downey Jr. does that very, very
He
well.
does.
And then they try to
Yep.
adapt that to every character,
Yep.
and not every actor can do that.
Right.
And again,
Chris Hemsworth has done a really good job with it, but we see how Love and Thunder went.
yeah, it's so funny how his movies are at like the bottom of the review. Like he's like the longest running solo film. Like he's had the most solo films now. Right?
Really?
At 4, yeah. It's like, 'cause
Oh,
we've got-
yeah.
Or is it 5 now?
Yeah.
Is it? It's 4. It's 4 now.
Yeah.
So and his are consistently rated down towards the bottom, but everybody loves him as that character.
Right. And also, of course, one, very obvious issue with the quality of the MCU is the message, right?
Yeah.
At the beginning, they weren't pushing a message. They were pushing good entertainment. And now that is their number one focus, is pushing the message, which, of course, the Marvels is filled with because it's a lot of women. The lead characters are women. Then you have the King of Asgard, Valkyrie, who's a woman. And
it also feels like it kind of like they do themselves a disservice.
Yeah,
by
dude, who
making
gives a
all-
shit
like,
about
they
that there's
could've made
women in movies?
The bad guy, like just a tough looking, like let her husband be the bad. Granted, the actor was not exactly. He was like that guy was a wet rag. That guy was awful. But
Yeah.
like, get a better actor and make the a bad there. You can make it an evil guy. I'm cool with that. Have an evil guy who actually seems like a threat in there. And
evil power couple.
Yeah.
Why not?
That would be great.
That would be great. Having a male and a female that are
Instead-
both equally evil.
Instead, we got Jada and Will in the movie, and their own version of Red Table Talk when they're trying to figure out how they're going to get the sun back.
Yeah.
It's it was really bad, and it's just
Whose turn is
everyone
it?
knows that this
Blue?
is exactly what
Hurry the fuck up,
what
Blue.
was going to come when this movie was made. It's built into the media apparatus to be able to turn it around on people, and it also means it's not just going to be that men hated it. It's going to be that. That it was review bombed.
Right.
And then I'll point this out because I mentioned this earlier on the show. It's like you would wonder why somebody making a movie like this would feel, why anyone would feel like there would be some type of animosity towards the fan. Like towards the fans or something like this. But when we watched the original trailer for this, I pointed out that the song Intergalactic, which works perfectly for this film because it's in space, has the line, "Don't tell me to smile," which is literally in this movie.
What the
And
fuck?
this was an article that came out today. It says the Marvel's creators said that that they mostly ignored sexist trolls, but the filmmakers couldn't resist.
Making a better vodka soda ain't rocket science. You just gotta start with a better vodka.
Bro, I've
One
never told a
jab
woman that she needs
referencing
to
that.
smile
If
more,
you
but
go
them
into
complaining
making
about
a
it so
movie
much makes me
with
want to
snark,
start.
cynicism, and a combative attitude towards the fans, you lose everything.
Yes.
You lose passion. More than anything, you lose the love for the art form that people latch onto. When I go see a movie, when I went and watched The Creator, I watched a guy make a movie on $80 million. It looked like it cost $300 million, but it clearly looked like a movie this dude wanted to make. It's a story
Right.
this dude wanted to tell. When you watch any adaptation, like what's an adaptation that you really, really like of something? Look, people love One Piece, right? Because they feel that One Piece went into it with love and affection
Right.
for the actual
It wasn't
source
100%,
material.
but they definitely tried, and a lot of the people behind the project are we're extremely passionate and wanting to make something for the fans.
And by honoring the source material, you honor the fans who loved that work. Right? There's none of that in this. It's callous, it's cold, it's disconnected from humanity. It's not art in the sense of creating for the sake of joy and create. It's not making art for the sake of joy and creation. It's art to own the incels.
Yep. Yeah.
That's who goes into something and wants to see that. Who wants to be taken down to that level and feel that sort of just awful negative attitude towards the world. I don't want to go spend money to go do stuff like that.
Oh, you fucking cunt.
And it's just like maybe that's why I feel that Kamala Khan works so well, is because as annoying as her character might be to some people, it felt honest and it felt real, whereas everybody else felt like they were being created to just make everybody else mad.
Well, right.
So I don't know. I could be 100% wrong on all this stuff. Like I said, like I tend to go into to movies. I'm like I want to see something that makes me feel emotional when watching a movie. I don't look at it from a hyper analytical standpoint. You'll notice most of our critiques weren't about the CGI, which tends to be a large scale problem with most of Marvel, right?
Yeah, especially nowadays.
But for the most part, you can get over that with storytelling that pays homage to the work beyond just Easter eggs.
And unfortunately, they did not do that here. They did like the worst job possible between, the characters that they highlighted. I'm not a fan of the Marvels as a group. And of course, Brie Larson just has left such a bad taste in people's mouths when it comes to her character, and then it kind of transfers over to this project.
See, that didn't do that to me. Like, I don't feel any animosity towards Brie Larson when I watch this movie as Brie Larson. I have animosity towards the way the story is portrayed.
Right, because she still is portrayed the way that she was in the first movie, and it's not great.
Yeah. It's just there's just so much that could be done. I don't think that they're going to change any of this.
I liked Kamala in it. I know that you said that you did as well, but she is a character that was only created to check boxes, which is the problem with her.
But
is that's why they're using her now.
Because she fits the demographic makeup that they want.
Right, of course.
But doesn't that kind of prove the point where if like the one character you like in a movie is the one that checks the boxes, that you're not going into it with awful intentions?
Well, right.
I want to like all the characters.
I'm not a Marvel fan. I didn't read comic books as a kid, so how could I say what Marvel fans want? But just logically thinking about it, most of the Marvel fans are men, right? So why is it such an outlandish idea that the majority of the films should center around men who are aspirational figures for their audience, or at least an ensemble cast with
Right.
strong masculine characters, not Gen Z minority teen girls
Right.
who are screaming about everything?
Yeah,
how is that relatable for the audience that
Well,
you
right,
that
it's
you
not.
have?
I have ended the poll. I asked everyone today, I said, are you going to see the Marvels? 91% say hell no.
Yeah.
You know.
So far, the young Marvels are Kamala Khan, Kate Bishop,
yeah,
and Cassie Lang.
Kate Bishop
Right.
would be a better leader than
Where are the
the others. I think.
Where are the
I
males?
agree.
Haley.
Where
They'll probably put like one in,
there
unless
gonna be-
they want to do an all-female new Avengers.
Yeah.
Which
So we're getting
that-
Young Avengers, right?
Yeah.
At some point. Ugh, I can't.
That's their next kind of build up.
It would be like, what if they made like a more serious adult Avengers, and then the kids just have to get the crappy, fun tone, but then they actually let the adults be the adults.
Yeah.
Like-
I mean, if you had the what people want, if you were at least giving them that, then sure, go ahead and do, all these, spin-offs that might, be busts in the end, which
Yeah.
of course we see now that they are, as long as we're still getting majority content that does appeal to the audience.
Yeah. And they're rushing to adapt the stories that are part of all new Marvel,
Yeah.
right? From like those at like the early 2000s and stuff like that.
Well, right,
In the same way that DC rushed to do the New 52.
Yeah.
For their television shows and stuff like that, because it scales back and allows them to do the alternate versions that play on the younger characters, right? So we got a $20 super chat here from the Ninja from Pop Culture Planet, right? It says, "Hey Earthlings, my oldest came off the bus and." Can you read this, Mary? I can't. It keeps moving on me.
My oldest came off the bus, and a little orange kitten followed her to the spaceship. Looks like we have space gingerbread now. I guess I need to create a Twix to show off.
Bro, if this
her
motherfucker attacks me, I'm
hippity
really
hoppity
pissed.
feet.
The cat, like it really was the cat. All the cats on the spaceship really felt like the biggest fu to like serious sci-fi
It did.
cinema.
Now-
Like it's like the only way they could have made
Fuck
it worse
you.
is if
Yeah.
if they like
Bitch.
pan
Yeah.
to Nick Fury and he's drinking boxed wine.
Huh.
But it feels like they do it because they're marketing towards the female demographic.
Well, right. Well, that's the problem. Is
What do women
look
like?
Look at Look at Star Wars and Kathleen Kennedy. The Force is female. Well, that has bled into Marvel, and they think the Force is female. The Avengers, the future Avengers, are female, and this is the direction we want to go in. And it's clearly not working. And all you're doing by having all of these, like this movie, this female-centric cast that is making jokes like, you're really creating a negative space right now, and then the cat lady jokes. It's
Correct me if I'm wrong,
so
but like
forced.
ordinary women, just the average woman on the street, doesn't give a crap about Marvel or any superhero.
I don't know what
franchise.
they're. I don't know what they're. I don't know what they're doing.
now think they do.
I do think that there are a lot more maybe women now that care, but the women that used to care still care.
They
and
spent
so
their money
They
on
were happy watching the
tickets to
Iron
Barbie.
Mans and the Captain Marvels. I mean, the Captain Americas and the Iron Mans and the Thors. They were happy paying to see those movies, so you don't need to
Yeah.
make something specifically to appeal to them when they were happy with that content originally.
There's still, like, I didn't get the gender breakdown, but they're saying 40% of the Marvel audience is millennial. So if that is true, their humor plays right to it.
Right.
The humor, like the storytelling of like the old 20th Century Fox X-Men movies probably appealed more to Gen X, right?
Yeah.
Like to that generation of people. Or Blade
Yeah.
even would have appealed to that generation of people. Maybe it's because I'm an older millennial. I'm basically almost Gen X, so maybe that's just why the sensibilities. Like, there's literally a graphic on, like, she has one of her comic drawings that says yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, and I
Yikes.
saw it and I'm just like.
It's like in the.
But even then, it would have been worse. It could have been worse, I guess. It could have been on Captain Marvel's wall. That would have been weird.
It's like recently Starfield came out, and there's this mug in the game that's like, I'm a strong effing woman and I won't apologize. It's like, it's something small, but all of those small things add up.
Cringe, bro.
And again, that's something that's done in the tone of take that, you incels.
Yeah.
Like, it's like we're using this multi-gazillion-dollar company as a soapbox to tell you to F off, which I guess I can almost, like, that's almost impressive, like, that the company's that stupid and you're that petty. Like, I guess, whatever. There's a $20 one here from That's Dancetastic. Says, Orange Dono, orange hair. We embrace Magavember in this house. Haven't watched anything Marvel in so long. If I want entertainment, I watch. I'm guessing you mean AOT.
Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan. Oh, guys, I thought it's an AOS at first. I was like, Agents of Shield was good. No matter how much Mary. So Mary hates Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
Well, they make a
do.
female beast for X-Woman. Oh, remember when they were gonna get rid of X-Men and it was gonna be X people or X mutants or
Yeah, it was gonna be like X them or something.
That'd be good.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Attack on Titan.
There was a really bad sci-fi.
I've never seen it.
Television sci-fi show that went for like 13 episodes called Mutant X back in like the early 2000s. It's so bad. I think I'm gonna watch it this weekend because it's still better than what we watched yesterday. It really was.
Honestly, it's a very low bar. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
I think the Marvels is going to help a lot of guys get through No Nut November.
It's so true.
They go home, they're like, I just can't right now.
Ooh,
I'm sorry.
that's. I'm gonna need a week off.
Like, okay, so somebody
What
makes, like,
the
a
fuck?
skit where it's like a husband, because there was a couple right in front of me. Guy went with his girlfriend, and they're going home, and the guy's just really angry, and the wife's really into it, and he's like, "Look, not right now, okay?"
I mean, you've gotten pretty passionate about the Marvels movies, so are you gonna be watching that once a week for the next
Yes,
4 weeks?
exactly. That's exactly what I'm going to do. No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back, and I would rather rewatch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's what I'll do. I'll in fact, it could be worse. You could be watching the Inhumans TV show. Did you ever watch the Inhumans?
I did.
Yes.
I didn't. I mean, it wasn't good.
How did I lose
Yeah, it
that
wasn't
many fucking
good.
people?
Thanks for watching. Listen to full episodes of Pop Culture Crisis on Spotify.
Keep up with us on social media and make sure you subscribe.
Sometimes I just want to rent a car and go, you know?
I do know. And I think I can help you with that.
Really?
You are going in an electric vehicle to Denver, baby! Let's go!
What is happening here?
To make promotional films in African countries after deciding the approach reinforces outdated stereotypes about white saviors. The anti-poverty charity, best known for its Red Nose Day fundraising events, has also said it will no longer portray the continent using images of starving people or critically ill children. Instead,
Why the fuck was that?
Amazing. They're so happy and playful and excited, and it was really something special, and it was very heartwarming realizing the impact that we were having over there.
Pause. Before we can continue the video, we have a sponsorship I want to tell you about. And the reason we have the sponsor on this video is I want to take the money they give us and build more wells in the same place in the future. Because I know you think we have unlimited money, but we don't actually. And this will allow us to help tens of thousands of people. And having said that, Dragon City is a free-to-play mobile game available on iOS and Android.
So for those of you who've only subscribed to me maybe over the last few months, you might not know of my reputation of the first person to ever try and cancel Mr. Beast. I did this over 3 years ago, talking about how his content exploited poverty. And then suddenly, year after year, more people realize that maybe this guy isn't as wholesome as he seems. But also, over 3 years, I've become increasingly jaded, and my zealous desire to cancel Mr. Beast has faded somewhat.
I don't get why he's
And
trying to cancel
he
Mr.
already
Beast.
thought he was going to get cancelled for his latest video, where he builds 100 wells in Africa. Africa being the key word, which he likes to use a lot when describing African countries, even if it's a very
Yeah,
specific
because it's
one,
clickable.
where one
You
video
dumb
is
fuck.
filmed, he'll still call it Africa, which we're going to discuss. And I didn't want to go after him in the way I usually do, because if you want that, go watch the other videos. But I kind of wanted to talk about this Mr. Beast in Africa thing in like a wider cultural context and part of a cultural analysis. And I'm going to nip a lot of the criticism of this video incoming in the bud, in that I've watched the latest Mr. Beast video, And in a complete vacuum, yes, it is very good what he did. You see in the video, he helps a lot of these communities with their water. He even builds a bridge for one of them. Amazing, right? We can all agree, in a vacuum, someone building wells and helping with the bridges is a good thing. So don't start writing in the comments that, oh my god, how could you criticize Mr. Beast? He is literally the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. But I kind of wanted to talk about Africa as a canvas for charity work, stereotypes around Africa, kind of stemming from like my own childhood. And I guess Mr. Beast has kind of never ever heard the conversation that white celebrity going to Africa has been outdated for a long time. But we're going to talk about all of that today. Like I said, I've lost my desire to cancel this man, but at the same time, I do want to talk about his video series in Africa. And there will be some fair criticism of Mr. Beast himself. And I'm not going to pretend I like this guy. I don't. I think nearly everything he does is for clout. I think everything he does is for attention, money. Talks about wanting to be president one day, and his platform seems so stupid.
Run for prez?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, that is stupid.
And then just like give
I
it all
have
away
seen this,
right before I
but
announce my campaign. Like,
I thought you were gonna say buy the presidency.
no, like imagine
Make a
I
ton of
bought
money.
the White House. Imagine I have like $10 billion and then I just give it all away, and I'm just like, I can't be bought. I had it all, give it all away. Like, that's pretty powerful.
So, if I believe that he sincerely wants to be president one day, and he does all these viral stunts, including charity work, is that maybe him working towards becoming like the president or something? Who knows? But yeah, follow me on social media at The Cavernacle on basically everything. Twitter's the main one, but also Instagram. And yeah, check out my Patreon, trying to build up as many $1 to $3 patrons as possible. Thanks for all the recent support lately. And this will also be like a nice break from like the Palestine coverage. I will make a video on something Palestine related this week, and I will probably do a live stream about it as well, so look out for that. So let's first talk about like stereotypes of Africa and charity work. So I was born in 1995, so I don't remember like Live Aid, but I remember Live Aid, and I remember Make Poverty History. Do you remember that? It was basically these Western campaigns focused on Africa and was always talking about like tackling hunger, getting rid of malaria in Africa, you know, solving all these issues with water as well. I remember that's a big one. And basically the propaganda you were fed in this like late 1990s, early 2000s optimism of solving all the issues in the world under globalized capitalism was basically you would see loads of pictures of malnourished sub-Saharan African children. Could be from Somalia, could be from Ethiopia, Kenya, could be from anywhere. Basically, there wasn't really any specific context given, rather than black kids are hungry, black children don't have shoes, black children don't go to school, black children hike 4 hours every day to get their water allowance and stuff like that, right? That was the image you were shown throughout your childhood. And these campaigns like Make Poverty History were, of course, you know, in this neoliberal system, very, very vague. The problems weren't like neo-colonialism in sub-Saharan Africa, which is caused basically most of its problems, or capitalist extraction of sub-Saharan Africa, where all this charity work is focused. No, if you simply did loads more charity projects, you would fundamentally solve these problems. The side effect of these massive charity campaigns like Comic Relief, Make Poverty History, Live 8 is everyone just thinks Africa is just black Africans living in straw huts who drink dirty water. And I've literally had arguments with people that Africans have history beyond both living in rural villages and actually having massive historic civilizations that predate European colonialism. I'm not joking. It's a very popular view that Europeans brought civilization to sub-Saharan Africa. But funnily enough, a lot of people did get sick of this, especially figures in the black community in the UK, MPs, comedians. So just this little story from a couple years ago. Comic Relief will stop sending celebrities such as Ed Sheeran or Stacey Dooley to make promotional films in African countries after deciding the approach reinforces outdated stereotypes about white saviors. The anti-poverty charity, best known for its Red Nose Day fundraising events, has also said it will no longer portray the continent using images of starving people or critically ill children. Instead, it will highlight its work in African nations by promoting stories of ordinary life in the continent captured by local filmmakers and photographers. The decision follows
Why doesn't he care
criticism
about-
of Comic Relief's decades-long approach to fundraising, which often saw the charity send a white British celebrity to visit an African country before filming their emotional reaction at the conditions that they encountered and then asking the public for money. Comes after Labour MP David Lammy, who is a massive sellout Zionist, but he has been okay on some things throughout his life. He said pictures of Stacey Dooley holding a young Ugandan boy on the show was perpetrating tired and unhelpful stereotypes. Sir Lenny Henry, one of Comic Relief's co-founders, told The Guardian it was time for a change. Diversity and inclusion is important both in front and behind the camera. Times have changed and society has evolved, and we must evolve too. African people don't want us to tell their stories for them. What they need is more agency, a platform, and partnership. So why I present all of that to you before talking about Mr. Beast is that, yes, this is a conversation that has been going on for a long time. You know that song, Do They Know It's Christmas, is filled with these like old Western kind of racist stereotypes in Africa. Like, Africa doesn't have Christmas because there's like no snow, clean water, and poverty, right? It's a very old stereotype. And also, I always talk about this. Edward Said, obviously great man, and his book on Orientalism like encapsulates so much of this portrayal, because although Orientalism focuses more on the traditional Orient, which was North Africa, the Middle East, and East Asia and stuff like that, stuff to do with Sub-Saharan Africa, of course, really relevant as well, because if your only exposure to Sub-Saharan Africa
Hey contractors, you do great work for your customers, but did you know shops on Service Titan get an average of 4.7
African countries is charity content about how poor they are, how uneducated they are, how much they drink dirty water and stuff, and how like they're always involved in war and famine, then you basically think these people can't solve issues themselves, because your knowledge of those countries is basically this stereotype of all of these people living in rural villages and having this life experience. And that's a criticism with Mr. Beast content as well, because it's always slums or villages. Like, can he not just show something that Westerners can maybe relate to? Because so many people in Sub-Saharan Africa do live a very relatable life to the Western experience. Sure, there is insane poverty there. There are some of the poorest countries in the world. But when he goes to somewhere like Kenya, can he not contextualize it a bit more? Can he not go to Nairobi and show like maybe a city life we don't see in our media, and maybe talk to the heads of the charities there, contextualize stuff a bit more, rather than here I am going to Africa, and look, it's literally the stuff you saw in 2005 with these white Western British celebs going to Sub-Saharan Africa and doing the exact same stuff I did, right? So that's my broad criticism of all this stuff. Culturally, it just adds to unhelpful stereotypes. And of course you have the white saviour vibe. What goes with the white saviour vibe is these people cannot actually solve their own problems. So here I come to solve them for them, right? And of course, this type of stuff was also a justification for white colonialism throughout the world back in the day. But now let's talk about Mr. Beast's like content on Africa. So he says the purpose of his content is to film good deed, inspire millions of kids to do good deed, use revenue from good deed to do next good deed, right? Seems noble, really.
Oh, you
but then
fucking
gotta ask,
cunt.
like, what is the message kids take away from these videos? Like, giving people water is good, right?
Hope he doesn't
it's
get
very
shit.
surface level morality. Mr. Beast is not very relatable in that he is very wealthy, biggest YouTuber in the world, very famous, also has a side charity to go with his channel, which is probably, has a lot of tax write-offs involved. We can't do the same stuff as this, right? And I don't think it really inspires good, because he doesn't contextualize any of the good he does. And I saw this tweet going around. It's basically saying, I wish Mr. Beast actually described why this was necessary. Like, why do I have to go here and make wells in Kenya, for example? Like, what is the political stagnation which means so many people don't have water? Or what's the, the economic situation there? Or how do things like, contribute to this? Mr. Beast could be like the biggest force for good if he only contextualized what he was doing, so people can see that yes, politics and economics affect stuff like this, rather than putting this blank canvas out of basically Africa poor. And it's always poor, and it always will be poor. So only me, Mr. Beast, can go and save it. So he tweets, built 100 wells in Africa, go watch. I already know I'm going to get cancelled because I uploaded a video helping people. That's not why you get cancelled. To be 100% clear, I don't care. You definitely have always cared. I'm always going to use my channel to help people and try to inspire my audience to do the same. We spent over 8 months working on tomorrow's video, and it's the greatest thing I've ever done. So excited for you to watch. So here's the thumbnail. I built 100 wells in Africa. And I guess to be fair to him, in this video compared to his older ones, he is actually going to multiple countries in Africa. So calling it Africa, I don't think it's as bad as these other ones. So if you see on his other ones, and I've criticized these before, we built wells in Africa. And in this video, he's building wells in one country. So anyway, I'm going to show you parts of the video. And like I said, I don't have any problem with what he's doing necessarily. And it's a good thing for all these children involved. So let's have a little watch.
You just witnessed a small village in Kenya get access to unlimited clean drinking water in less than a second.
One down, 99 more wells in Africa to go. You're gonna love this video.
Combined, these 100 wells are going to give around 500,000 people fresh water to drink.
How's it going? I was not expecting this. Thank you for the welcome. I'm not even sure how to react. I appreciate it, everybody.
One of the teachers showed me where the students currently get their water, which is from this river. That's extremely unsafe to drink.
This is where your students used to get water from?
Yes.
This is crazy.
Yeah. You know, students complaining of diarrhea, infections like typhoid, because this is the water we've been using. So we try to treat, but you see, look at it, you know, but at the end of the day, life has to move on. You have to get some water anyway.
Flew out to the side of the 45th well, we realized this community had it even harder. Every time they need to get water, they need to take a treacherous mile-long hike through the jungle. And that mile-long hike also happens to be on a giant mountain.
I wake up very early, about 4 o'clock, so that I can fetch water for the school.
You guys would have to make this trip how many times a day?
2 times.
2 times a day. Oh, wow. So a typical student would carry something like this?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
All of that just to get to this spigot. That's water is still unsafe to drink.
This is where you guys get your water from normally?
Yeah. That would let them reach their well. We then traveled over 2,000 miles from Kenya to the country of Zimbabwe.
We've been in Africa for over a week, and we still have a lot more wells to do.
Spending time in these villages really made me reflect on the importance of building wells, how it brings water to farms to feed the hungry, how it provides clean conditions for hospitals, and most importantly, how it helps the children of this next generation live long, healthy lives and build the future for all of these communities.
We await a new dawn of clean drinking water. Water is life.
And with some help from the locals, we finally finished a new bridge that this community can use for the next 100 years.
Lives has been saved, families will come together, the worries will be gone.
We're literally not profiting a dime off this video.
100% of the money we raise is going to go towards building more wells like you saw in this video all around the globe. I know it's weird that a YouTuber has to do all this stuff, but someone's got to do it, and if no one else is, we're going to do it. As you can tell, it really does change the lives of the communities where we build them.
Okay, so Cynical cancelling Tabernacle is coming back out for a little bit. Of course, this whole video just serves as a vehicle for how great Mr. Beast is, because you have multiple instances of children thanking him, talking about how great he is, and this is something that's very common in these videos. Like, you know, I'm a cynical guy. I hope these children are just very happy and are chanting his name and haven't, you know, been told to do that for the camera. But as we've seen with recent controversy around Mr. Beast, these videos can be quite edited and manipulative, so I don't know about that. But anyway, also, you know, serves as a vehicle, and also, if I'm being very cynical, it acts like the problems of these communities are now gone. Like, they've got water now. Now they have a basic necessity that most of us in the Western world have, you know, don't even give a second thought to, and their lives are forever.
The fuck is this guy doing?
I mean, that is just how it's framed, right? And I'm very happy he's done this. I'm very happy for these children who don't have to walk so far to get just, you know, even contaminated water and all the diseases that spreads. He built that bridge. It's all very good, right? This charity work is all very good. He does say something at the end. He's like, you know, a YouTuber shouldn't have to do this, but here we are, and I'm going to do it. And like I said, I think the problem with these videos, generally, is there's just no context. And I think if he explains a bit more why Kenya, one of the examples there, or Zimbabwe, why they face these problems, it would help a lot more. And people often say to me, Mr. Beast is not a communist, what do you expect? And the thing is, I don't think you have to be overtly political about your own positions to contextualize these things a bit more, right? Because you have a country like Kenya and Zimbabwe. You're just throwing them into Africa. And a lot of people in both these countries don't have access to clean water, right? But these countries aren't even next to each other. The problems that face one are not the same problems as the other. In fact, you know, Zimbabwe and Kenya, if you know your history, literally dealing with complete opposite problems. Zimbabwe, of course, insane corruption, very authoritarian, had all the issues with Mugabe and his successors as well. Kenya is more like conventionally a democracy. It's actually a political issue in politics where different parties say they're going to solve it in different ways, either through, you know, national programs or privatization and stuff like that. So the context is like completely different, meaning the solution is completely different. And it seems like with Zimbabwe, the situation is more desperate than Kenya, because it seems like in Kenya, there is more of this political consciousness and it's more of a very important issue in their electoral politics. So I would say to Mr. Beast that, like, if you just focused on Kenya, let's say make this video 15 minutes, go to Nairobi, talk to like people involved in activism about the water issue and why there is such a problem with Kenyans having access to clean water, it just makes the video so much better. Because yes, you're doing the good thing as well. You're helping these people, like doing really real world good for these people, but also you contextualize it so then your audience, you say you want to inspire them to do good, now they realize that there are certain parts of the world that just don't have this basic necessity as easy as the rest of us. And why is that? And then they will become informed on a country like Kenya, and they won't just see Africa as rural villages where no one has clean water. Because that is the image that is painted in all these charity videos
Damn
he's
it.
done in Africa so far. And as this is a vehicle for Mr. Beast's own brand, that's what makes you more cynical, because he is obsessed with metrics, watch times, views, subs. Like, genuinely, he is obsessed, right? You can tell a lot of this has to do with his own narcissism towards his own brand and YouTube channel, rather than a genuine desire or a complete desire to do good. Now, I'm not saying he doesn't want to help people. I do think there's an ulterior motive that might actually, exceed his desire to do good.
I was really hoping to take those.
Very famous, and to maybe become president, and to have people praise him, because that's why he gets so mad when he gets criticism and doesn't understand it. So yeah, if I was to change this, I would say maybe make this a couple videos. They don't have to go up all at the same time, but if you spent a tiny bit longer, I think people like me would give you so much more goodwill, and you'd be helping the world in more ways than just helping these individuals, right? Because you'd be helping to humanize sub-Saharan African countries a bit more, which I don't think these videos do. Because like I said, when I'm watching that, I'm thinking about all the stuff I watched on TV like 15, 20 years ago. It was the exact same thing. 4 black sub-Saharan African children, very happy to see a rich white celeb have to walk very far to get, dirty water and stuff, and people telling me to donate to solve all these people's issues forever, right? And that's why I think some sort of political element to these videos, not overwhelming, but I think that would help. And then you have to ask yourselves, why Africa? Why not Asia? Why not America? I would ask Mr. Beast, why not America? Like, you do some food bank stuff there. Lots of Americans do not have access to basic necessities. American poverty is really brutal in its own way. So why Africa? Because Africa is not controversial to a lot of people, because like I said, the image we're fed of Africa is perpetual poverty. So going over there to help poor children get access to water, not controversial at all to most people, right? Because most people are fed this narrative about Africa. If he went to Palestine, like let's say before the war, if he went to West Bank now, tried to help with water and food, that is political, right? So he can't do that. If he went to somewhere like Haiti, maybe even, that would be political to America, because the relationship between Haiti and America has always been pretty terrible. And even if he did it in America, then you have to start asking yourselves, well, why does he need to do this in America? Could it be the local politics? Could it be the federal politics? And if you want to make a brand where everyone likes you, just take yourselves out
does
of
that
that
shit in America all the
political
time.
environment and go to
What the fuck are you talking about?
apolitical countries of sub-Saharan Africa and go help some random village, right? Again, that is the cynic in me coming out, but I do believe that factors in. I really don't understand his
Maybe
obsession
not
with Africa,
like
to be
giving them
honest,
water, but he
because I feel like
donates
everyone
to food
understood,
banks.
like,
He does
the
all sorts of
humanizing
shit
Africans
in
through charity
America.
work is very tired at this point. It's probably just, a lot of factors, and how disengaged he is from just any political conversation. It's not like his crew are extremely diverse either, so he probably has no one telling him that, you know, you can make these videos better. That's all I'll say. If Mr. Beast ever watches this, I will say, you've done good work there. If you added 5 minutes to add some sort of cultural, political, economic context, and maybe humanize the actual country a bit more beyond rural village that we've seen a million times, I think that would go a long way. And hopefully, since you're like 24, 25, not that that's really an excuse because I'm only a tiny bit older, but maybe as you get older, you will realize that that is more helpful, because just repackaging old kind of celebrity charity content from the 2000s for 2023, I don't think is revolutionary just because you're a YouTuber who films it and maybe, you know, sometimes even sticks a mobile game ad in the charity video about children not having access to clean water.
And having said that, Dragon City is a free-to-play mobile game available on iOS and Android.
Personally, I don't like Mr. Beast. I don't like his content. I don't like his charity content. Do I think he helps people? Sure, I do. Definitely. I've seen it on the videos. Apparently he does. Like, that's my take on Mr. Beast. Yeah, I don't personally like him. Don't like his content. I find a lot of it quite exploitative, and some of it actually quite gross. This specific video, like, it's not offensive to me or anything, but at the same time, I think there's, like I said, ulterior motive there. I think his view of charity work as a means to, you know, solve everything is bad. I think his own white savior complex is problematic. A lot of Westerners have that. And I also think charity content exploiting poverty as a vehicle for your own brand, like, personally, it's pretty gross, if I'm going to say that. But at the same time, on the ground reality, he helps a lot of people and he does generally good work. And like I've been saying throughout the video, if he contextualized this charity work, even in Africa, by the way, I think it would go down way better and it would be more effective because you are educating.
Unlock hundreds of deals on Safeway for you. Sign up today.
People too. As someone who makes a YouTube channel trying to educate people, that's the main thing I think we need to do, because we're not going to change our world by just repackaging old stuff from, you know, the 1980s to the early 2000s, right? We need people to fundamentally reevaluate our economic systems, which, you know, put so many of us into terrible poverty. And in sub-Saharan Africa, even basic necessities are often hard to come by for people. But one more thing I wanted to talk about was just kind of, you know, finishing on all this. And this actually talks about Kenya as well, which is helpful. So from 2019, the problem is not negative Western media coverage of Africa, rather it is the lack of in-depth and nuanced reporting on the continent and beyond, and this is by Patrick Gaffera. So the New York Times is once again in Kenyans' crosshairs, just 6 months after it was excoriated for publishing graphic pictures of victims of the hotel attack in Nairobi, which forced it to shelve the appointment of Kamiko de Freitas Tamura as head of its Nairobi bureau. The search for a replacement has stirred up another hornet's nest. In an ad for the position that appears to have been taken straight out of the late Binyavanga Wainaina's famous satirical essay, How to Write About Africa, the Times repeated many of the stereotypes that have dominated much of the reporting on the continent. The job, it proclaimed, would offer tremendous opportunity to dive into news and enterprise across a wide range of countries, from the deserts of Sudan and the pirate seas of the Horn of Africa, down through the forests of Congo and the shores of Tanzania. In addition to covering seemingly ubiquitous conflict and suffering, the successful candidate would also get to delight our readers with unexpected stories of hope in the region. Many Kenyans online have predictably responded with outrage. It says a lot about the kinds of stories they want from East Africa, tweeted Ken Opalo, who is an assistant professor at Georgetown University. He warned that the biggest losers from this sort of madness would not be Eastern Africans, but the Daily American's audience, who continue to be fed and believe myths, and as a result are increasingly economically and geopolitically uncompetitive in the region. The complaints about negative coverage in Western media are not new. Media negativity and its consequences have bemoaned the world over, but perhaps nowhere more than in Africa, where the prevailing perception is that foreign media, and Western correspondents in particular, have gone out of their way to portray the continent as the nadir of human civilization, a dark continent of unspeakable tribal savageries, unmitigated suffering, horrible epidemics, and childlike helplessness, all bound by breathtaking vistas of natural beauty. And at the end it says, recruiting local journalists who can explain rather than simply report, as well as improving the output of local media, can provide context for the horror stories the media gravitates to, making Africa seem less of, in the words of journalist Shayira Dark, a war-torn, disease-ridden, poverty-stricken hellscape where all hope dies. That article there I think is helpful in that illustrating my problem with just general Western depictions of African countries, particularly in East Africa, but just all of sub-Saharan Africa, is that they're often very, very dehumanizing. At like war and famine is just a natural part of actually just existing in Africa. Not that it is literally the continent that has suffered the most at the hands of European colonialism, but also neo-colonialism, very predatory from the West. And still today, we saw the issues in Congo. We've seen the historic issues in Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya, seeing the issues in South Africa. That is caused by European colonialism, and the legacy has not gone away. So perpetuating these stereotypes and not uplifting any like native voices just helps people to see this region as basically unsavable. Like there's nothing people can do to help these conditions apart from support Mr. Beast going over there creating wells, right? That's the only thing you can do as a Westerner. And it takes a Westerner to cut through the corruption, cut through the warlords, cut through all the red tape these African countries design for themselves, because they don't really want to be helped, do they? And Mr. Beast will save them, right? Again, contextualizing why you're there is important, especially when you're making content that is so tired, that is so wrapped up in white savior tropes and everything. It's important to educate your global audience why you need to do this in the first place. And that can even be criticisms of the local government too, if you want. So yeah, that is my problem with Mr. Beast and his adventures in sub-Saharan Africa. Don't know why he focuses on Africa so much. Maybe he can diversify this a bit. There are plenty of poor places in the world. For some reason or another, if you are so focused on Africa, context would be a good thing. And you don't even have to frame it as like strictly political. Just speaking to activists who are trying to get water availability more on the agenda of the government and stuff, wouldn't that be enough? I guess. Anyway, let me know what you guys think down in the comments. Again, too jaded to cancel Mr. Beast for real, but let me know what you guys think. And if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
Create an amazing website with Fiverr. You'll need your web developer, UX writer, and Amy, a Fiverr freelance graphic designer with dozens of 5-star reviews who will join your team from her favorite coffee shop. Don't forget to tip. Expand your team with a Fiverr freelancer.
This is crazy.
All right, now we're gonna watch the video.
We call it a symbiote, and it chose you.
The hell's going on with Pete?
I'm the hero here, not you.
You're not yourself.
You want to join us?
We can fight this together. PlayStation.
This is the first of 100 wells we're gonna build in this video.
Oh, water! Oh, crap!
You just witnessed a small village in Kenya get access to unlimited clean drinking water in less than a second.
One down, 99 more wells in Africa to go. You're gonna love this video.
Combined, these 100 wells are going to give around 500,000 people fresh water to drink. And after building some more wells on this side of Kenya, we flew south to the school system of Nairiri. And let's just say, they were really happy to see us.
How's it going? It's not expecting this. Thank you for the welcome. I'm not even sure how to react. I appreciate it, everybody.
This village threw a welcome ceremony upon our arrival, and Nolan got really into it.
Nolan's the most awkward person I've ever met, and that's a lot coming from me.
And after being shown around the school,
Here comes our guest.
How's it going? Oh, you having a good day? It's nice meeting you.
one of the teachers showed me where the students currently get their water, which is from this river. That's extremely unsafe to drink.
This is where your students used to get water from?
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah. You know, students complaining of diarrhea, infections like typhoid, because this is the water we've been using. So we try to treat, but you see, look at it. you know, but at the end of the day, life has to move on. You have to get some water anyway.
This situation is obviously extremely sad. These children's lives are being limited and sometimes cut short from being forced to drink unsafe water. But at least for this village, we're gonna put an end to it right now.
I don't think this John's gonna fit. I have a big head. Let's see if we can find some water.
So they just put a well in though.
It's raining! It's beautiful!
Bro,
After the water
fucking
comes out of the ground,
digging a
it's
well
fed
is
into
so
enormous
expensive.
barrels like this one. And once they're built into the water towers, all of the neighboring villages will not only have clean drinking water, but a pressurized water source as well, which in short means no more doing laundry and unsafe water.
And pull! On a scale of 1 to Nolan's mom, how heavy is it?
Nolan's mom times 2.
Oh God.
Dude, I'll push you off of this. All right, here we go. Under control.
We built 20 more wells in Kenya, and after we were done,
Bro has another well in. Don't worry, I have more water in my other shoe.
and just so you know how we built these first 29 wells, we used this giant drill to dig hundreds of feet into the ground, past the polluted sources and into an
I hope Faye
enormous
doesn't get it.
aquifer of pure drinkable water. After that, we spent time installing pipes so that people all around Africa can access
Damn.
water from spigots like this one in Nairiri.
Let's see how it tastes. Like water. It took me about a minute to fill this 5-gallon drum. How much water can this provide a day?
3,600 gallons a day.
Not only will this well cover the 400 kids at this school, but literally the entire neighborhood and village around this school can use this well.
We say thank you for the water.
Oh, no problem. This thing can basically pump non-stop for 30 years.
You would think that having an effect of this magnitude would require the resources and funding of a large government, but that's not true. Solving this problem is possible, and something humanity should all be putting effort in to fix.
What's the secret of success?
To be honest, just find something you love doing and do it for a long period, and eventually you'll succeed. So I'm gonna bring it super close. See us? Is that cool? If you look up, it's recording. All right, well, I'm gonna get close. All right. Yeah, you can see yourself.
We were also able to install a well for this village, and these 12 other villages. And while we were finishing these wells, we were also able to update one of their schools with brand new computers.
How are they liking it?
They like them.
Glad to see it turned out well.
And we also updated the classrooms with new furniture, installed shelves and filled them with new books, donated a soccer ball for every student, and even put modern whiteboards and projectors in all the classrooms.
Do you guys like the projector?
We were using a chalk and then a lot of dust, but today everything is clean. We truly appreciate it.
No problem. It's the least we could do.
But then when we flew out to the site of the 45th well, we realized this community had it even harder. Every time they need to get water, they need to take a treacherous mile-long hike through the jungle. And that mile-long hike also happens to be on a giant mountain.
I wake up very early, about 4 o'clock, so that I can fetch water for the school.
We are not safe fetching water here. That place is very slippery. Chances of getting an injury is very high.
So while we worked on their well, the community took me to see how they currently source their water.
You guys would have to make this trip how many times a day?
2 times.
2 times a day. Oh, wow. So a typical student would carry something like this?
Yeah.
Oh, God. If 200 students did this every day, how hard could it be?
It could be very hard.
Dear road rivals, you may have 4 wheels and a similar build, but our resemblance ends right there. Later, Toyota.
Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Introducing Create a Stack, Splice's new AI feature that will change the way you start your tracks. Start by selecting a style, then let our powerful AI technology match sounds from all across the Splice catalog. Our AI creates a unique stack of sounds for you that no one else has heard, all in perfect time and harmony. All the samples are available for download, and you can easily drag and drop all the layers into any DAW.
Oh boy. Dang, this is very steep. We're just walking down this mountain forever.
Every day.
It was actually surprising how difficult this hike was. And these people go through all of that just to get to the spigot. That's water is still unsafe to drink.
This is where you guys get your water from normally?
Yes.
And filled with water, these jugs can weigh up to 40 pounds, which is insane for these children to be carrying up this mountain.
The ladies can carry 2 of those.
Oh, I totally can as well then.
And as soon as these jugs were filled, it was time to head all the way back up.
Hurry up, let's go.
He's not even sweating or anything. I got it.
And now, instead of spending hours a day for unsafe water, their new well is only 10 feet away from the school. So
they can just fill it up here now. I'm too tired.
And so we were on our way to the next village where we built our 46th well, but we ran into a little problem. We found out that this village is divided in half by this huge, dangerous river. It may not look like much now, but when the rainy season comes, the water comes up this high and literally swallows this bridge.
And why this bridge is such a big deal is the village is over there, the hospital and schools are over there, so they're crossing this bridge multiple times a day.
Despite how dangerous this bridge is, it's their only option.
This river, when it is swollen, it can sweep away people, students, or even animals. In the recent past, we have lost about 3 people trying to cross this river.
This loss of life is insane and absolutely unacceptable. The moment we heard about this, we knew we had to help. So while we started work on a new bridge that would let them reach their well, we then traveled over 2,000 miles from Kenya to the country of Zimbabwe.
We've been in Africa for over a week, and we still have a lot more wells to do.
You kind of smell.
I know, it's weird. I showered this morning.
Wow.
Yeah. If you let me finish, I can put my arms down. Can I count on you two to finish these wells with me?
Yes.
First on the agenda was to check out a local hospital that was in dire need of clean water. Upon entering, we learned how big of an impact this clinic had on the village.
How many kids?
Yeah, see, I don't see anything wrong with this.
Do 600 births a year? Wow.
But unfortunately, the pregnant mothers at this clinic have to walk over a mile just to get water, and then carry these heavy buckets all the way back. However, the good news is
I thought that only Indians did that with the head thing.
All that needed to be done now was to turn it on.
All right, Nolan, are you ready?
I'm ready. Over.
Let me get a dramatic zoom in. Nolan, I pressed the button. Is it working?
It's flowing.
Do we want to go check it out?
Yes.
Let's do it.
I love how people are immediately just getting water right now. This is easily the coolest thing ever.
Nolan here is a professional dancer. He will join.
How do I always end up dancing?
What is he doing? Oh gosh. I won't make you watch this.
I guess I'm gonna have to try to
ensuring
take
access to
America.
clean water, a lot of the students at this village lack transportation. So we decided to give all of them new bicycles.
I know it looks like a lot of kids, but we bought a lot of bikes. Full disclosure, I don't know how to ride a bike.
Jimmy only knows how to give away bikes.
Never learned how to ride one. Let's break in all the new bicycles.
Wait, what?
3,
He never
2,
learned how to ride a
1,
bike?
Go! Oh, everyone's passing me. Be careful, I don't know how to ride a bike. I don't want to hit anyone. You want to ride?
How?
All right, go for it, little man. Okay.
And after giving away the bikes, we continue building wells until we reach
Well number 69.
This solar-powered well is specially designed to aid the farmers in this village by providing more than enough water for all of their crops and livestock, even during the dry season, without any electricity.
Each panel is 200 watts. Then it's attached to a pump. The pump can pump 5,000 liters every hour. Basically, it's unlimited amount of water for this entire village.
That's incredible.
And after we left Zimbabwe, we wanted to continue to give water to communities all across Africa. So we built more wells in Uganda, Somalia, and Cameroon. If you want to see more of what we did in Cameroon, there's a whole video about that coming soon on the Philanthropy channel. Spending time in these villages really made me reflect on the importance of building wells, how it brings water to farms to feed the hungry, how it provides clean conditions for hospitals, and most importantly, how it helps the children of this next generation live long, healthy lives and build the future for all of these communities.
We await a new dawn of clean drinking water. Water is life.
And with some help from the locals, we finally finished a new bridge that this community can use for the next 100 years.
Lives have been saved, families will come together, the worries will be gone.
The 100 wells we built in this video will change a lot of lives, but not enough. Which is why before you go, I want to urge you all to go to beastphilanthropy.org/wells or click the link in the description and donate money if possible. We're literally not profiting a dime off this video. 100% of the money we raise is going to go towards building more wells like you saw in this video all around the globe. I know it's weird that a YouTuber has to do all this stuff, but someone's got to do it. And if no one else is, we're going to do it. As you can tell, it really does change the lives of the communities where we build them.
And finally,
Well 100.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keemstar, and I had a dream. I had a dream of getting DSP, Wings of Redemption. And Boogie 2988 on a podcast, the Low Cow Podcast.
That's so fucked up that they called it the Low Cow Podcast.
DSP, roll it.
I have no idea what he's speaking of. I have not spoken with Keem about being on any podcast ever, nor will I. There is no Low Cow Cast. Period. There's a history with Keemstar where, over the years, this guy has a horrible reputation on YouTube. He had been pretty nasty to me a few times, tweets and things like that. So we have a little bit of bad blood there. The whole idea of me, him, and Wings being on a podcast that was going to have Keemstar's involvement, and I guess Boogie still has some resentment there where he's upset. I cost him and Wings $50,000.
I'd rather be miserable. I'd rather stand in a corner and cry all over myself for a living, which also cost me a $50K payday, which also cost Wings a $50K payday. So he screwed everybody over.
I don't like Keemstar. I don't like the content he puts out, nor do I like what he stands for as a person. I think that he's kind of a despicable person. I would never do business with this man. I would never work with Keemstar.
So it didn't look like the show was ever going to happen. However, I found out that behind the scenes, DSP and his buddy were working with Wings of Redemption and Boogie to do this show without me.
We had been having discussions behind the scenes about possibly starting our own podcast, Boogie, Wings, and Me, okay? Here's the truth of the matter from my perspective. I had been talking to Boogie about this, last year, saying, I don't want to do anything with Keem, but if you want to do something with me, just you and me, we could have a conversation, we could do our own show, we could just interview each other just for the benefit of each other's channels, whatever you would want to do.
So I called Boogie, I called Wings, we immediately kicked DSP off the show, but we needed a replacement. That's why we grabbed the legendary Tommy C. Roll it.
Yourself, you're a fucking
Tommy
liar.
C.
You're a piece of shit. You're not a journalist. You don't give a. You're a clout chasing, just another YouTuber. You're no different than anybody else. You don't give a rat's ass, and you can suck my.
So everything was set, except for in our Lol Cow podcast group chat, there was a random person that nobody seemed to know. He came from DSP, and this guy went and created all the Lol Cow podcast socials, and none of us had access to it.
And Keem has no idea who the this guy is, and he's been producing the show for 3 months.
Pretty much.
So we kicked that guy out, we made a new group, we made socials across the internet called Lol Cow Live, and we have our cows, Tommy C, Wings of Redemption, Boogie 2988, but we also have our farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, Yoda, Some Ordinary Gamers, Turkey Tom, Nicholas Diorio, they're the B team. We got the A team with the cows, the B team with the farmers. This whole show is something that you have never seen before on a podcast, and it's finally happening. It's happening now.
We gotta do this, we gotta line it up again. And on 3, when I say the word 3, clap into your microphone. Can we all handle that? All right. 1, 2, 3. Do it again. 1, 2, 3. You guys line up? Think we're good?
I don't know, man. I tried.
All right. When I say the word 3, I'm going to clap to my microphone. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Did you... Boogie, did you even attempt to clap?
Yes, you can see it on the video if you don't believe me.
All right, sure. That's good. Well, if I can see your hands, it's probably easy to line up. All right.
We're not using an app that does that, unfortunately, but maybe we'll figure it out next week. Maybe there's a way we can see each other.
I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is the way they want it, and this is the way we're going to do it.
Well, I'm just saying there might be a way for us to backwards engineer still seeing me able to see each other.
I think we probably could do live.
You know?
If this thing is possible, we probably could do
Well,
live.
it's not as big a deal, Boogie. Like, we just do it the way they want to do it. And
well, I'm just saying maybe there's still a way we can find.
Why do you care?
Yeah.
Why
Well, I'm just saying.
All you got to do is send the video in. That's it.
Well, Tommy said I can't see you, so I'm like, well, maybe next week we'll find a way to where you can. That would be cool. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what's wrong with what I'm saying, but I'm just saying that maybe next week we can find a way.
Okay, let me
we
start
can
this
see
out.
each other. No, what I'm saying is wrong. I never do.
You didn't say anything wrong. You're perfect. You're always perfect.
Far
I
from
have
that.
I have to get in a good mood. I have to get in a jokey mood. So you can do this all you want. You're not ruining my day. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Lol Cow Live. I know you've been waiting for it. This is what was going to be the Lol Cow podcast. I'm in here with Boogie 2988, who's a real celebrity, and of course, the legendary COD player.
Oh my God,
probably the best BOG player in Call of Duty history. Wings of Redemption. How are you fellas doing? Yes, you do. That's true. That's true. That's something to be proud of. Kind of like this documentary that just came out about Boogie. Hi, Boogie. How are you? We just fought for the last 30 minutes, and you seem to be going through a lot of stress over the documentary. I don't know why, because it was fantastic.
Well, it's been a pretty stressful time. I've got a lot of stuff that, believe it or not, I'm keeping offline for a change.
Really?
Going on.
I bet
yeah,
you
believe it or not.
I bet you'll spill it eventually.
I will eventually, I think.
Yes, you will. Okay, let's just be real.
If nothing else, people read about it in the papers, you know.
One thing I didn't see in the documentary is you didn't discuss your therapist at all. Are you still seeing the therapist?
No, I've actually took a break.
Really?
Yeah, I started taking a break in June.
I would have thought you've been going there for years. You're doing so well.
No, I have been going off and on since I was 15, I think, or 16. I started taking therapy serious when I was 20. But most people go in and out of therapy. Specifically, like people have like what I've got going on. You learn a bunch of new skills, you learn a bunch of new stuff to do, and then you have to go practice it. And then inevitably, people like me will relapse, and then you got to go back in. You got to learn what you did wrong. It's a constant thing. And so I've actually been out of therapy since June.
Is that about the time the recording finished or the film finished up?
Oh no, I mean that started I think in February, and it's been off and on since February to now. But I took a break in June. It was mostly financial. Therapy's fucking expensive.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that was one of the things. That was one of the things filming. Me too.
Therapy only works if you want it to work.
Well, I've had those before.
You know,
and like
therapy only works if you do.
You don't want it to work then? You just want to spend the money, or?
Well, I mean, therapy only works if you want it to work, and therapy only works if you put in the work. And you know, I can be kind of lazy sometimes, so I haven't always put in the work.
Yeah,
but I mean, I think if anybody knew me when I was 20,
how would you know it
and
worked
knew
for
me
anybody
now-
if you never put in the work for yourself?
Yeah, exactly. But I have. I mean, if you knew me when I was,
you've had
yeah,
successes in the world of therapy.
Yeah, I mean, if you met me when I was 20 years old, Tom,
Yeah.
you wouldn't even recognize that I was the same person.
Really?
I was like such a
Thin and good looking.
I was definitely not thin and good looking.
Okay.
I was definitely just angry all the time. Just
Yeah.
I woke up angry. I went to bed angry. I was just miserable from every moment to the moment I go to bed. These days I have a break from the anger. These days I have a break from the misery, and I don't
Yeah.
think that would have happened without therapy. You know, sometimes I can see the positivity, sometimes I can see the light, sometimes I can and be a slightly more positive person, and that all came from
Therapy. That sounds like bullshit. Wings. How do you think about the? What do you think about the documentary? You apparently you got 20,000 viewers or something like that. I heard 10,000
I
in a
did a
stream.
review stream on it, and about 22,000 people showed up to watch me review it. And like Boogie was talking about being mad at like Moist Critical in his views. I'm like, I hope he didn't watch my shit because I kind of went hard in the paint on it. But like,
You went harder than Moist Critical? I watched that video.
Easily
Moist
went
Critical.
harder than Moist Critical. And like, I love Boogie to death, right?
Mhm.
But like, I understand that some people, you treat people differently based on who they are as a person, not who you want them to be as a person, right? And like, I love Boogie to death. I think he's a great person. But like, I try to be entertaining, and like one of the ways I try to be entertaining is being witty. And like, if
So wait a
anything
minute.
I said-
You love Boogie to death, and I can attest for that with my few experiences with you both. How did Moist Critical go easier on Boogie? He basically said that he's a bad person. And then at the same time, kind of said, "But it's
I
just
didn't
sad."
see the
Well, why
Moist
is it sad?
Critical
Such a bad
review
person?
of it.
The
I've
video
watched
I
the
he was like breaking down Boogie's like
I've
sex,
watched the
like sex worker dependency, and then like
Yeah, no, but he did, and yes,
Well,
and then
what's
he
it
broke it
called?
down that like here's the weird thing. Boogie comes out and he says that like this is the way I took
documentary.
All right, he spent over 200K on sex workers, right? And Boogie.
That's
when
so
I first got
fucking
to Boogie, he said,
crazy.
This is basically how I wasted all my money. That I just got involved because I wanted to be with a Hollywood 10 and not an Arkansas 8, and then those things. Charlie takes that and basically says and wraps it up in he's a horrible person that treats women as just a sexual gratification.
See, here's what I got from that. Here's what I got from that.
That's much worse than what you did.
No, what I got from that is he mistook something Boogie said in a sarcastic tone out of context. As
Oh, really?
Boogie saying that he deserves to be fucking.
Yes,
hot
but
women.
how did he take that out of context? You and me didn't take that away from it.
Because
He
we said
took
it
it.
sarcastically.
No, but he took Boogie literally. Boogie was saying, "Okay, I blew all this money on hookers.
I
because
blew
I'm
all
an
this
idiot,"
money
right?
on
And he took it
hookers.
as Boogie thinks he should be allowed to sleep with LA 10s because he's formerly a huge YouTube star. And I'm like, I'm watching this, and in fairness to fucking Boogie, I'm the last guy right now to stick up for Boogie 2988 because you have no idea what an asshole he was before the show, right?
Hey man,
I took
I'll be
that-
honest. Before the show, just so people know,
You're a jerk off.
I told him there was one thing I really didn't want mentioned, and you're like, you're just trying to manipulate me, and I'm like, no, there's just one thing I don't want to talk about today. You're like, you're manipulating me. You're trying to get out of the
That's
show.
right. And then when I agreed to it, what did you do? You made one more demand. And then when
No, I
I
actually
got
had
by
two.
that, then why do we record things different?
No,
You
I just had
pussy.
two.
Anyway,
I had two requests.
This is the problem
no,
with your
no,
whole
no,
life.
no.
Anybody
Let me
who tries
speak.
to
Let me
help you,
speak.
you try
Let
to
me
sandbag
speak.
and manipulate.
Let me speak. I had two requests. There's a content creator who.
Don't bring it up if you're going to talk about it, pussy. If you're going to sit there and no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. You're not going to bring this up. I'll talk about it right now. We're not doing this half-assed. If you told me no and I agreed to it, okay, you're not going to sit there and walk right up to the door. Drop it.
I guess if you speak his name, if you speak his name, you speak it.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying, and you just proved to the entire audience that you're trying to control me. So drop it.
Well, I'm just saying.
So let's get back to Charlie.
There was
Let's
two
get back to
things.
Charlie.
There's two things I didn't want to talk about
yes,
today.
And if you, so and you're hoping I talk about it so it can give you an excuse to walk off the podcast.
No, well then let's start.
Well
this
then
thing.
drop it. Drop it.
Let me hit.
Okay, good. I'm gonna do a boogie. I'm gonna do a boogie.
Let me segue here.
Can we start over then?
No, let's not.
No, this is perfect.
This is perfect.
Then-
Let me ask you this:
Okay.
Boogie. When you were spending that money on those women, did it never cross your mind to like maybe pay the house off?
Yeah, but you got to remember, I was suicidal back then, so I didn't.
Did you ever think that none of them were LA 10s and you're fucking fooling yourself?
Oh yeah, I knew that. I always knew that. Tom,
Yeah, but it sounds good on the video if you're saying they're LA 10s, right?
I mean, again.
Because like my wife watched the documentary today because we did a lot. We rewatched the documentary, we watched the Charlie video to try to prep for this, to try to to have questions asked. And my wife brought a couple good points.
Hi, Kelly.
And like one of the points is that you said you you never felt like you loved a woman. And like what, you married? Like did you not love your first wife at all?
I don't
Well,
think
she's
I said
really good
that.
at accounting.
I don't.
I mean-
I don't think I said that.
You did say that.
No, I definitely did not say that.
Did you say that? I think he was on drugs when he said something like that. In fairness,
Oh my God. This is the first time I've ever felt happiness. I don't
he
know.
was on the Boogie had the greatest idea, like the best idea ever. Nothing else therapy hasn't worked for me, so let me do hardcore drugs. And
Don't get me wrong, psychedelics. If you do the research, I mean, every city in the country right now they're doing ketamine treatments. And ketamine combined with
what is ketamine?
For therapy tradition. Ketamine is basically horse training.
Horse- yeah.
But it's a psychedelic and it works for human beings. And every doctors.
And it cures
therapists
COVID.
I've done
no,
it.
does
It's
do, actually.
fucking
It does help with PTSD.
pretty weird.
It does deal with help with childhood trauma. If you do the research, like it's out there.
I
You
used
can watch a
to know
documentary.
this bitch that used to like get horse like antibiotics because she couldn't afford to go to the doctor. I don't know if that's the same thing.
So to be COVID. Like Joe
But
Rogan.
I don't think it does anything with like any physical diseases or anything like that. But it does help a lot with mental health. Specifically, like there's a documentary you can watch on Netflix called How to Change Your Mind, and they get into it there. And the research.
I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about your.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you brought it up.
That's
Yeah, yeah.
right. That's right. I want to talk about your documentary.
Well, in my specific case, I found that research to be true. It seemed to create some neuroplasticity in my brain. brain, and I did 3 sessions in the next 2 weeks with my therapist,
I think your
and I
exact
made more
quote-
progress in that period of time than I think I've ever made.
Really? So that quote, I think, Wings, what he said was, "This is the first time I felt joy." That's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah,
That
that's
was
what
it.
No, he said this is the first time I felt happiness.
I might have misquoted it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, fair enough.
You said you were suicidal, but you didn't want to pay the house off. At that point. It's like.
Well, why would you waste your money on a house you're never going to live in?
Why would
That
you-
doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, but
I just
why
want to
would you
spend.
buy gifts for hookers?
My plan at the time was to spend through my money and then pop my brains.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
But why
That
would
was
you
the
spend
plan.
like you're literally getting like fucking GameStop cards or some shit like that in purses to buy for hookers who you're paying for
Well,
sex to
so
begin with?
like you'll see in a lot of interviews, Mike said that he ballparked a lot of these figures. We didn't like sit down and look at receipts or anything. There was no GameStop gift certificates. There was no gift certificates or anything like that. There were gifts, there were trips, there were things along that lines. And most of the time, it wasn't like I took somebody on a trip with me. I would like go to LA to see my friends, to go to the Game Awards, to go film haunt season stuff like that. And while I was out there, I'd take like one night to meet somebody and hang out. So like a lot of that, to begin with, the $200,000 figure got severely rounded up, and then the majority of that money was spent on just traveling. You know, most of it was like getting out my fat ass out there. Like,
Why would you do that if you could afford it, though?
Well, I could afford it at the time, but yeah, I definitely could afford it at the time. I'm not doing it now because I can't afford
have
it.
paid on pussy?
It's a 200K.
I mean, he says 200K is not legitimate. What's the real number?
Specifically on that,
190.
maybe. God, it's not any better than that. Really, speak it out loud, Tommy. Probably 40.
40?
If I had to estimate,
not that bad.
40 plus 3 years.
I mean, like,
40K in 1
like,
year.
in my
You
head,
haven't texted me.
That's pretty fucking bad. If
How
I
much-
had that money right now, I'd be
How
very
much is
much-
sex? Oh, see, you were buying them. See, most people, what they do is they give the hooker whatever, $100, $200 and sleep with them and get rid of it. You were taking them out. Like, why are you taking hookers
Oh
out
shit!
to
I did some
dinner?
stupid shit with him. I sent an autistic kid to fucking school.
It's much more interesting talking about the pussy.
Well, no, but I'm saying like that. No, I'm saying
autistic
like,
kid
so
to
for someone I
school.
knew, I sent their kid to fucking school.
Oh, it was
like
a-
I
it was a
spent my
hooker's
money on
kid.
doing shit like that. Yeah, like I did.
You sent
I
a
did all
hooker's
kinds of
kid to
shit.
school?
Yeah, I really did. I helped somebody,
I
like
would
the
have here
documentary
thinking,
said, I helped somebody with
I called
their
them to
nursing
school and I
degree.
paid all people's lunches.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
Jesus.
I did
Nah,
lots
Wings, you paid off the girlfriend's kid stuff before, though. You're not.
Aw,
a-
you
you're a good
fucking
person. You've done that
cunt.
before.
Well, one of my first long-term relationships had 2 kids, and like I was stupid and I was in love and stuff like that. I've spent my own degree of money. Like 40,000 ain't that bad. I mean, like,
were
just
they
ballpark
hookers?
like this. No,
Were they
no,
hookers?
they weren't
Were they your
hookers.
girlfriend?
They were my girlfriend at the time, but like
Oh, fair enough.
you haven't beat like DSP's Hogan pools yet, so like you're still good on the hooker foundation. In my book.
Why did you just sleep with them and like call it a day? Why did you have, is like I noticed like
Nobody will
basically-
believe me when I tell them. But I was just trying everything I could to just be out of pain. I was like in a very bad place mentally and also physically, and going through the divorce and getting bypass surgery and everything else.
But why? No, that doesn't answer my question though.
Why would this
take-
person
not
have
why
done
the-
this?
The dinner date, like why buy
Because
them
I
dress?
thought that might help. Just straight up like sex didn't help. So I thought, well, what if we went
Did
to
it do
this
anything
place
for you,
together?
like,
What if we did this
mentally,
thing
like-
together? What if we travel? Oh no, it never helped. It was a very. It's like the
It's like-
food. Like the food is fucking killing me, but I keep eating it.
Well,
you know?
I'm just saying,
And
like,
so
yeah, no,
it was
it's
like it was always a
fucked.
self-destructive act.
How did you
Like,
pay? How did you pay? Pay by the hour?
In
How
the
did you-
documentary, he's
Jerry's like,
talking
hey,
about
I
how
need
he's
help with this, help
broken
with this,
fat,
and I
and
would help them with
then
that.
next thing he fucking
That's-
goes and
you can-
does
you can- I don't know
is
how it works. Oh, look, I was in the army. All right.
You meet
But
somebody.
I was in the
You
army
meet somebody.
in Europe. How
Well,
did it work?
you meet somebody online.
Yeah.
You talk for a little while. You get to know them. You hang out a couple of times.
And you pay them?
And then they'll be like, hey, so this is what I'm looking for. Like, I need help with this. I need help sending my kid to school. I need help with my nursing degree.
Oh, so
I
you
need
actually were
whatever.
doing sugar daddy.
And so
shit.
like
you weren't
then,
going to like skip the game.
right there you go.
But it said sex workers. One girl, you actually cured
It
some
still
girls' sex
is.
work. I mean,
It still is. I mean, it's.
I guess.
It's, you
Actually,
know.
it sounds more like you're being fooled. Now you're paying for a sex. Like I'm thinking you're
So did you ever
applying
get a long
for someone.
about this?
My
Do it?
love.
Not really. I mean, like, you know, there's people I knew for a long time, but it's not. It's none of it's like an actual relationship. It's nothing like what I
sounds
have
so
now.
weird.
You know?
Most people are going up looking like I want a blonde. I want her to be 5 foot whatever. I want her to be this thin. And you're like no one ever hears about like some.
Oh, is this motherfucker gonna come
You know
for
what
me?
it is? You know what it is, Tommy?
How
And
did
this
that
is-
happen? That's what I want to know. How does this happen? Most people go on for sex. Like you went for something else. That's interesting.
I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses, but I think the mental state I was in was I wanted to feel useful. I wanted to feel appreciated. I wanted to feel like a good person, and doing that let me feel like those things.
So
Like,
basically, okay. So let me get this straight. You would apply. You would try to get. You would solicit a hooker online, and then you would treat him like a girlfriend.
No.
Sugar babies.
Yeah, it's a completely different thing.
Yeah, but that's what you said. The thing. They said it was sex work.
But
That's-
at the end
sugar
of
babies
the
is
day,
different.
it is a variation of a different thing. Like, you know, like there's high-end delicious chocolate, and there's like low-end fucking Milky Ways or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's a difference between.
let me
the
ask
two.
you a
So if they were better looking, or like more relationship.
Well,
worthy?
one's about sex and one's about companionship.
Like in the
Okay,
documentary.
okay, all right. I can get that.
In the
I can
documentary, you're like
get that.
scrolling down like a page of women. Are those actually women on like the sugar baby?
Ugly bitches,
Yeah.
by the way.
Ugly
Oh my
bitches,
God.
by the way.
Is that what you said there? Is that in Arkansas?
Yeah. That's pretty much what you expect to see in Northwest Arkansas. You're pretty much accurate. Yeah.
I mean, they're like Monk Corner fours, like a lot of them.
Yeah.
You might understand why I was
How much
traveling.
are those girls per hour? I'm interested.
I wouldn't know.
They don't-
How do you not know? You're on a fucking website.
No,
None of them,
charge
what I did was nothing like by the hour or anything.
Oh.
None of that was by
What
the
did you
hour.
buy? What program did you buy? For,
What do you mean, what program?
Like, all right, you didn't do it by the hour, but what did you buy?
Like I said, you'd
Craigslist
meet
or-
somebody online, you would talk to them for a while, you'd get to know them, you'd go on a few dates. Then they would be like, here's the thing that I need help with.
You can't leave
And then you would help them with that thing.
Without giving this girl's identity away, which one would you say was the one that you shugged for the most? Like, what was the most outrageous one?
The one that quit sex work.
The one with the autistic kid. I felt a lot of compassion for her situation. I felt a lot of compassion for the kid. And they
Did you
needed
actually
a
talk
lot
to the kid?
of,
'Cause
lot
that's
of
making it
help.
more weird.
Yeah,
I mean, I met him a couple times.
Buddy, I'm Boogie 298 from YouTube.
You know, they came over for my Thanksgiving during COVID. That was, I think we did.
Was this after or before? I guess this is when your wife left, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So you just wanted to, you were trying to make a little family for yourself, is what you're doing.
Well, my thought process was, and it's not like this now, but at the time I wasn't emotionally available. So I wanted companionship, but I knew I was not emotionally available at all.
Yeah.
So my thought process was, I could be financially available, and so maybe I can do that. Maybe I can feel like the hero. Maybe I can feel good.
So
maybe I can be appreciated, and in the process, you know, have the companionship I was looking for. But I also knew, like, I knew I couldn't date after that divorce. Like,
and this is a sex worker we're talking about.
Well, no, again, they're in the same genre, but it's very different from what you're imagining. Yeah, it's very different from what you're imagining.
I can't imagine this. That's the problem. And you're
yeah,
right,
I mean, like sex is a lot of times not like tertiary. It's like it's all the way in the back. That's something that will happen most of the time, but it's nobody's goal.
So do you think that you know? I'm not surprised you said any of this, by the way. Do you think Charlie's was like extra brutal? I thought he sounded like a fucking.
I watched it.
I think he sounded like a prude that
there we go.
deliberately took you out of context.
No,
that's what it sounded. I think you're afraid to say that. I'm not afraid to say that.
I watched it on.
Like he deliberately took you out of context, and while you were saying this is all the stupid stuff I done with the money, he took that somehow, some way as I demand women, I deserve women, I'm entitled to LA 10s. I don't know how he twisted that. And Wings,
well, I'll be honest
with you. You felt the same way
with
when you wrote that when you saw that, right?
I heard when Boogie said that he was being sarcastic, and I think
that's what I thought.
Yes, I thought Charlie was.
When I said it, well, to be from the horse's mouth, when I said that, I was talking in the past tense. If you listen to if you listen to it, right? It's clearly
I
past
thought
tense.
I thought you were talking in the past tense. I thought you were saying, like, he's saying you were being sarcastic. That's how Wings took it. I took it as this sarcasm, but sarcasm in the sense is this is what an idiot I was. This is why I blew all this fucking money.
Yeah,
right?
And that's
my
so I watched Charlie's.
My biggest issue.
I watched Charlie's video on live
right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, Charlie's got like a dildo collection. He spends his money the way he spends his money. Like, I'm not here to judge Charlie, right? But he's not going broke either, right? And I'm a huge fan of Charlie, so I might be a little bit biased. But here's how I took
He thinks
Charlie's
you're a
video.
bad person that walks up to the door to abuse women. How can you think he's okay? Come on now. I don't even think that about you.
I don't know, man. I don't like you and I just argued for 30 minutes. I don't have a bad bone in my body for you.
Yeah,
I don't have a bad bone in my
I
body.
can't hate because I know you're fucked up. I can't hate you.
I don't look at most critical as likely
So
the world as me because he's got 4 million views on that video critiquing your documentary, which took months to make.
Yeah,
and he's gonna make like, more money than anybody in this.
I watched Charlie's video, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. But he did go in really fucking hard, and I do feel like maybe he misinterpreted some parts of it here and there. But here's the thing: when you put a piece of art out in the world, me and Mike Klum had like a 3-hour conversation about this.
Fair enough.
And like he had to talk me off the ledge. God bless Mike for that. But we were up to like 4 o'clock that night after Charlie's video dropped. And like what I ultimately figured out during the conversation is like when you put a piece of art out in the world, people are going to interpret it how they interpret it. And Charlie interpreted it that way. I know what my intentions was with it. Mike knows what his intentions was with it. But it doesn't matter what your intentions are.
But does he think he's a little bit phony? Does he think he's being a little bit phony? Because on one hand he's saying, "No, I watched this and it's really sad." He starts and ends the video off, and in the middle you're a bad person. Well, why is he sad about a bad person?
I don't know.
I don't get that.
At the end of the day, he might just be leaning into the showbiz aspect of it. I do wonder.
So you are saying he's a phony? That he's
I'm not saying he's a phony. I'm saying he's an entertainer. Let's take Keemstar for example. I'm going to talk shit about Keemstar. Love to do that. Okay. Keemstar genuinely is a good person. I hate to admit that, but I've spent enough time around Keemstar where I can tell you he cares about people. He cared about etiquette. He cares about me.
The etiquette stuff they put.
Right?
No, the etiquette stuff. That whole thing they did to Keem on the etiquette stuff was bullshit.
Right, but what I'm saying
I wouldn't say he's a nice person.
But Keemstar will play the bad guy online as much as he can, and he can be an actual bad guy quite a bit. But he will hype it up 10 times, 20 times for the entertainment value. Because at the end of the day, I don't think Keemstar is a phony. I think he's an entertainer.
For sure. No.
And I think Charlie was trying to be the most entertaining.
I agree with you. I agree with you what you said about Cameron. Like he does put it on. He does play the bad guy. And yes, he's crossed the zone in the bad guy. But I think it's so. But what you're telling, that's not the kind of audience that Charlie has. Charlie has an audience. They take him deadly serious. They want to believe that he is who he appears to be.
Well, I think again he is.
It sounded like a weird contradiction. I feel bad for this guy. Yet he essentially thinks you're a misogynist. Like that's literally what he's kind of without using the word. A narcissist.
I mean, he might actually say
narcissist.
Like I said.
But
yeah, I think I'm finally able to admit that I'm a covert narcissist. That's something I'm working on. But that said,
he does seem like
I think Charlie absolutely probably thinks that, but has hyped it up a little bit for the video, right? Like like what was classic memes is when he's like, "Woo!" He's probably not that excited. He's being sarcastic for entertainment value. Maybe that's what he was doing.
I don't think
here,
it makes any sense. I don't think
I do think there's a grain of truth. I think there's a grain of truth that he thinks I'm a piece of shit.
Yes.
And here's why: because I am kind of a piece of shit.
You think?
I definitely fucked up. I did some really stupid shit.
I don't think you're a piece of shit, but you're manipulative.
Talking about being manipulative.
Yeah, I mean,
piece of shit.
I think that comes with
job interview.
You are here today because you are seeking employment.
Yeah, I am disabled. Downside of that is I am extremely depressed. I have no references, no work history, and no education. When you Google my name, you might see rumors that I beat my ex-wife and I am also a pedophile. Should mention I'm also a felon.
What's the nature of your felony?
Aggravated assault.
Aggravated
assault. For the better part of 7 years. So, I mean,
be real with me. Do you really think it would be a good idea to go to a real interview and reference porn?
It depended on the job, I would think.
I thought that was a word.
That's so funny.
I thought it was
Such
a
a
fucking
funny
actress.
fucking.
No, I'll tell you what it was. I'll tell you what it was. It was him trying to get out of this fucking podcast. He went into that interview, sitting there telling everything that you should say.
Well,
in an
again, I
interview.
didn't want to get out of the podcast.
You didn't want to work. You didn't want to work. You didn't want to work.
I'm here. Like if I didn't want to work, I wouldn't work. No, but there, I'll tell you what actually happened, and Michael confirmed this. We went into it with every intention of would it actually be possible to get a job? That's the fingers crossed, right? And so we do like before the cameras are rolling, we sit down and we talk a little bit, and it's very clear from the get-go this company has no interest in me.
Yeah.
So we basically decided to.
So you told them you were in the porn industry.
Right, I decided to do the Andy Kaufman thing, which is just try to be
Oh.
fucking hilarious.
That was
because
hilarious.
we already found out that this shit's shut down. Like, this is a non-starter. We are here and we are wasting our time. There's nothing this company has. No.
Charlie
interest
thinks you
whatsoever.
sandbagged it. Charlie thinks
Yeah, I
you
know.
sandbagged.
That's how I said it.
I kind of thought so
There's
too.
some film on the cutting room floor that happened in between some of the conversations that we've seen.
Yeah, there's the extended cuts, which you can see, but then there's also stuff that was said when the camera wasn't even rolling. And so at the end of the day, it was a real job interview. We went in there in the hopes that this company would be able to do something for me, but it became abundantly clear almost right away that the most this was going to get to be was a good mock interview, and we practiced.
Well, see, that
so I
doesn't
pulled
make
my
any
Andy
sense
Kaufman
because
shit.
that doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense because at one point the woman says to you, "Do you think bringing up porn would be a good idea?"
Well, she was trying to like train me. Like that's what they do.
Oh, that was what it was.
Yeah, they're basically like a headhunter.
So Charlie
They're gonna
misunderstood.
send you on
I
interviews.
misunderstood.
Yeah.
So Charlie misunderstood that because he took
Yeah,
that as you were trying to sandbag the whole thing.
Yeah, that place is basically like a headhunter place. Once they like approve of you, then they'll send you out to companies that need that kind of person. And so it was basically a mock interview.
You had the greatest responsible time. I got to be
Right,
honest
not-
with you, Boogie. Do you know what she said? Do you know what you said was brilliant? When she said to you, "Do you think that would be a good idea to say on an interview?" And you just look at your hands and look up and say,
It depended on the job, I would think.
That's the correct answer.
And you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's a funny spot. You're not wrong.
Oh, what a fucking
con!
cunt!
That will go live on my channel a little bit, but we worked with this guy who was like a fitness trainer, right?
Gotcha.
And almost immediately we realized it was not a good fit. This guy is used to training like athletes, and I can't do a fraction of what he wants me to do.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, let's do 1,000 push-ups. Let's do like 10
sure,
million
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
setups, right?" And I'm like, "Dude, I can't stand up." And so that one also comes across as when watching it, it's pretty clear that I'm kind of like.
I feel your
Yeah, it's
pain
not in the
here,
actual
Boogie.
thing.
I feel your pain here.
It's pretty clear that I start trolling that guy like right away. Like I'm fucking with that guy from once I realized that this isn't a good fit. Yeah, just why not just have fun with it, you know?
I remember getting in a fight with a personal trainer because he wanted me to do things I couldn't fucking do. I'm like, dog, I'm 400 pounds. You want me to like do sled pushes into fucking crunches and all this other shit? I'm like, dude.
Two crunches, pussy. Get
all
on
you
that foot
fucking do
punches
is
and
count
fight,
to
pussy.
10. I can pay somebody less money to count to 10. I need you to customize me a fucking workout plan. That's what I pay you for.
Well, I'll tell you, so I've done personal trainer and I've done physical therapy, and they were night and fucking day. The personal trainer was like trying to push me like an athlete. The physical trainer was just trying to help me get better. And so the very first time I went in and did, physical therapy, we did like a fraction of what I would do at the gym just when I was swimming last year, right? So at the end of it, I'm like, I feel like I didn't get my money's worth today because physical therapy is fucking expensive, man. And I'm like, I don't feel like I'm getting my money's worth.
I know, I've done it myself. It's a bunch of
"Not as
bands and
expensive as
swimming.
pussy, but it's pretty expensive."
And so he says tomorrow you're gonna feel it, and he was right. And what that physical therapist did was he targeted my problem areas. A personal trainer, some personal trainers surely, but a lot of personal trainers are just gonna push you like you're an athlete. They push me like I'm injured because I'm injured, right? And so I don't know. I think if you are an obese person and you're trying to get better, make sure your physical trainer has worked with other obese people, has an education
therapist.
to work with other.
Oh, let's stop talking. Nobody wants to hear
Go to
about this
physical
shit.
therapy. Get into the fucking
They
physical
want
therapy.
to talk
That's what
about
I
your
think.
goddamn video. No one wants to hear about your fucking physical.
Well, anyway, the point that I'm making is like that's another one that hopefully one of the extended clips up, and it just shows like sometimes this is not a good match. Let's just have fun with it, you know.
How'd your girlfriend take it?
She took it pretty well. She's pretty open-minded about showing off her body and stuff like
I'll
that.
say.
And
She's a real ride or die.
you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. She's been doing pretty well with it. Some people have been kind of shitty, but that's always gonna happen. But the vast majority of people are just really sweet to her, and I'm actually really grateful for the community for just being like so fucking nice to her. It helps her. It helps me. It helps everybody.
That's what you fucking Boogie.
Yeah, hit me. Yeah, go ahead.
If you were dating your current girlfriend and the Frank Castle shit popped up, you think she would have handled it so you wouldn't have to?
She would have smoked him.
She would have if she wanted to, but I wouldn't have opened the door if I
smoked him.
like if there was a chance that she would have got hurt. Like I would have opened the door. The reason I opened the door with Frank is I just didn't give a shit.
I
Like,
feel
whatever,
like
this
she
guy
would
kills me,
handle it
I
better than you did. I think she'd get in his face with a finger and lay it down. She go hit her.
We'd have fanned on that revolver and smoked him.
She might have. She might have, man. But at the end of the day, as open as she was, her family was. They watched the doc and they were really supportive. I was
Really?
shocked by that.
Her family knows about you? Holy.
Oh yeah, I've met the family. We're having Thanksgiving together. They're actually really fantastic.
Oh, you
They're
fucking
extra
cunt.
fucking food to bring you over.
I'll tell you what her mom has said and her stepdad has said to me. They have said.
Stay away from her.
No, they have said, look, you clearly make her very happy, and we just want her to be happy. But if you hurt her, we'll put you underground. That's
Good.
basically
I
what
thought you were
they
about to
said.
say his father asked you for Geritol advice or some shit like that.
You sure they don't think you're hiding money or something? You think?
I mean,
think
they're
the most
pretty aware.
unbelievable
I
thing
thought she
seen
came
that
off really good.
documentary, What the 200K
Yeah,
on
yeah.
pussy? It was the fact your girlfriend was like mowing the grass. I'm like, they had to go to the pawn shop and get that fucking lawnmower because Boogie didn't own that bitch before this documentary.
Yeah, we do have a lawnmower. I ain't never fucking started it.
Hey, baby,
you
you
know.
on the lawn today. It's not looking really good out there.
Like I get flack all the time because I have a person that mows my lawn, but like I ain't fucking doing it.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. You know.
But it's like, how's this little fucking tiny girl out here have this push mower? Like,
How can you do a boxing match? You can't push a lawnmower.
I'll be honest with you. So, I'll be honest with you. She's within earshot of me right now, so you know I'm telling the truth. Like I'm looking at her basically on the couch.
What's her
right now.
name? I forgot.
Desi.
Right?
Yeah.
Desi.
And by the way,
Desi!
somebody said to me, they're like, "Why did you name her Desiree?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, I didn't fucking name her. Her parents. I think people think I made up that name for some reason. What the
yeah.
fuck? I don't understand.
Kind of
But anyway, her parents
I'm-
named her that shit 21 years ago, almost
Gotcha,
21 years ago.
21 years ago. You was
so-
50 years old. You dated 21 years ago.
But but she
You know what's fucked
is,
up about this? Like when Boogie started his YouTube channel, his girlfriend was 3.
Well, good thing I didn't date her then. I wouldn't have been interested. I'm interested now when she's
Well, I'm
20,
saying
20
it's just
turning
that age gap,
21.
You know, it's just fucked up, right? Like just imagine
Well,
you sat down.
here's the
with
thing.
two
Here's the
guys
thing. If they looked him up back then, it wouldn't have said he's a pedophile like it did in the fucking movie.
Yeah, she wrote me on Instagram when I started my YouTube channel. She would have typed Goo Goo Gaga, like I wouldn't have been interested.
Okay.
Fuck, man. But the point that I'm making is, she seems to just really like helping out. Like, she's always been a clean person, a neat person. She's always taking care of a home. She's always making a cozy place.
She's an angel.
Yeah, she loves to do that
She's
shit.
what you call a good woman.
She's amazing.
And I think every day
I have a confession.
with a good woman.
Maybe this isn't good for the podcast.
Miracle,
I like,
fucking miracle, yeah.
although I haven't watched Desi as much. I'll be honest with you. But both your current girlfriends seem to be okay.
married,
Right?
by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's married, man.
I like Kelly. I like her a lot. I like what she took over the show.
Kelly's really great.
I like what she took over the show because you're too lazy to do it. She made a bunch of money for you. I watched that episode.
I think the more that people get to know Desi, the more they're just gonna like her. I'll tell you. Let me brag about her one more time, and then you can say whatever you want to say.
Goof on her.
But she took all my old Christmas shit. I haven't bought Christmas shit in a long time, right? But I had like old garlands and like my tree I bought like 3 years ago. That and we spent like $40 at Walmart, and she has turned my living room into a fucking winter wonderland. I'll share it eventually on social media, but like, it's so warm and cozy and wonderful in there, and it would not have looked like that shit had she not taken the time and the effort to put it together. And I love it. I mean, I'm so into that shit. I'm tired of living in piles of garbage, like piles of amiibos and plastic shit. And the fact that she's like fixing my house for me makes me so fucking happy. So I don't know why I got so.
She does seem kind of ride or die. Like I look, I'm a cynical person, as you might know. That's probably why I got this role. I mean, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I want to know what her real fucking angle is. But if she does have an angle, and I'm not saying she does because I don't know that for a fact, she did a tremendous job of coming off absolutely genuine in that.
Yeah.
I still don't believe it. I'll be perfectly honest.
I still don't believe
I
it.
can't figure it out. You can't even exactly. Yeah.
I think her angle is.
Believe it or not, I had a couple girls just like her message me. Like, some girls like big fucking dudes.
Yeah, that's true. No, I've seen that before.
I think her angle is just like.
She loves you, really?
Yeah, I think she just wanted to like have a happy life, man. She just wanted to have a happy life, and she thought that maybe I could be part of that happy life.
A broke ass guy that's overweight, fucking.
Well, I've said this a million times. If you get with a woman who sees your potential, then that's the woman you fucking marry. And that girl sitting in there on the couch right now sees my potential.
That's the one you fooled.
Maybe.
I'll tell you a story. Can I say a story? Because I know this guy. This show's about you guys. But I'm going to tell this story. Stuff, all right? There was a band in Jersey I was growing up. I was kind of involved in the Jersey hardcore scene when I was a kid. And there was this band called Fury of 5, right? And we would go see Fury 5, and they were out in the parking lot in Asbury Park, New Jersey. And I was talking to the bass player. I was like, you guys are so cool. You're going. He says, listen, it's really nice talking to you, kid, but I got to go work. What do you mean go to work? You just came from back from tour of Europe. He's like, dude, we're not that big yet. Everybody works except the lead singer. And I'm like, what do you mean? James is mean. The lead singer doesn't work. He's like, yeah. Well, he goes, kid, why don't you go ask him why we work and he doesn't? I'm like, I will. I'll go over there. I'll ask him. So I go over there and I ask him. I was like, the other guys are all going to work tomorrow. How come? And he looks me right in the eye and he goes, son, it's because I live off of women. I'm like, what? Like, why would you say that proudly? And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? He said, look, it's just like this. You could live off of women your whole life. He says, what are you doing for a living, kid? I was like, well, I'm trying to be an internet tech. That's my thing. And he said, that's good. And you'll only be able to make maybe $80,000 a year at that time in the 90s, maybe $100,000 before you retire. Okay, what's the limit? That's the limit for you. What's the limit for a rock star, right? Well, yeah, millions. He's like, exactly. Will I hit that? Probably not. But she doesn't know that, does she? Potential. You're absolutely right, Boogie. So as soon as that girl thinks you have potential, marry that bitch because she probably fucking figured you wrong anyway. There you go. Do you agree with me, Wings? I think that guy's onto something. You marry if a girl thinks you got something going on. If she thinks you will make money, if she thinks you will be successful, if she thinks you will, you're gonna get her like that.
You want a woman that builds, but I'm from South Carolina. Like if I had to live off a woman, I'd probably off myself.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus Louises. Oh wait, Keem's gonna fucking ream you out. I can't wait, Boogie.
Oh, did you see this? Did you see this in the? Do you see this in the local live chat?
Yeah. I can't talk about it because you won't let me.
No, let's talk about it. No.
Do you want to talk about it now? Do you want to talk about it now?
Yeah, Muta says we can. Muta says we can. Muta says we can. Let's go.
Muta says we can. Okay.
Yeah, Muta says we can.
Okay, fine. Can we be friends again now, Boogie? Because I was really mad at you. Okay.
I understand.
I'm gonna Shiber shake on it. Okay. Here's what I know. I'm gonna start this all calm so he doesn't get like out of fucking control. All right.
Yeah.
You said to me, I was gonna bring up like Mudahar. You've had some problems. You've had some issues with Mudahar, right?
Yeah. I'm scared shitless. I'm scared shitless of that guy.
So, yeah, tell us what you told me before. You compared Mudahar fan base to like you're afraid like one of Mudahar's.
No, I'm just afraid. I'm afraid of crazy people doing crazy shit. And like when somebody is as big as Mudahar, he's got like 10 million followers and he gets like 5 million views on a video. If he's like he's really mad at me. Like he'll tell you publicly. He has said it publicly. He thinks I'm the worst piece of shit and he wishes the worst for me. And he'll say that a million times, right? He's tweeted it several times this last week. And I
just saw it cut it. You missed off the second recording.
Yeah, the desktop audio thing. I turned it off for the first recording. Then when we restarted it, it turned the desktop audio back on, and I just noticed it.
Well, if we need to start over, that's fine. We'll start over with fucking talking about Muda first.
Do that whole fucking thing again.
That's okay. I'm in a better headspace anyway. Let's do it.
Hold on. No, dude.
I didn't talk that much, so like it could be.
Well, you know what? We'll keep it going. We'll send it in.
Cool. Okay. Yeah.
Like that. So let's nobody fucking hit stop. Nobody.
Yeah, I have.
You haven't? Have you hit stop, Boogie?
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't. I paused.
Let's just fucking write it out.
I paused the desktop audio like 4 minutes
ago. All right, let's go back. Let's start with Mudahar again. Let's scratch that whole fucking thing. I'm going to ask you about Mudahar again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's how I'm going to open it up. All right. Okay. So me and you got a big fight, Boogie, before the cast started, and it was about Mudahar, and he told me not to bring up, which I agreed to, and then you had a bunch of other fucking stipulations.
Well, no, I just wanted you to be nice. I just wanted you to be nice to my girlfriend. That was it.
Fuck your girlfriend. How about that? All right. Here's you wanted that's neither here fucking either near or there. So you told me that you were going to walk with Mudahar and anything to do with this because apparently you guys are having beef behind the scene. Like what the fuck? And you're telling me that he's as crazy or his fans are potentially as crazy?
No, well, so
really?
I have paranoia issues. I think we all agree with that.
I agree with that.
And it comes along with the anxiety and other stuff. Muta's been mad at me for like years, rightfully so, because I've been a manipulative piece of shit. Like I'll be the first to admit that, right?
Okay.
And so like in the last couple of weeks, Muta has definitely decided that like I'm like not a great person. And he's like tweeted, I mentioned him on Twitter because of all this group chat shit that leaked, and so he was like, you're the worst kind of person, I think you're manipulative, I'm open about it, I only wish the worst for you, blah, blah, blah. And that's fine, he's entitled to his opinion.
When did he say that? Did he say that before or after he started fucking DMing his girlfriend?
It was a week, like right after the...
girlfriend.
What? No, it was before, it was well before, before.
So he said you're the worst, you hope the worst happens to you before you DM'd his girlfriend.
I think so. Yes.
And
Again, I can bring if you want me to. I can't bring up his tweets because we got each other blocked.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, his tweets basically said, "Look, I'm very open about how much I hate you, what a manipulative piece of shit I think you are, and that you deserve everything that's ever happened to you." I think that's a direct quote.
Okay.
No, it didn't hurt my feelings. It scares the shit out of me. It scares the shit out of me.
How does that scare the shit out of you that he's venting to you privately? That's so ridiculous.
No, that was public. That was public.
That was public.
Have you been swatted?
You're confusing the things he said privately and what he's tweeted publicly.
Yeah.
And so when you have an audience of like 10 million people and you're wishing the worst for somebody, that's really scary for me. That's just really scary for me. And so I DM'd Muta and I tried to say, like, look, man, I just wish we could leave each other alone. And he agreed, which I thought was awesome. And then 2 days later, I pulled a classic Boogie and I was promoting a video. And Keemstar's like, you need to talk about this. You need to talk about this stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'll mention it in the tweet. I'm like, hey, after that group shot leaked, I thought it'd be good to let my girlfriend speak for herself. So here's a video of her speaking for herself instead of Keemstar and Mutahar and everybody else, right? And Muta's, I guess, girlfriend or wife, I think wife. He's telling me wife.
I thought it was girlfriend. I did a podcast with her. Yeah.
But apparently she saw that. I didn't know who she was. I don't know who Dojangles is, but I guess that's a person.
Yeah.
And so she was like, oh my God, you fucking snake, you fucking piece of shit, and whatever. And so like Mutahar messaged me and he's like, hey, look, I'm being really nice to you right now. And I
don't know who the fuck
I'm not gonna video about
Mutahar
you
is.
because I wouldn't want a 10 out of 10 video on my channel anyway. But I do think you're worthless. I do think you're a piece of shit. I don't think you should be fucking mentioning the stuff. You asked for a ceasefire and then you went back. That's a shitty thing to do, Boogie. Don't do that shit.
But I got a DMs right now that's been posted in the chat that's saying this fucking agreement never happened.
Well, I can show you. I mean, I literally have the screen. I'll send you the screen cap right now. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, because
but I literally, I told him.
Muta said, we don't have a deal, lol. Muta, quick, give a person for Boogie to talk about you. He made that retarded shit up in his head. That's what he said. He said, you made that shit up.
Maybe he didn't read what I said, but what I said to him, and I'll show it to you in the chat, is I said, look, from here on out, I'm going to Will Smith you. I'm going to keep your name the fuck out of my mouth. I'm literally looking at that right now. I'm reading it to you word for word. And so my thought process was, since I promised to do that, I should do that. And I told you today, I just didn't want to bring up Muta because Muta scares me. He scares me. He does. He's got a very large audience, and there's some crazy people out there. And I don't think I'm not scared of Muta. Don't get me wrong. I should not say I'm scared of Muta. I'm just scared that there's a lot of people in his audience that might Frank Hassel my ass, and I don't want that shit to happen again.
But here's the thing, though.
I can't
Frank Hassel ain't the worst thing to happen. Like you yourself made the Frank Hassel thing worse.
I spent $29,000 to stay out of jail. I'm a felon. It was pretty fucking bad.
Oh, your own mistake.
Yeah, but if somebody else shows up at my front door tomorrow, don't expect me to handle it that much better. I ain't that fucking sane.
Yeah. I've been saying, like,
I'm not a very sane person. I just don't want to be put back in a situation like that. And Mutahar, I have no ill feelings towards Mutahar. I don't particularly like the guy, but I don't dislike the guy. He's just a guy. He's just a guy. But what I will say is Mutahar is very, very open with how much he dislikes me, and that's just hard for me to handle. That's just hard.
So you like picturing like somebody with like a shrine to Mutahar in their closet. So as soon as he says, "Oh, I hate Boogie,"
no, what I picture.
Let me get the AK up.
No, what I picture is the same thing I pictured like when Sniper.
Well, I kind of want after this. I'm gonna look up the Frank Castle thing that happened.
Jacksonville's being a bitch, dude. He's overdoing it. I think he's legitimately doxed. Jacksonville was being a ridiculous.
Well, the point that I'm making is
he was, bro. Who gives a fuck?
It's really hard.
Just have a gun, protect your house, bro. Who gives a shit if people know where you live?
I've been swatted 5 times. I've had ATF raid my house.
But also, would you not agree that you are probably mentally healthier than me? Because I would say by a lot.
I got to the point where like I'm hard as woodpecker lips, dude. Like
I
you get enough assault rifles pointed in your face, you kind of get numb to it.
I hope to be there one day, but that ain't where I am. I hope to be a point where somebody's standing on my front door threatening my life, and I just be like, get the fuck out of here. I look forward to being at that point. But I don't think
that's what I'm doing. Like I'm gonna close the cops, and if you walk into my house.
No,
so for me, definitely could smoke them then.
Oh no, if you walk into the house, you made your own bad choice.
Wow. That's what I love about the South.
But for me, and I think some people might be relate to this, you guys might not be able to, but for me, it's not somebody being on my front door that's that bad. Frank being on my front door wasn't that bad. The fear of Frank was what fucked with me, and the fear that followed for the next 2 years.
Do you think
like I really dropped my dogs on that one, I guess, because for the next 2 years, I still don't walk my dogs at night. I'm like, it fucks with me to know. I was gonna be a shot. I didn't know this motherfucker. It's a crazy thing to show up on someone's porch. That's crazy shit. That's crazy shit. No, it's crazy shit to show up on someone's front door. And I've had crazy people do crazy, awful things to me.
I got a whole
roll here. I'll make it very clear. Mutahar is not that person. I don't think Mutahar's that person. But I don't know that there's not somebody out there who watches Mutahar that wouldn't be like, I can get clout. I can get clout by going and destroying Boogie's life. I can get clout by showing up on Boogie's front door. I can get clout. And I just, it scares me very, very badly. And I have an anxiety disorder. I have a diagnosed.
Shut up. You might be crazy.
But I do. I have a diagnosed anxiety disorder. And this shit's just hard for me. This shit's just hard for me, man. That's all I'm saying.
That's why you come here to vent. This is better therapy.
Come on, every fucking middle-aged housewife.
What the
has
fuck?
disorder, Boogie. I do as well.
But let me give full credit to Muda, okay? Muda has, since last week, he has done an excellent job of taking it up with me personally instead of publicly, and I think it's fucking awesome that you're doing that, Muda. And I don't care whatever horrible shit you've got to say to me, Muda, I'll let you say it. I'll give you my number. You can call me and say that shit to my face as much as you want.
What did you say to Dojangles? Like, obviously, that probably got it under his crawl. Like, what were you talking? Because I DM'd him, and I said, what's Flex wrong? And he says he's talking to my girl. And I'm like, what?
Yeah,
And he wouldn't elaborate. He was
afraid to look at the
I said to her,
appropriate.
I don't think so. I said to her, hey, when you're right, you're right. Keemstar told me to capitalize on this and it would be fine. I didn't want to make a video about it, though, so I thought a tweet wouldn't be upsetting to Moodhar, my mistake. I shouldn't be bringing it back up, and I told Keemstar that just a minute ago.
That's all you said to Dojangles. That's all you said to her.
No, I mean, the conversation went on, but it continued. I said, she said, we were in the car. I didn't see it. I saw it. He didn't. How do you stay off his radar by mentioning him? I said, yeah, I'm grateful for that. And like I said, I didn't really think that tweet was something to give a shit about.
Can you summarize
the summary is, I thought I was having a conversation with a completely different person until she said we were in the car, and I'm like, oh shit. I even here's one of the lines, and let me read this because I think it's really important.
Voicemail?
No, this is text. This is on Twitter.
Of course, she's showing her boyfriend that shit. Fucking Boogie 2988 is.
I literally said to her, I said, I don't know if you're close to Muda, but he made it clear that he felt that way about it. Thanks for trying to warn me that he would. And I didn't know you're married to this person. I didn't know you're friends.
I know
with
you're
this
married.
person.
I thought they're engaged, but
yeah. So I fucked up. I fucked up really bad. Like I super fucked up.
But I will say this. I'm gonna
defend
defend you a little bit. I'm gonna defend you. She's in the drama game now, like full force. She's got a podcast. She's game to be criticized like everybody else. She can't. And I don't think she wants to. I know her.
Yeah.
I kind of like her. I don't think she wants to be Mudhar's girlfriend and then live under that protection. She can stand on her own fucking too.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's still. I appreciate you defending me, but I still think it's. If I had known, like that wasn't welcome, I obviously won't do it. Now that I know it's not welcome, I blocked Dojangles. She'll stay blocked. That's it. It's over. You know, I will never interact with her again. Right?
Like
once I know that that's what you want me to do, that's what I'll fucking do. Well, you can, but I mean, like at the end of the day, like I don't know, Mudhar. And again, I'm sorry, Muda. If you gotta say whatever you gotta say, I understand. But Muda really dislikes me, and I don't like thinking like a Frank Hassel show at my front door way. But it's really it's scary for me. I'm not used to anybody being that upset about my antics. I'm not used to somebody being that just open about how much they.
You never went to your own Reddit.
You know, those people were all anonymous though, and they didn't have 10 million followers. That's the difference.
I suppose.
Yeah, that's the difference.
You should fight him.
All right. Hey,
listen, shit, he would win.
If we get this episode out, I think future episodes will cover.
Wings, listen. If you can beat my ass, I know Mudhar can. Shit, I'm fucked.
Come on, I can beat Mudhakar's ass.
You think?
No, you can't. No, fuck no.
Dude, like what? The dude's a tech guy. Like, come on, he ain't about that life.
Yeah, he ain't about it. He ain't about it like a Southern boy. You're a country boy. You know what you're fucking doing. You whip his ass.
You whip his ass.
I don't know, man. I bet Mudhar goes. Do you think is he fat? Does he go to a gym?
Yeah, he ain't fat, but like just because you're not fat doesn't mean you want to whoop somebody's ass.
You whip that guy, you think you whip his ass? Oh god, let's talk to Keem about that. I would love to see it. Hey, listen, guys. First one's in the tank. I don't know if it's gonna get because Wings fucked up the audio, but
I think it's savable.
If it does, this has been a classic. Really.
At least I didn't fuck up the audio. How awesome is that?
I'm surprised.
You actually did, Boogie. You actually did.
Yeah, I know. I know what I was expecting. Oh, I didn't record it. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It's in the can. It's good.
Then I'll apologize. How about that? So thank you everybody for being a part of Locale Live from Wings of Redemption to Boogie 2988. In the future, we'll be covering all the dramas that are going on, all sorts of freaking cool shit. So tune in. Keem's got big plans. Nick Diorio has got big plans, and I guess Mudhar doesn't because we just threw him the fuck out. Right? Goodbye, everybody. Have a great one.
It's time to file W-2s and 1099s for your business. Visit Yearly.com. Review plans and prices. Sign up, import your data. Yearly does the rest. File in under 15 minutes.
The cat's out of the bag. Fancy Feast is back at Petco. Now you can really get all your cat's faves, like food, litter, and everything else. Petco, the health and wellness company.
Hey guys, let's play a game. Okay, so I'm gonna say a word, and then you're gonna tell me the first thing that comes to mind when I say that word. Okay, here we go. America. Now, chances are you either said gas station hot dogs for $1 or we both know you're not about to watch a 15-minute video on hot dogs. To be clear, that's because that video will be on our Patreon, so click the link in the description, sign up to become a patron.
America.
And see what happens after I eat
Fuck yeah,
hot
that's
dog
what I
in 90
thought.
minutes. In recent years, we've seen debates over the freedom to not wear a mask during a pandemic versus the freedom to not have a stranger cough in your mouth, the freedom to read books by Toni Morrison, and the freedom to not reckon with America's messy history. And in the wake of another mass shooting, the freedom to own semi-automatic weapons versus the freedom to not be mowed down by semi-automatic weapons. Also, it's crazy that I just had the thought, by the time this video comes out, there could be another mass shooting than the one that we were thinking of when we made this video, which is a cool thought to have in America today. But it seems like at the bottom of every essential American idea, policy, or cultural product is a real belief in the importance of freedom.
Defending freedom will have cost for us as well.
I mean, think about it. The nation was founded in a fight for freedom from British colonial rule. The Civil War was fought, at least ostensibly, over freedom for enslaved people. The years since have seen fights for women's freedom, freedom for marginalized groups, free markets, and of course military operations that free other nations from non-free market systems. Even the internet was pitched as a new digital frontier of absolute freedom. The only thing that America seemingly doesn't want to be free are college and healthcare. but more on that later. But for all this talk of freedom, do we even know what the hell it is? It's one of those words that we all use, but if we're forced to define it, we might just stumble around and give some half-assed explanation about how freedom means that I have liberty from stuff that isn't free and I can do what I want. Also, the Statue of Liberty, coupons, consumerism, USA. And this is weird because the concept has been at the heart of philosophy, political theory, and even parts of theology since humans started writing down their thoughts on the various types of tablets. So today, we're going to talk about freedom and ask questions like, what is it? Is it good? Who has it? And is freedom actually free? So use your own free will to join me as we figure it all out in today's video on freedom, the ultimate American
more
idol.
single-player
Okay, so let's start
game.
with the mythos of freedom in America. It's worth noting that the freedom won during the Revolutionary War only served a small subset of white landowning males. It wasn't for another 89 years in 1865 that the 13th Amendment made slavery illegal, except of course for when it was used as punishment for a crime. And it wasn't until 1920, 144 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, that the 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote. And it wasn't until 1974 that women could own a bank account. That's wild. Various civil rights movements gained traction in the 1960s, and it feels like most of these are still ongoing. Now, given all that, according to the Human Freedom Index, as of 2022, America is the 23rd most free country. Most of the countries in the top 10 are just socialist hellscapes that offer free healthcare, free education, and all types of free social and cultural resources, which all sounds very unfree to my red, white, and blue brain. So America's historical commitment to freedom looks a little sus in retrospect.
How many times have I
What did this say?
And these days, rather than seeing a push towards of freedom in America, it's worth noting that the freedom won during the Revolutionary War only served a small subset of white landowning males. It wasn't for another 89 years,
Base?
1965, that the 13th Amendment made slavery illegal, except of course for when it was used as punishment for a crime. And it wasn't until 1920, 144 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, that the 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote. And it wasn't until 1974
Cringe,
that women
bro.
could own a bank account. That's wild. Various civil rights movements gained traction in the 1960s, and it feels like most of these are still ongoing. Now, given all that, according to the Human Freedom Index, as of 2022, America is the 23rd most free country. Most of the countries in the top 10 are just socialist hellscapes that offer free healthcare and free education and all types of free social and cultural resources, which all sounds very unfree to my red, white, and blue brain. So America's historical commitment to freedom looks a little sus in retrospect.
How many times have I heard you speak of freedom at my father's table?
And these days, rather than seeing a push towards increased freedoms and rights, we're seeing more and more laws inhibiting voting rights and accessibility, denying bodily autonomy, preventing gender-affirming care, restricting what material can be taught
I'm
in
gonna
schools, and limiting the once
play
sacred
this
right
slow.
to protest freely. And in case you think that I'm being
I'm
one-sided
gonna
here, I want to make it very clear
play
that lots
this
of liberal
normal.
and progressive politicians in America have
Because
spent
it's going way too fast.
weapons versus the freedom to not be mowed down by semi-automatic weapons. Also, it's crazy that I just had the thought, by the time this video comes out, there could be another mass shooting than the one that we were thinking of when we made this video, which is a cool thought to have in America today. But it seems like at the bottom of every quintessential American idea, policy, or cultural product is a real belief in the
Oh, it's an
importance of
Indian.
freedom.
Defending freedom will have cost for us as well.
I mean, think about it. The nation was founded in a fight for freedom from British colonial rule. The Civil War was fought, at least ostensibly, over freedom for enslaved people. The years since have seen fights for women's freedom, freedom for marginalized groups, free markets, and of course, military operations that free other nations from non-free market systems. Even the internet was pitched as a new digital frontier of absolute freedom. The only thing that America seemingly doesn't want to be free are college and healthcare, but more on that later. But for all this talk of freedom, do we even know what the hell it is? It's one of those words that we all use, but if we're forced to define it, we might just stumble around and give some half-assed explanation about how freedom means that I have liberty from stuff that isn't free and I can do what I want. Also, the Statue of Liberty, coupons, consumerism, USA. And this is weird because the concept has been at the heart of philosophy,
What the fuck?
political theory, and even parts of theology since humans started writing down their thoughts onto various types of tablets. So today we're gonna talk about freedom and ask questions like, what is it? Is it good? Who has it? And is freedom actually free? So use your own free will to join me as we figure it all out in today's video on freedom, the ultimate American idol. Okay, so let's start with the mythos of freedom in America. It's worth noting that the freedom won during the Revolutionary War only served a small subset of white landowning males. It wasn't for another 89 years in 1865 that the 13th Amendment made slavery illegal, except of course for when it was used as punishment for a crime. And it wasn't until 1920, 144 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, that the 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote. And it wasn't until 1974 that women could own a bank account. That's wild. Various civil rights movements gained traction in the 1960s, and it feels like most of these are still ongoing. Now, given all that, according to the Human Freedom Index, as of 2022, America is the 23rd most free country. Most of the countries in the top 10 are just socialist hellscapes that offer free healthcare and free education and all types of free social and cultural resources, which all sounds very unfree to my red, white, and blue brain. So America's historical commitment to freedom looks a little sus in retrospect.
How many times have I heard you speak of freedom at my father's table?
And these days, rather than seeing
I don't know what
push
that
towards
movie's
increased
from.
freedoms and
Can't
rights,
tell.
we're seeing more and more laws inhibiting voting rights and accessibility, denying bodily autonomy, preventing gender-affirming care, restricting what material can be taught in schools, and limiting the once sacred right to protest freely. And in case you think that I'm being one-sided here, I want to make it very clear that lots of liberal and progressive politicians in America have spent their whole careers ensuring a free market which favors the rights of Wall Street, weapons manufacturers, and pharmaceutical companies over your individual freedom. Unless you're a weapon or a stock or boner pills, then they care very much about your freedom. But we still see politicians from both ends of the spectrum telling us how free we are.
Remember those who gave their all in the service of America, in the service of freedom.
It was that same yearning for freedom that nearly 250 years ago gave birth to a special place called America. It was a small cluster of colonies caught between a great ocean.
Now, we can take access to books in schools and libraries as an example of these wildly different conceptions of freedom. Now, to some, parents should have the freedom to choose what books and ideas their children are exposed to. And to others, it's important that children have the freedom to access all types of books and ideas. As we've talked about in recent videos, this currently looks like states where history must be taught in a way that doesn't make anyone feel bad, i.e., we need to tell the white children that enslaved people actually learned a lot of valuable skills. And southern plantations were basically just free colleges. It's a real thing that's really happening in a state in America. If you don't know which one yet, guess in the comments, and we'll see if you're right. It's that children have the freedom to access all types of books and ideas. As we've talked about in recent videos, this currently looks like states where history must be taught in a way that doesn't make anyone feel bad, i.e., we need to tell the white children that enslaved people actually learned a lot of valuable skills. And southern plantations were basically just free colleges. It's a real thing that's really happening in a state in America. If you don't know which one yet, guess in the comments, and we'll see if you're right. It's pretty easy to guess, though. It's pretty easy to guess.
Florida schools must now teach students about the, quote, benefit of slavery when teaching Black history.
Now,
Spectrum Business is made to work the way
Damn
small
it.
business works.
This month, we're turning November into Yesvember at Dave Smith Motors. Say yes to dramatic price drops combined with year-end factory incentives, like just $46,180 for a new Silverado 1500 work truck 4x4 at Dave Smith Motors in Kellogg.
most simply, this is the conflict between freedom from ideas one doesn't like versus the freedom to explore challenging perspectives. We've also seen this distinction in debates around freedom on the internet, because for some people, internet freedom means a lack of restrictions on their ability to start a subreddit which celebrates genocide or racism, while for others, to be free on the internet means to go online without people telling them that they deserve to die for who they are. This conflict has been explored by philosophers like Isaiah Berlin, who outlines the difference between what he calls negative and positive freedom. And to be clear here, these aren't value judgments. He doesn't mean good and bad. when he
Yeah,
says
no.
negative and positive. Now, negative freedom involves a lack of coercion and interference. It is the freedom
That's like the
from
freedoms
power
that were in the Constitution.
others. So negative freedom is when you're left alone.
Positive freedom is like socialist shit.
Your autonomy. Positive freedom is a function of enabling power, which facilitates one's ability to act as one wishes.
Oh, that's
It is the
never-
freedom to control one's actions. So positive freedom is being able to do what you want with the help of resources and rights that facilitate that freedom, even if the cost of that freedom is that you got to sacrifice some of your individual autonomy. Berlin's distinction helps us understand how those advocating for a type of limited state libertarianism and those advocating for a welfare state model are both pushing for a more free society, but they're just talking about two different conceptions of freedom. Now, we can understand this distinction even better by going back to the golden age of political philosophy, when people like Hobbes and Rousseau argued that we can best understand the role of freedom by first understanding what our human nature is and whether we're naturally good or naturally evil. Now, I'll keep it brief because we've talked about this a lot before, but both Hobbes and Rousseau built their political philosophies around a thought experiment that asked, what would humans be like in a state of nature? Now, for Hobbes, we'd all be selfish, ego-driven monsters with a desire for our own freedom and the achievement of our own ends, even if they were in direct contradiction with the ends of another. If this makes it clearer, Hobbes thought we would all be reality TV show contestants.
Okay, I'm sorry that I walked up here and was saying hi to my friends and you guys came at me like fucking piranha.
For Rousseau, humans in a state of nature would also aim to satisfy their own desires, but they would realize that working with other human beings and having compassion for them would help them accomplish more than they could individually. So for him, we're 23-year-olds at a techno festival in the woods when the Molly just kicks in. These dual conceptions of human nature lead them to argue for two different ideas about the role of government. Now, for Hobbes, people are absolute pricks in a state of nature and need a sovereign leader to keep things in order. Like on reality shows, they always have some sort of host or someone to keep all the influencers from killing each other. Now, people sacrifice some of their freedom to the sovereign, and in exchange, the sovereign or government lets you do your own thing as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, and vice versa. For Rousseau, the only sovereign is the collective will of the people, and the goal of government is then to embody and enact this general will. Individuals in this system sacrifice their own individual desires, but only for the sake of helping to work towards what best serves the will of the people. So while Hobbes' position emphasizes individual freedom, Rousseau's really emphasizes collective freedom. And while folks like Hobbes and Rousseau do help us to better understand freedom in a social context, they're still not totally telling us what freedom is in and of itself. In other words, they're telling us how freedom operates, but not what freedom is at the most basic human level. Now, for that, we can consider the existentialist account of freedom, developed by French philosophers in the first half of the 20th century. Now, if you don't know anything about existentialism, which is fine, we did recently put out a full video on it. And if you wanted to, you could pause this video, open another tab, watch that one, and then just come back to this spot when you're done. Definitely do this if you're at work, because we love when you steal work time to watch our videos. Doesn't it feel bad? Isn't it good to be bad sometimes? Yeah, do it. And we won't tell your boss because we don't snitch.
Attention! This is an important announcement for businesses that file W-2 or 1099.
Okay, so for a quick refresher, philosophers like Sartre considered freedom in
You
ontological
cunt.
terms. Now, ontology is the branch of philosophy that talks about being or existence itself. Now, Sartre wrote, "To be free is to be condemned to be free." This is because freedom isn't all good vibes and self-determination. It's also the terror that comes from knowing you are wholly responsible for yourself and your actions, and that you can basically do anything. Think about it this way. If you're driving a car and you have the thought, wow, what if I just floored it and went right into oncoming traffic? Well, it's scary because you know that you could. As could any other car on the road at any time.
Yeah,
And thus,
I have
freedom,
had that
especially while
thought.
driving is absolutely terrifying. Apologies to anyone who just heard that example while driving a car, but also, should you be watching a YouTube video while driving? I don't know, probably. Why not? People in those Teslas have those big goddamn screens. The least you can do is watch a YouTube video on your phone, you know? God damn it. And we all have to deal with this terror on a daily basis because that terrifying freedom is at the very core of our humanity. Now, there's another Sartre line that we use a lot, which is existence precedes essence, which means that we're not born with any particular essence, good, bad, or whatever, but we're absolutely free. And it's the choices we make in our existence that build our essence, which basically means you are what you do. And because of this, we are solely responsible for our own existence. You can't blame our choices on the church, the king, or our parents. Now, some of Sartre's critics thought that this conception of freedom was just selfish egoism that bordered on an unethical nihilism. As without God or any higher moral authority, we're all basically just doing whatever we want. Sartre responded by doing what every radical thinker does when they are harshly critiqued. He gave a lecture. Now, it was called Existentialism is Humanism. It was later published as a book. You can read it, and in it he argued that there is another sense of the word, existentialism, of which the fundamental meaning is this: man is all the time outside of himself. It is in projecting and losing himself beyond himself that he makes man to exist. There is no universe except the human universe, the universe of human subjectivity. It is this that we call existential humanism. This is humanism because we remind man that there is no legislator but himself. So when we can't blame God or anyone else for our actions, when all we have is our freedom, we are responsible for ourselves and others, which for Sartre makes existentialism a type of ethical humanism. In his later work, he argues that our freedom leads us to come together in shared projects and use our collective freedom to work towards common goals. For example, when I realize the things that affect me are also affecting my neighbors, I realize that my freedom involves their freedom. Like this one time, there was this house behind us that was doing drum circles at night, and it really sucked.
What the
Don't
fuck?
get me wrong, I love a good drum circle, but it was really late. And, you know, I tried to say something, but no one cared. But then, you know, you realize your neighbors also hate the drum circle. And if all the neighbors go over there together and break in and take all the drums and burn them and say, fuck you, hippies, you can accomplish a lot more. So rather than having Eric Cartman vibes, freedom is a shared ethical project that necessitates working alongside other humans.
The future begins with you and me.
Unlike negative and positive freedom, which are both social constructions, this type of existential freedom
Bro,
is
this guy
inherent
needs to
in
fuck
ordinary
off.
humanity, regardless of what type of social or political conditions we find ourselves in. But what does any of this tell us about America and our particular brand of freedom? For all the Americans out there, what do you think the most free state is? If you were like, I want to move to this state to really be free.
Montana.
What state would you move to and why? So earlier I mentioned the fact that America, the most
Because
free
it-
country on the planet, hates things like free health.
I don't know, there's a lot of reasons why.
Or subsidized housing and free social and cultural programs. Boo to those things. 2 thumbs down to those
Yeah.
things. This highlights the
Boo.
way in which Americans are both incredibly free and also just super unfree. For example, you are free to go skiing whenever you want. But if you biff it on the slopes and you break your leg, which let's be honest, happens at least 50% of the time that you go skiing, you're not free from the necessary medical care that you probably can't afford anyways. In the same way, you might think that in America, if you hate your job, well, you're free to quit whenever you want. But you're not free to stop paying rent or to have health insurance or any of the other costs that contribute to your baseline survival. Now, on the flip side, Americans are free to own guns. But those who don't own guns aren't free from the daily fear of existing in a society
Based.
where mass shootings are as common as gas station hot dogs for $1. Now,
However you do the holidays, do it together in the Chevy that's right for you. The strong and capable Chevy Silverado, the award-winning Chevy Equinox, or the all-new Chevy Trax. This holiday season, do more together in a new Chevy. Get 1.9% financing on all 2023 Silverado 1500 pickups, or get $2,000 total cash allowance on this Silverado. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
in this example, the right to own guns doesn't make a society more free in a collective sense. It just makes a small subset of people more free to have AR-15s. To think of it in terms of negative freedom, we are free from restrictions that would keep us from owning weapons.
Which is
Positive
so
freedom,
based.
We sacrifice that freedom to own weapons so that people can go to the movies without wondering, what's in that guy's bag? Also, don't bring big bags.
Bro, you still don't have the freedom to not wonder that, because people are still gonna go shoot places up even if guns are illegal.
To the movies these days. I get that you might be coming from school or the gym or someplace else, but if I'm in the movies, and let's be honest, if I see a dude by himself, and I'm often by myself too, walk in with a duffel bag and sit down next to me, I just think like, today might be the day, buddy. Get ready to duck and cover. Ultimately, it seems like America's capacity for freedom might be limited by the way in which it thinks of freedom as an individual project. And you know, most of the stories and myths that America loves so much are about people achieving great things on their own, whether it's striking it rich or being the best at sports, becoming famous, starting a company that helps people get big lips that makes you a billionaire. Shout out to my girl Kylie Jenner. I know who that is. Also, producer Olivia says her sister, Kendall Jenner is a bad model. Modeling experts, let me know in the comments, is Kendall Jenner a good model? But of course, if we have a nation full of individuals seeking their own personal freedom, well, they're always then going to come into contradiction with all the other individuals seeking to use their freedom to do what they want, leading to a world where freedom is hierarchical. Some people get a lot of it, and some people get a little. This comes in opposition to both Rousseau and Sartre's related conceptions of freedom. Now, for Rousseau, when freedom becomes hierarchized in this way, it's limited by only serving the will of a small set of individuals rather than humanity in general. In super basic terms, freedom is way more powerful when it's fueled by humanity as a whole than just a few folks with their ego-driven desires. Think of it this way. Americans will sometimes talk about the insanely high tax rates in countries like Denmark or Sweden, which is of course a constraint on the individual's financial freedom. But the sacrifice of some of this individual wealth often then enables collective goods, like government-funded universal health care, extended parental leave and child care support, free college, well-funded roads and parks, and efficient and affordable public transportation. Now, while we're not saying that countries like that are perfect bastions of freedom, they do place a significant emphasis on the collective freedom of the whole. But also, for any of our Scandinavian friends, I don't know, let us know what you think. Like, do you feel like you are free in your society? Do you feel like there's a lack of freedom because of some of the big state stuff? We'd be very curious to know. So let us know and, you know, talk in advance. Now, America seems to operate on the opposite ideas. Namely, we sacrifice the right to broad welfare programs and social safety nets for the sake of our individual freedom. But as we see it, it's pretty hard to use all that individual freedom when you're working 2 jobs just to keep your head above water. And it might be the case that this American freedom might make us lose sight of our shared and inherent existential freedom, a type of freedom which has the power to bring us together around common causes and projects. While an existential account of freedom can be terrifying and anxiety-inducing, especially when we're driving, the flip side is that it's a reminder that we have the freedom to act, and the freedom to act together. That was not me telling you to do community theater. You probably shouldn't. So it seems that the type of freedom celebrated by the land of the free is largely the freedom from rules, one that's spiritually aligned with the Outback Steakhouse's slogan.
Yeah.
It's no rules, just right at Outback.
Now, on the flip side, people like Sartre and Rousseau offer us a vision of freedom as something that's active and collective, something that's more about our capacity to do, rather than simply the absence of rules imposed on us by others. If I had to think of a chain restaurant for this one, maybe the Olive Garden, because when you're here, you're family. But if you think of a chain restaurant in America that better embodies this type of freedom, let us know. So in this way, freedom becomes less about my individual freedom and more about our collective and shared freedom, which can leave us wondering, is American freedom all it's cracked up to be? Please let us know what you think in the comments. Thank you so much.
I mean, not
for
because
watching,
it's
and thank you for
of
liking,
how it is now, but
subscribing,
the way it was
commenting,
intended, yeah.
all those things, they really, really help us. If you want to help us, hey guys, let's play a game. Okay, so I'm gonna say a word.
Let's see what people
Maytag
are
knows
upset at
cats shed, which is why Maytag engineered the Pet Pro washer. to
Mr.
remove
Beast
5
for now.
On another front, Mr. Beast is also receiving hate
No!
because he talked about his standards for who he will date. He's now dating a girl named Thea Boysen, and he talked about how they met and how he vetted her to decide to date her. And
Sounds
he said
based.
she needs to share these niche interests that he has. She needs to be really into her hobbies. It's probably because he's so busy with his own stuff, he doesn't want someone to be clamoring for his attention all the time.
Yeah.
So let's watch the video before we pass any judgment.
Here we go.
This girl is beautiful, and then but I have to go through the test because like I don't really get along with women if like they don't love learning, they're not obsessive, they don't have a hobby, they don't like their job. Like there's just certain things where if you have these traits, we get along really well.
Yeah.
And if you don't, like it's impossible for us to hang out.
Yeah.
So I had to put her through the ringer and start asking questions.
Yeah.
What do you do? And then she was like, I'm an author.
You know
I was
what?
like,
I want to
yeah,
get out
good.
of this. This is.
She has a hobby, and then we started talking, and I just tried to get a feel if she likes learning. Like, you know, whatever. What do you like to do? You know, sounds cringe, but you know, like what kind of content.
That doesn't sound bad.
More like documentary, educational, and like the type of stuff she does. And she has multiple degrees. You can tell she likes learning. She's about to get a neuroscience degree just for fun, not even to get a job.
That's amazing.
Because like she invested in Bitcoin and did well, so she doesn't even like need it.
It's crazy
And
how he can
she's,
talk
like,
without
checking
moving his
all
mouth.
the boxes. And I had like these 10 things where like, if I meet a girl that's like beautiful.
Wait, what?
do
I did
these 10
never
things,
even
like, we're
notice
gonna be
that.
Literally best friends. Right.
Is he not even real?
No, that was 11. Okay. I can give on that one.
So yeah.
So
This girl is beautiful.
domestic abuse campaigner named David Challen reposted this clip. It got millions of views, and he was very offended by it. He said YouTube's biggest creator lists a tablet of commandments women must adhere to gain his
Oh my
interest.
goodness.
If you encounter a man like this, please just run. Powerful rich men creating behavioral interest tests for potential partners and labeling your job as a published author a hobby reeks of a lack of interest in independent thought
I didn't
beyond
like
their
that
own
map.
and a lack of respect of your career. James Stephen Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast, has a subscriber base of 206 million users on YouTube. His primary audience is under 25s, 67% of which are males. So yes, his views on relationships and women are very important when speaking in open forums and podcasts watched by young men.
He has
He said,
standards, and that's a problem, is what they're saying.
After this guy reasonably was dunked on for having such a ridiculous take, he said, muting this thread, but seems Jimmy's army, mostly men, shocker, are very angry about this. Many disputing the fact that Jimmy
Bro, what a
said it's
fucking
difficult
pussy.
to find beautiful women who are nerds when he said it in that interview. So I guess he clipped him saying it's hard to find chicks who are also nerdy like him that are attractive.
How is it? That's
can't
I don't see
believe
anything
that
bad
you can
about
watch
that.
clip and frame it as misogynistic.
You're not allowed to have standards if you're a guy. If you're a girl, it's yes, Queen Slay.
Because this is...
Yeah,
Is
basically.
this not what feminists want? What he said in this clip is he cares about the content of her character. He cares about her having hobbies and interests and having a business of her own, making her own money, being independent. She invested in Bitcoin, so she's got her own money. She doesn't need to gold dig off of him.
Yeah.
And presumably that means they're in a relationship that is purely based on chemistry and love.
Yes.
Which is the ideal in the feminist framing, right? So why is he still getting hate for that?
Because he's talking about it as if these types of standards, I don't know what the proper answer should be for him here. I guess the proper answer should be that I would take any woman anytime because I'm not allowed to have, I have no idea.
I mean, he obviously said it matters that she is physically attractive, but would
That's a problem
anyone
alone to them.
dispute that?
They would say, look, he's anti-body positivity when it comes to dating.
I mean, if anything, this is a feminist answer.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he wants her to be independent, intelligent, self-made, interesting, intelligent, worldly. He cares about all of those things more than he mentioned any physical attributes. So how is this dehumanizing
to be fair, this is a male feminist.
oppressive?
This is a guy who's saying this, right? This isn't the women that are dunking on him. This is a guy who's dunking on him.
I even saw a feminist praising him, saying this man has millions of dollars and fame. Notice what his list of demands are for a partner.
Also, I'm sorry. The word demands is loaded. It's a loaded term.
But she's praising him. She said, multiple degrees, including one in neuroscience, published author, lifelong love of learning, involved in active hobbies, has her own money from successful investments. Notice how he explicitly does not want a beautiful Walmart cashier or sexy waitress, because men with money and fame can always find a beautiful woman. They'll simply pick a beautiful woman who is also intelligent and accomplished in her own right, not a hot bum off the street.
Yeah, it's not like I guess the paranoid feminist take would be that he wants the Walmart cashier who's beautiful so that he can control her, right?
But clearly that's
not what he's saying.
the case.
No, that's what I'm saying. So it's not what he's saying. This is why identity politics is so fruitful for so many people, is that you can, with enough words and enough...
Today
The Paw Patrol.
gets mightier.
We got superpowers.
Watch it again and again at home, only on digital.
Do you guys want a break? We don't need no stinking break.
Paw Patrol, the mighty movie, on digital now, rated PG.
Show your daughter how much you love her with this beautiful gift. It says, "To my daughter, never forget that I love you forever. I hope that you believe in yourself as much as I believe in you. Whenever you feel overwhelmed, remember whose daughter you are and straighten your crown."
Mental gymnastics, you can reframe literally anything as bad. Anything can be framed as bad if...
You can be outraged by anything.
Yeah, anything, it's possible to do that, right? And it's like he could have said, I want to, what were some of the things he listed again? He said, I want, like, this
Like,
is
she
also
has to be interested in learning.
This is also the internet. He's like, she's an accomplished author. They're like, well, what does he think about people who are librarians? Why doesn't he want to be with a librarian and not an author? It's whataboutism.
Right.
It's
Honestly,
whataboutism.
I've seen Jeff Bezos get more criticism for who he's decided to marry than Mr. Beast, because Jeff Bezos is like in his juice head era, dating this like muscle mommy bimbo.
But she's like a
for
helicopter.
lack of a better word.
She's like a helicopter pilot and has her own business. She's not a dummy either.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the woman.
Yeah,
but like just based on looks alone, when you're someone of Mr. Beast's caliber,
that's the other thing. What they don't like
you're
is
going to choose other people who are in your socioeconomic pool.
The
date.
men. What he's basically saying is he's ignoring the fact that men of the world today, who are not the gatekeepers to any type of sexual activity or relationship, a lot of men, if they're unaccomplished, if they haven't gotten where they want to get in life, if they're not taking care of themselves, they just take what they can get. Right? They take whatever they can get despite the flaws of that person. Man, woman, different. Gay, straight, whatever. Right? If you don't, whereas women have endless options these days. And what he's saying is he's annoyed that he won't just take whatever he can get like a normal guy. He's not a normal guy.
Oh, yeah.
He's an extremely accomplished, extremely successful person who doesn't have to deal with what the average guy has to deal with in the dating market. Sad fact of life.
Also, if you're a woman, is it not insulting to think that you're dating a guy just because he settled for what he could get? Like, that would feel demeaning to know that.
Yeah.
It would also feel demeaning if he only valued a woman for her looks.
Yeah. See, here's my problem.
Are they just mad that she's pretty?
I don't even have a problem with that. Like, you as an individual, you have every right to have whatever standards, whatever criteria you want for dating. Nobody has a right to tell you otherwise. If all you want is a hot bimbo, that's your right to do that. And no one can tell you otherwise. That's preference. Is it smart? Is it the greatest idea in the world? Is it going to lead to long-lasting, fruitful relationships? Maybe, maybe not. Hell if I know.
He's not asking for advice.
But I know that I don't have. I know that I don't have a right to tell you. Do you remember when Riley, who said that you had to be into trans? Like, if you wouldn't have sex with a trans person, you were transphobic.
Oh, Riley
Who said
Dennis?
this?
Remember that?
It's been a while since I thought
Who
of
the
that.
fuck is Riley Dennis?
So, like, the people really do believe that they have a right to control who you're attracted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Which is
They don't,
nasty.
and that's insane.
Fucking a trans.
And it is also.
If you say things like that, you're overcompensating for some insecurity that you have, clearly.
It's a complete denial of reality to imagine that this guy has to exist in the same dating pool as me, perhaps.
But also, like,
it's not the world, guys.
This
it's not the world we live
does
in.
kind of fly in the face of red pill ideology, which does say that men only care about looks and youth, and they don't care about a woman's accomplishments or her intellect or things like that. When clearly the wealthiest and most powerful men, they do care about those things.
Yeah.
So I guess as a woman, if it's your prerogative to bag one of those men in the 1% of the 1%, then you should focus on being an interesting person yourself.
Yeah.
not just, getting plastic
but they're
surgery
also,
and
I
being
mean,
as hot as possible.
In this situation, they're not talking necessarily about then if the conversation comes to marriage and kids, that conversation changes dramatically.
I think that what they're grappling with is, yes, women are still the gatekeepers of sex, but they resent the fact that men are still the gatekeepers of commitment.
Yes.
And we can't have an honest conversation about that anymore. We have to walk on eggshells.
I just think it's funny imagining this guy has to play by everybody else's rules. Sad fact of life, folks. Money, status, power all change the rules in which you live in compared to the rest of the world. That's just how things are.
Thanks for watching. Listen to full episodes of Pop Culture Crisis on Spotify.
Keep up with us on social media and make sure you subscribe and ring that bell so you never miss the show. Bye, guys.
Oh.
Do you want to grow
Yeah,
your YouTube
pussy.
channel? You should consider getting TubeBuddy.
I've been using TubeBuddy for the last 2 years.
Hello everyone, and welcome to episode 156 of Analyzing Evil, featuring the three main antagonists of Far Cry 3, Vas Montenegro, Citra Talumai, and Hoyt Volker. In Far Cry 3, we find a world of strife, hardship, and misery that presents us with a story that's just as harrowing as it is engaging. The tale of a man attempting to rescue his friends from the clutches of the sinisterly twisted forces that are ravaging this island paradise on all fronts. While Citra and Hoyt are the central antagonists of this story, Vas has become a larger-than-life villain that's revered as one of the greatest to ever grace the video game medium, and that praise is definitely deserved. With that in mind, this video is more so an analysis of Vas than it is a triple analysis of all three of these characters. Though because I'll be discussing their stories and characters throughout different points in this video, I feel that what we talk about here will suffice as an analysis of all three. So in this video, we're going to be exploring much of the information we're given about these three that we can find in Far Cry 3, the Far Cry 6 DLC Vas Insanity, the Far Cry Experience, and the Far Cry Rite of Passage comic, so we might better understand all the evil that occurs in this story. Now without further ado, let's begin. Growing up amongst the Rakyat on the Rook Islands, Vas and Citra were given access to all the luxury one typically associates with island living: white sandy beaches, plenty of fresh air and food, and a vibrant culture. As wonderful as all that may be, the Rook Islands, like many a small island nation, has a sordid history of strife and hardship that severely impacted the lives of the island's natives. In the 15th century, the Chinese explorer Zheng He discovered the islands and swiftly claimed them as his own, in the process enslaving the populace and forcing them to build temples and monuments to Zheng. During World War II, the Japanese set up an outpost on the Rook Islands and treated its inhabitants in much the same way that Zheng did when he ruled the Isles, and this island and its people that have been abused for going on 6 centuries.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Fred Cooper. Today we are basically doing part 2 of a series that wasn't really a series to begin with, but now it is becoming a series. A couple months ago, I reacted to a Jubilee video, and it was guys ranking girls based on attractiveness. I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. There was a lot of wholesome bits in there. I'll link it down below. But now I have the girls ranking the guys based on attractiveness, and I'm very excited to watch this and see how differently they approach the whole thing. But before I get into it, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. All right, let's get into it. I just have to say, I'm so glad that they have their shoes on in this video. Sometimes with these Jubilee videos, they make them take their shoes off. I don't
What the
know
fuck?
why it's one
Gotta
video and
walk
not
into the
other one,
house.
but in the other one, there were men walking around in like the little no-show socks. You guys know that is one of my biggest pet peeves. So I'm so happy that everybody has their shoes on. At least, 2 seconds into this video. Okay.
All right. Okay, guys. I say the one that's in the middle.
Unfortunately, he is fine.
Top. Okay.
Yeah, agreed.
Hi. We'll start there. Yes.
I mean, listen, the guy's got great bone structure. He's very attractive, but he looked so bored. But also, that's what's in now. I saw a tweet and it was talking about current modeling versus modeling in like the 90s. And today's models are just so like dead behind the eyes. The whole thing right now is to be like, oh, I'm so bored. Like that's so attractive and cool. Like models used to be so expressive and they're not anymore, but I think people just enjoy sadness and depression and death and dark
Aw,
things,
you
I guess.
cunt.
Anyway, this guy looks dead behind the eyes. Whatever.
Yes.
All the way.
Do you think women often find you attractive?
Yeah.
Confidence. Confidence.
I feel like I saw his smile. The smile was nice. He's tall and
tall, yeah.
he has like really nice hair and he's tan. Yep. Let me just see.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, this one has personality.
Yes, the guy in the blue, like twinkling, smiling. Love that so much more than the other guy. Like, swap those right there because personality and the way you present yourself determines so much of your attractiveness. Like, even if you are the most quintessentially attractive person, if you are slouching, and if you look miserable, somebody else is going to outshine you just by smiling and looking happy. It's a fact.
Yeah, he's like unbothered. I really like him. Look at his shirt, guys.
Yeah.
It's giving Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. I really like
Look
it.
at the
I
chain,
love that.
too.
Jack is giving.
Yeah.
Jack is giving. Yeah.
I need to do a part 2 of the episode I did with Ben where I quizzed him on Gen Z slang and add in blank is giving. Because I really don't even understand what that is. I think it's like you're serving, like it's fire, like serving fire. I don't even know. But they threw that around so confident.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation.
I would love to see what Ben said about that. Anyway.
To the end. Let's see how that looks. And you switch. Yeah.
How
do you guys feel about that? Because style.
Oh, that's so nice.
I think Andros is second for me. I'll say it again.
Yeah.
Honestly,
so.
yeah. Who's Andrew?
Ooh, that looked. Oh, wait, second
Wait, no,
like
no,
that
no,
way?
no.
Yeah, reverse. No. Oh, you guys meant that way.
I
Oh,
meant
yeah,
this way.
I meant the
I meant
reverse.
Oh. So
You
should we
might-
keep him in the middle? Wait, should we keep him in the middle?
Yeah. I feel like they're not really explaining why they're doing it. Like the first guy, they were like, oh, tall, tan, he's got great hair. But everybody else, they're just like, oh, move here, move here. Like, I don't understand what the reasoning is. The guys, when they were doing this, it was very like, I like this part about her. I like this. Oh, I think like they were very collaborative. This is a lot of like female mayhem. I also don't know why that guy is down at the end. Has he not smiled enough? Like he seems very like classically handsome, like a average American. Like he probably was the quarterback at his high school. I don't know. Boy next door, he should be farther up in the line.
Let's keep him in the middle. It's a happy.
It's giving average.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. I think just like look-wise, I think.
Okay, I'm sorry. The guy with the shaggy hair, move to the bottom. Move to the, like, I get personality, but it's not like twinkly, sparkly personality. Like, brush your hair, maybe wear a shirt that fits. Then
Let me see. I've been haven't even been watching.
All the way.
Do you think women often find you attractive?
Yeah.
confidence. Confidence.
I feel like I saw his smile. The smile was nice. He's tall and
tall, yeah.
he has like really nice hair and he's tan.
Yep. Let me just see.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, this one has personality.
Yes, the guy in the blue, like twinkling, smiling. Love that so much more than the other guy. Like, swap those right there because personality and the way you present yourself determines so much of your attractiveness. Like, even if you are the most quintessentially attractive person, if you are slouching, and if you look miserable, somebody else is going to outshine you just by smiling and looking happy. It's a fact.
Yeah, he's like unbothered. I really like him. Look at his shirt, guys.
Yeah.
It's giving Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. I really like
Look
him.
at the chain, too.
Jack is giving. Jack is giving. Yeah.
I need to do a part 2 of the episode I did with Ben where I quizzed him on Gen Z slang and add in blank is giving. Because I really don't even understand what that is. I think it's like you're serving, like it's fire, like serving fire. I don't even know. But they threw that around so confidently. I would love to see what Ben said about that. Anyway.
To the end. Let's see how that looks. And you switch. Yeah. How do you guys feel about that? Because style.
Oh, that's so nice.
I think Andros is second for me. I'll say it again.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
Who's Andrew?
Ooh, that looked. Oh, wait, second
Wait, no,
like
no,
that
no,
way?
no.
Yeah, reverse. No. Oh, you guys meant that way. Oh, yeah, I meant the reverse.
Oh. So
Aw, you dick.
Wait, should we keep him in the middle?
Yeah.
I feel like they're not really explaining why they're doing it. Like the first guy, they were like, oh, tall, tan, he's got great hair. But everybody else, they're just like, oh, move here, move here. Like, I don't understand what the reasoning is. The guys, when they were doing this, it was very like, I like this part about her. I like this. Oh, I think like they were very collaborative. This is a lot of like female mayhem. I also don't know why that guy is down at the end. Has he not smiled enough? Like he seems very like classically handsome, like a average American, like He probably was the quarterback
He looks
at his high
kinda
school. I don't
nerdy.
know. Boy next door. He should be further up in the line.
Let's keep him in the middle. It's a happy.
It's giving average. Okay.
Sorry. Okay. I think just like look-wise.
I think that that guy
I'm
should
sorry,
be
the
ahead of
guy
that
with
guy.
the shaggy hair, move to the bottom. Move to the, like, I get personality, but it's not like twinkly, sparkly personality. Like, brush your hair, maybe wear a shirt that fits. Then you could move up in the line. But you're totally distracted, vibing off by yourself. That's not personality, that's just listening to music. This guy at the end absolutely deserves to be moved up in front of him. That's not a hot take, that's just fact.
Can everyone introduce themselves, name, and what you do?
Yeah.
I'm Kai and I model.
I'm Wes, I'm a student and model.
I'm Andros and I run a tech company.
Is that an accent?
That's the most attractive one, because he runs a tech company. Because he's not a model. Move him up in the line. Move him up.
I'm Jack, I'm an actor and I coach volleyball.
I'm Nick, I'm a painter and I make furniture.
Cool.
Oh wow.
That's so sweet. That's lovely. A carpenter. He makes furniture. Move him up in the line. Further up, guys. One thing I will say is that this man, he has incredible skin. Like, he looks very moisturized, probably spends a ton of time steaming, you know, getting in the sauna. If you want to spend time in the sauna, you should look into Bon Charge. Bon Charge is a holistic wellness brand with a huge range of evidence-based products to help optimize your life in every way. Their extensive range of premium wellness products help you sleep better, perform better, recover faster, reduce inflammation, and so much more. From blue light glasses to red light therapy, Bon Charge products help you naturally address the issues of our modern-day way of life effortlessly and with maximum impact. My two favorite products from Bon Charge are their red light glasses that I wear before bed and their infrared sauna blanket. I got their sauna blanket this year and I love it because it works by using infrared light, which heats the body directly rather than in the air around you like in a traditional sauna, which means you get the same benefits at a lower heat. But you don't have to worry, you still get a great sweat, which helps you flush out all the heavy metals and other toxins. It raises your heart rate to that of physical exercise, so you're burning calories while you relax. You can even burn up to 600 calories in just one session. And as a new addition, they have just rolled out a premium moisture-wicking waffle cotton fabric sauna blanket insert, which is designed to fit inside of your sauna blanket to absorb your sweat and help you keep drier and make your post-sweat session cleanup even simpler. Bon Charge ships worldwide, offers exceptional customer service, and comes with a 12-month warranty. If you want to check out the sauna blanket, the red light glasses, or any of their other products, go to boncharge.com/Cooper and use code Cooper15 to save 15% off. Again, that is boncharge.com/Cooper and use code Cooper15 to save 15% off.
I'm gonna be.
I should have waited.
What's your zodiac sign?
I'm a Libra.
Okay.
Same. Maybe that's why I'm advocating for him. We're both Libra.
Switch to Chrome to protect yourself from malware, so you can surf without getting phished.
Libras.
Wait, how did that guy just trade 18?
I'm a Cancer.
Are you just asking for sun or like all?
That guy knew what he was doing. No guy just asks that. If every guy before him is going, oh yeah, I'm a Cancer, I'm a Libra, I'm a Leo, whatever, he did that intentionally to be like, yeah, ladies, I know my moon and my rising. I wanted to move him up, but now I don't want to anymore.
I'm Aries sun, Sag moon, Taurus rising.
Okay.
I'm Sagittarius, but my sister knows all the other stuff, the rising. It's all my phone.
Once you said Sagittarius, I was good.
Oh, you saw that?
This guy's really trying to compete. He's like, damn it, this guy knew. I'm just gonna, my sister knows, please.
I'm kidding.
I'm an Aquarius. And then I think I have like Gemini somewhere or Libra.
How do they know? Like, they're all like, oh, Sagittarius. Who takes the time to learn all of that? They all
Yeah, I have no
had
idea about
unanimous
any of them.
responses to Sagittarius, Aquarius, whatever. I don't know. I don't have time to learn all that.
Should we have something deeper? Like,
should we go deep? When's the last time
I also don't believe that it's true, so why the fuck would I learn about it?
Commercial for like back pain, and this woman was like in a hospital bed. And I was like, "Fuck, this is so sad. Oh my god."
That's coming. That's
I cry
sweet.
at commercials, and yeah.
He seems like awkward and endearing. Why is he below actor, volleyball, shaggy guy? Why? The guy at the end does not have the same personality as the ones up at the top, lacks some of the confidence, but why is he below Shaggy?
Crowd was Marley and me. I can't do that. If I ever see a I'm kaploot.
I watched this film called Past Lives recently, and it's I cried at the end scene. It was,
Oh my goodness.
It was crazy.
Now we have to watch it.
Yeah.
Cringe, bro.
Yeah.
Are you trying to cry now?
No, I lost my best friend this year, so it's still been a hard thing for me.
I'm so sorry.
Like, you made me think about it.
I'm so sorry.
We're here for you. That was, okay, this is the most like disingenuous reaction. Like these girls did not know what they were getting into. This man impresses me. He's obviously having a real reaction to that. My heart goes out to him because that's obviously awful. And you never know when grief is going to, you know, hit you. But all of them being like, oh, we were laughing about like star signs and now we're happy to be here for you. It's like, let it go. Just be genuine. Anyway, I give that guy some points because that took a lot of guts to actually say that and express that.
Can we give him a hug?
Wait, is that allowed?
Can we give him a group hug?
Oh my gosh.
Group hug?
So sorry.
It's fine.
I feel so bad.
Damn, what the fuck?
So sorry, man. Why are they laughing?
No, I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
Fuck.
I'm kidding.
And you?
Oh, mine was like, I think last week. I think it was at the movies. I was watching a movie.
Okay.
Which one?
The stupidest reason. It's Blue Beetle. It had something to do with family, and that just made me cry so hard.
That makes sense.
I was like,
Guys
damn.
are all in their fields.
Okay, what's your body count?
Oh, we're getting into it. We're getting into it real quick.
Okay.
Fuck me.
My mom's gonna watch this. 13.
Oh, that was mine. Okay.
I think 10.
Oh, you need to know how old they are as well, because that determines a lot of the reaction as well.
I think I don't want to think of each one as like a number. So yeah, I'm not gonna answer that question.
Why are they? Look at that girl. Oh no, that girl right in the front with the side eye. That's the reaction because he does not want to tell you how many girls he's slept with. This guy, okay, I know I was excited because he's in tech and he's not a model and that got him points, but he should stay where he is. He actually is handsome and quintessentially attractive, but he should not move up because all of these questions, he is trying to get points from the girls. Do you want all my star signs? Oh, I don't think of them as a number. I think of every, that you just don't want to answer how many girls you've slept with.
I want to keep that private.
Piggyback off his answer, and I lost track.
Okay.
Lost track is a crazy response.
Yeah, I mean,
I never counted this. I never kept like he's like when you said I never kept track of this. I never actually counted in my head. It's like the point is like in my head mentally now I'm counting. Okay.
Nick, you've been reacting back
I've just
there.
been here. It's interesting.
What was your reaction when he didn't want to think of everyone as a number?
I would like to ask you when the last time you got tested for anything was.
I love this guy. I knew it. My Libra buddy right over there. That is the right response. He knows. He's seeing right through it. Dudes get it.
Yeah, just out of safety, dude. Like, keep track. March. Okay, there you go. I'm just saying, that's what I thought. It's like, what the heck? No, sorry. People are people and not just numbers, obviously. But I'm just saying, like, all right.
Yeah,
well,
it's better, much better.
I gotta keep track in my head because I forget things all the time.
It was so uncomfortable.
A bit dramatic for me, and that was coming from the quiet guy, so it was just kind of confusing.
I'm kind of with that. You should get tested.
Excellent.
I mean, I think the delivery kind of came out a little harsh.
It was a little harsh, but also they directly asked him. They didn't need to pull that out of him, and I'm glad that he was honest because that dude was being such a player. Oh, I just think what the number. Like, yeah, you deserve to be called on that BS.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to say it,
No, I
actually.
don't really care. I don't care. Like 27, 28.
Okay. Who pays on the first date?
Man.
Oh yeah, I would honestly.
Who makes more money?
Oh no, my God.
Houston, we have a problem.
I don't vibe with any of these guys. This is not working. Libra, buddy, that's no. Their facial expressions say everything. At least guy who doesn't think of them as a number is going to pay on the first date.
I think it sometimes depends on who invited who, but most of the time it's like in a heterosexual setting, it's like the guy inviting the girl. So.
Is everyone here single?
Yes. For the most part, yeah.
Maybe you should figure that out, dude. For the most part, she's gonna watch
No,
this.
she knows. Like we talked about this. I communicate these things.
Do you guys believe in monogamy?
Yeah.
Yeah? All of
To
you?
a certain
Let's just
extent,
hope.
I think the way our generation is going, marriage is kind of dying out. You don't need to be married with somebody. It's just like someone that you trust and have a good relationship with.
That girl's face says it all. Literally me.
You can build a relationship, and it's like I do believe in like one person finding another person, and they could be together for as long as that happens, and then maybe one day they break up or end things. Who knows? It happens.
No. Oh, this is new. I don't think they did this in the last one.
So, number 1, I said he should be at the front at the beginning. Number 2, he's very attractive, but he knows it. Number 3, funny. I said I like funny guys.
vibed with his looks and his personality and his job. Definitely someone I'd actually be interested in getting to.
Listen, I'm telling you, the job bumps him up for sure. Tech over models any day. Everybody's really picking Shaggy. She has Shaggy as number 2. I wonder if they
That
did
is
him dirty in
weird.
this video because they really didn't show a lot of his personality. I wonder if he had more going on. Purely by the way he presented himself, I think that he just does not match up to the other guys who are just a little more tailored and put together. But if he's actually a funny and like sweet and endearing guy, I would totally rank him higher. And they obviously are seeing something.
Really didn't agree with a lot of his views on stuff, which is fine. Like, you do you. It's just not for me.
My number 1 has energy in line with like men that I'm usually attracted to. Number 2,
General consensus is those 2 guys, I
I think
guess.
he's very interesting and cool in a way that's not someone that I would usually be attracted to, but I am.
So my number 1, it's because he's giving a sense of stability.
Stability.
Number 2, it's because he just sounds fun and my vibe, so I think we would get along.
I need to see more of this guy's personality if he's that fun.
Number 5, it was the exact opposite of why I chose the first one.
This one, because I can learn a lot from him, and I feel like I won't get annoyed.
That is a very attractive quality. If a man can teach you things, and like I said in my engagement video where I was talking about my fiance being like my intellectual sparring partner, very attractive thing, very attractive.
I like the quiet. I like when, men don't have to interject or talk, steal the show.
5th,
What?
we have West
LG.
at 7 points.
That was a big drop down. That was a big drop from the beginning.
7 is crazy. In 4th, we have Kai.
Yeah, I told you. I told you.
Oh!
Kai, you had 13 points.
Ooh, love it.
In 3rd, Nick
No way.
Good job.
at 15 points.
I think that is a good spot. I think you should work on your thoughts around dating.
Mobile games are going big. Clash of Clans is now available on PC with Google Play Games. Experience more ways to play and sync your in-game progress between your PC and mobile devices. Immerse yourself in the world of Clash of Clans with a larger PC screen and mouse controls. First-time players on PC will also receive $7 off your first in-game purchase. Get started by downloading Google Play Games today.
Hello, Moto. And paying for dates and maybe pay for a girl's date even if she does make more money than you because that's just the chivalrous and nice thing to do. But the other parts of you and your Libra vibes, whatever, I thought it was good. And your comments about him getting tested because that's important.
2nd, Jack at 16 points.
Like, mama, we made it. Thank God.
And in 1st, Andros at 24 points.
20.
What?
That's a lot.
You'd be my top one too.
That, you knew it was coming. You knew it was. That was like a fake, I can't believe it, guys. No, you knew it. I believe that you knew it.
Thank you.
All right, let's see how they change. Okay, so the final ranking, the big one was the guy in the black shirt went real far down. You not being able to decide whether you were single or not and going on your rant
that is weird.
about marriage and sleeping around. I don't think that worked in your favor. And that gives me a lot of hope. I was actually very surprised with the questions that these women asked because I was expecting the whole thing to be a lot more superficial and that the girls were going to be a lot more willing to tear into these guys than the guys were about the girls in the original video, but I was very pleasantly surprised. Like, it seemed like they actually did care about personality, they did care about values. It made an impact if one guy was sleeping around or if one guy spoke out about how he didn't agree with that, and I think that's very cool, and it actually was a positive surprise for me. Somebody commented and said, interesting that Kai was #1 in attractiveness, and when personality came into the calculations, he dropped down to the bottom. It's literally what I said at the beginning. You can be the most quintessentially attractive, hot model guy, and if you have a dud of a personality, it's not gonna work. And funny, nice guys, they win. For a reason. It often works out in their favor. Somebody else said, it's interesting to me that the two men considered the most physically attractive had the lowest overall scores. That Kai knew it would happen, and that Zaynab had such a different ranking from the other women and was shocked that that happened. It is interesting that Kai knew that that would happen. Like, is this your typical interactions with women, that they get to know you and then they don't think you're attractive anymore? If that's the case,
That is funny.
You know, maybe it's time for some self-reflection. Could be a positive thing. Somebody else said, imagine they did an episode like this, but as a plot twist, they pretended those headphones actually cancel out sound, but they don't actually, and so the people ranking them can hear exactly why. You know, I was about to say that could be beneficial, but in this day and age, somebody would probably get canceled, people would cry, they would get offended. That's how it would end in 2023. Another person said, it's not that you are attractive and know it, it's about how you don't really improve your ideals and your personality because you are attractive. Ooh! That's Kai. That's what you need to hear, buddy. Because he feels like he doesn't have to work. Because he can get girls, he can sleep with them, doesn't need to address it, doesn't need to work on himself, he can sleep with whoever, not believe in monogamy, and it's okay because he's hot. That's actually a great explanation. That's probably why he knew he was going to be pushed down to the end. Another person said, Kai dropping down to 5th is the biggest shocker, but the monogamous conversation did him in. Listen, this is the most positive conclusion to this episode that I did not even predict, that I did not think would happen, that the most attractive guy, the person that they believed was the most attractive, got pushed down to the bottom because he didn't believe in monogamy. I have hope. I seriously do.
That is pretty based.
Thanks for watching this episode of The Comment Section. I hope you enjoyed it and that you maybe even learned something. If you've not already, like this video, subscribe to this channel, and of course, ring that notification bell so that you never miss an episode.
Wix is your platform to perform on. A complete portfolio solution means you can tell your unique story with confidence. From choosing a name and design that fits your...
The presence of mud was one of the most iconic traits of fighting on the Western Front. The overwhelming, omnipresent sludge through which trench lines were dug and in which millions of men would lose their lives. Mud was a powerful element, powerful enough to cease the marching of the strongest armies and grind entire campaigns to a halt. But it was so much more than a logistical headache. It was a nightmare, an overwhelmingly claustrophobic, inescapable nightmare for those who faced it on campaign. We all know what mud is. We all learned in school about how its presence could slow down armies. But it was so much more than that. The hellscape of mud is, I believe, too little appreciated. So in this video, we're going to be discussing the role of mud in military campaigning through a wide variety of time periods, from the Napoleonic Wars up to the Great War, not by looking at the statistics, but by listening to the words of the individuals who dealt with it firsthand. For, as simple as an idea as it may seem, the terror of which I speak is something only truly comprehensible by those who were there. We'll begin our tour in Virginia during the winter of 1863, where the Union General Ambrose Burnside is attempting to cross the Rappahannock River. Now, you can read all about that campaign in your own time if you'd like to learn more about the who, what, and why of it all, but for our purposes, just know that this advance has been halted due to heavy rainstorms. And we're going to take up the ill-fated expedition, which became known as the Mud March, through the words of Jesse Bowman Young, a veteran of the war, in his book, What a Boy Saw in the Army. They were stalled by the mud. The bottom had dropped out of the entire region. Mud is no name by which to describe the sticky, miry, pitchy, unfathomable, and unexplored semi-fluid beds of stuff which filled and overflowed the roads, every one of which was transformed into an abysmal slough of despond. That army was literally stuck in the mud. Infantry mired, cannon bogged, horses stalled, wagons sunk axle deep in the squashy clay, everybody calling for help and no one able to render any. And the whole force of 100,000 men as absolutely helpless as though the rebel army had come upon them when asleep and bound them hand and foot. Here is a cannon deep in unknown depths of viscous and gelatinous slime mixed with an undercurrent of quicksand. A score of horses are hitched to it, and they flounder and sink to their bellies in frantic and ineffectual exertions, some of them drowning in the mud and trampled under the feet of the others, which with desperate tugs and struggles strive to keep a footing in the mire and do the bidding of their drivers, who urge them vainly out of the gulf of mud in which they have become inextricably mired. A strong rope is now hitched to the gun, and 50 men tug at it without taking an advanced step. The gun does not move. Another detail of 50 men is added, and the whole 100 pull with all their might and main, and with the same result. Still another detachment is brought, and 150 soldiers, brawny and stalwart, with shouts and curses and cheers and utmost endeavors, unite in the effort to pull the cannon out of the mud. But it will not budge. And there it stood. And there the army stood, bemired, covered with mud, enduring the storm, chilled to the marrow with the sleet and the piercing wind, out of rations, and only 6 or 7 miles from their camps, and no way to get food, literally stuck in the mud. As we move through all these accounts, pay particular attention to the words witnesses use to describe the substance of mud itself, and how similar much of it can be. Mired in gelatinous sludge, stuck in abysmal semi-fluid slime, viscous, unfathomable, sticky, sucking, pulling depths of horror, By the end of reading through all these accounts, a lot of them begin to blend together with just how similar they all sound. And if you think that I'm being dramatic there, let's look at another example from a different source a generation later. This one comes from the First World War, a book titled Mud and Khaki, again written by a veteran about his experiences. It is only after you've seen a battery of field artillery on the move in winter that you can realize at all the enormous importance of good weather when an advance is to be made. You must watch the horses laboring and plunging in mud that reaches nearly to their girths. You must see the sweating, half-naked men striving with outstanding veins to force the wheels round. You must hear the sucking cry of the mud when it slackens its grip, and you must remember that this is only a battery of light guns that's being moved. That's the thing about this particular horror, is that it transcends any one time period, any one campaign or war. It's something almost universal to military history, whenever there were armies, dirt, and water. The Siege of Sebastopol, for example, during the Crimean War, is often viewed as a sort of preliminary to the First World War, owing to the use of trench networks and the like, yes, but also owing to its terrible conditions that were brought about by cruel winter storms. In one letter home, Sergeant T. Going of the Royal Fusiliers would write from the trenches, "Dear parents, once more a few lines from this miserable camp. Mud, mud, mud. We have plenty of work in the camp, and 'tis bleak, cold work in the trenches, standing up to our ankles in mud and water with hardly sufficient food to keep body and soul together." In another letter, he would describe how we were standing nearly up to our knees in mud and water like a lot of drowned rats nearly all night. This is 10 times worse than all the fighting. We cannot move without sinking nearly to our ankles in mud. The tents we have to sleep in are full of holes, and there's nothing but mud to lie down in, or scrape it away with our hands the best we can, and soaked to the skin from morning to night. So much for honoring glory. Later on, the same book which recorded those letters would describe the British camp as one vast sheet of mud, the trenches in many places knee-deep, and it would describe how men would die at their posts out of sheer exhaustion. And of course, that book, alongside all the other sources that I use in this video, are all going to be linked down below, mostly as free PDFs for if you'd like to read these sources yourself and learn more about the context and the like. And if you're interested in learning more about the Siege of Sebastopol in particular, my friend Daryl with the Ministry for History has an excellent video on that subject, which I strongly recommend it, and that as well will be linked down below. But thus far, I've only covered so-called modern wars, Victorian and onwards. But these problems, they were far from limited to the days of steamships and rifles. The French monk Michel Pintoin would write in the 15th century about how the French knights at Agincourt were weary even before the battle began, having to trudge through mud up to their knees. Roman soldiers at the Battle of Abritus in 251 AD would become stuck in the mud after chasing an enemy into a marsh and were cut down at range as a result. Even the biblical book of Judges, chapters 4 and 5, describe the Battle of Mount Tabor. "And I will draw unto thee to the river Kishon Sisera, the captain of Jabin's army, with his chariots and his multitude, and I will deliver him into thine hand. The earth trembled, and the heavens dropped. The clouds also dropped water. The mountains melted from before the Lord. Then were the horse hoofs broken by the means of the prancings of their mighty ones." It was mud. Mud, which choked up the Canaanite chariots, which broke the legs of their horses. Now, as usual, biblical stuff, it's going to be a lot of different potential interpretations, and I'm by no means an expert there, but a lot of my basic searching, at least like around like what people theorize happened, blah, 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 like whether it even did happen, all that sort of stuff, it all basically comes to the same conclusion I've seen, that it was flash flooding and the resultant mud. This is a very common theme throughout history, and as armies only get larger and more complicated, as theaters of war widen and sources become more in-depth, even the men who were there are writing more about their experiences in greater detail and everything, well then those core themes only grow stronger. So let's return to an area that I'm more familiar with, lest I overstep myself, to the Napoleonic era, where Napoleon himself would come to detest what he classed as God's fifth element. The emperor's style of warfare, after all, was quick-moving. It relied on effective communication, rapid maneuvering, and being on the attack and everything. But in Poland and Russia, Eastern Europe, that's not always possible. One of his soldiers, Jean-Roch Cognier, I'm probably mispronouncing that name, but he would write about how, "In the environs of Pultusk, the roads had disappeared beneath the waters and mud. One sees only wrecked carriages and horses buried to the belly. The 6-horse coaches of the emperor, in spite of all precautions, upset in frightful bogs, and it is necessary to lead a horse to one of the coach doors to enable the emperor to extricate himself from this dangerous predicament." We have by now well seen how much of a nuisance mud could be to commanders and footsloggers alike. But dangerous? What does he mean by a dangerous predicament for the emperor? Well, the answer has been hinted at already, but mud could do an awful lot more than simply clog up supply lines. If the stuff was capable of swallowing guns and carriages, it could do the same thing to horses, mules, and men.
It's time for you to get your reading super powered. So stop straining your eyes and start listening instead.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, contracts, PDFs. To stay focused, I use a free Google Chrome extension called Speechify. It's like the voice of the internet. I get a play button everywhere. So if I click play on email, it reads. If I click play on a PDF, it reads. If I have physical books, I take a picture, it reads.
Speechify can read to you in the highest quality digital voices available anywhere.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramped.
And we'll learn more about that right after a word from this video's sponsor, Extra Wallets.
Hey there, Timmy. It's been a while since we've seen you. How's the soldiering life been treating you?
Well, truth be told, Brandon, I've certainly been better.
I'm sorry to hear about that. What's the problem? I'm just feeling a little stuck, you see?
Oh, yeah, I understand that, Timmy. Life can be pretty tough sometimes. You know, it's okay to feel like you're a little stuck, you know?
No, I don't mean metaphorically. I mean that what I always find to be really helpful when I'm feeling down is actually buying an extra wallet.
Brandon, I don't think you're appreciating the seriousness of the situation.
You know, what with those sleek designs and how efficiently they're able to carry all my cards and cash and everything?
Brandon, please.
Man, oh man, do I love this quick card access button. I mean, it's just so satisfying. It's easy to use. It's quick to access. I mean, that's why they call it the quick card access, am I right? And I mean, to say nothing of how much easier it is to carry than a bulky old bifold sitting in the back pocket.
Yes, I understand the quick card access button and all the other little benefits. It's very cool, but I really could use some help right now.
Oh, no, don't worry. I've got you covered, Timmy. Because look here, when you
talking about isn't just the stuff you'd find after a drizzle in your back garden. If you've ever walked across a freshly tilled farmland after a storm, that's a little bit closer. But imagine ground that's been churned up by hundreds of booted feet, by wheels, hooves, and even explosions. It's aptly referenced to as sucking mud because of how powerfully it forms a literal suction around you. It's viscous, it's deep, and it moves quickly. So much so quickly that entire cannon could be swallowed up before its crew really had the chance to react. Or, of course, worse. Much worse. Let's look at another account from the American Civil War, this one dating to 1862. A difficult night march through wooded swampland where regular raids by the enemy weren't the only concerns for desperate Union soldiers. Everything seemed in confusion. None knew precisely where we were or where we were going. The miserable roads were choked with cannon, ambulances, and wagons. The denunciations of the drivers, the shrill cries of the affrighted mules adding to the horrors of the night scene. So great was the press that it seemed as though every vehicle was locked with its fellow. In many instances, the artillery, in attempting to pass these trains, became mired in the soft, soggy earth, sometimes being compelled to abandon the gun as it sank almost out of sight. Even the infantry found it difficult to gain firm footing, and for my own part, I was soon covered with mud and sand. Moving hither and thither in the darkness, we could hear the piteous cries of our wounded, yet we could not help them, and we knew the next moment might see some of us added to their number. If a marshland was capable of swallowing up entire cannon, think about what it might do to a person. And unfortunately, that isn't the sort of thing that we have to theorize on. It's something that happened, and it's something that we have a lot of first-hand accounts from. For example, from George Robert Gleig, in his account of the British Army's campaign against New Orleans in the War of 1812. A disastrous campaign even well before battle was met, as the army dealt with severe supply shortages, a horrible climate, sickness, and frequent enemy raids. The account is rife with heartbreak and privation, not the least of which when Gleig lost, of all things, actually a stocking, a single sock, when he fell in the mud and it sucked the article down so quickly and tightly that he was unable to retrieve it. Something that may sound a little silly, but when the army's baggage is so far behind, that meant that he had to go on with only one stocking for a couple of days in freezing cold marshland, where the army couldn't even light fires because it would alert the enemy to their position. It was, in his own words, one of the most disastrous consequences of the campaign, his losing that stocking in the mud. But the quote that I really want to share with you has a far deeper consequence yet, as Gleig would lose much more than just an article of clothing. All trace of a way had entirely disappeared. But not only were the reeds torn asunder and sunk by the pressure of those who had gone before, but the bog itself, which at first might have furnished a few spots of firm footing, was trodden into the consistency of mud. The consequence was that every step sank us to the knees, and frequently higher. That march was taking place at night, and without even moonlight to guide them. It was incredibly dark, meaning that it was difficult to select our steps, or even to follow those who called to us where they were safe on the opposite side. At one of these places, I myself beheld an unfortunate wretch gradually sink till he disappeared. I saw him flounder in, heard his cry for help, and ran forward with the intention of saving him. But before I had taken a second step, I myself sank at once as high as the breast. How I contrived to keep myself from smothering is more than I can tell, for I felt no solid bottom under me, and continued slowly to go deeper and deeper till the mud reached my arms. Instead of endeavoring to help the poor soldier, of whom nothing could now be seen except the head and hands, I was forced to beg assistance for myself. When a leathern canteen strap being thrown to me, I laid hold of it and was dragged out, just as my fellow sufferer became invisible. It's because of accounts like that I wear the poppy every year. Remembrance is something that means so much more than just the 20th century onwards. But lest you think that this is a phenomenon restricted to the marshlands of the southern United States, let's return to Europe. Another of Napoleon's men, and heads up, this next quote does contain a brief reference to suicide. In Poland, the roads are not paved. The trouble has been taking of tracing them through the forests, that's all. During the winter, and when the French army tracked over that country in all directions, we encountered oceans of mud, which it was impossible to cross. The mud of Pultusk has become unhappily celebrated. Mounted men have been drowned in it with their horses. Others have been seen to blow out their brains, despairing of ever getting out. And of course, 100 years later, armies were still dealing with these same problems, and worse. There are genuinely just countless cases of men, wounded or otherwise, drowning in mud on the Western Front, or being shot out of mercy to spare them that fate by their own comrades. It's better a bullet than a slow, choking, claustrophobic death. Sir William Beach Thomas, in his book With the British on the Somme, describes the pitiful state of warfare in the mud quite aptly. Rain had fallen and reduced the carious particles to a state of foul swampiness, to a slough of despond, where men waded to the hips and only the strongest could cross. In this cockpit, the Royal Scots and others charged and struggled. They saw their wounded sink out of sight.
A friend struggling to rescue a friend sank himself, and the two looked across at one another, each helpless. For a day and a night and a day, under the rain of heathenish shells and grenades, our men wrestled to turn these pits into fortresses and keep back the enemy from a few paltry yards of Flanders. Not once or twice have men been drowned from sheer weariness in the water of the trenches. These men were drowned in mud, in primeval slime. They fought like lions a battle of eels. So many of these terrible principles of what mud represented in warfare, both logistically and individually, would reach their zenith in the First World War. Because in the trenches, men weren't just marching through terrain in long columns, churning it up as they went. They were living in it. They were encased in it. It wasn't just water and dirt to be passed over. It was something else entirely, something more monstrous. Historian Matt Leonard offers an apt description how the mud was not just wet earth, but a combination of the many kinds of filth produced by war. In the dry, men still bled, vomited, defecated, and urinated. Water and food were still spilt in the trenches, and the earth contained the remains of thousands of rotting corpses and the ugly detritus of war. Drainage was not easy, and surface water would often remain in trenches and shell holes for days, harboring disease and death. Such nightmarish conditions could truly only be imagined by even the most troubled minds of Sebastopol or New Orleans. This was a mud that came to dominate man's senses in every way. His feeling, his sight, his smell, all of it just inundated, clogged up with mud.
Now the mud at Passchendaele was very viscous indeed, very tenacious.
What the fuck?
Not only your putties were solid mud anyway, but it also stuck to you all over. It slowed you down. It got into the bottom of your trousers. And you were covered with mud. And the mud there it wasn't liquid, it wasn't porridge. It was a curious kind of sucking kind of mud, because when you got off this track with your load, it drew at you, not like a quicksand, but a real monster that sucked at you.
Describing the mud as a monster, a sort of beast, a living entity, it's a really common trend in the accounts I've found from the Great War. It's difficult, I think, to really wrap one's head around how readily a person could be swallowed up by this earth, literally speaking. It's the sort of thing, I think, that can only truly be understood by the people who were there.
It was a nightmare, because all you had was a couple of duckboards side by side, and either side of it was about 10 feet of mud, with the top of a tank sticking out of it, here and there. And if you fell off, it would take a traction engine to pull you out almost. It was that deep. It was absolutely sucking mud. There were cases where one or two men slipped off the duckboards, and it took a couple of their comrades to pull them out gradually, inch by inch. They managed to keep their arms out, and they pulled them out inch by inch out of the mud and got them on again, on the boards again.
And the thing is that it seems many of the veterans were aware of just how impossible it was to describe these circumstances to those without that experience, like, for example, all of us watching. I certainly hope. And as the Army dealt with both criticism on the home front and even from well-meaning civilians, that misunderstanding could open up fresh wounds. It could open up traumas. Returning again to Mud and Khaki, the author has a lot to say about that particular dynamic of returning home and dealing with other people's opinions about what was going on. Those at home in England, with their experience of war books and photographs of Zeppelin raids and crowded hospitals, are beginning to imagine that they know all there is to know about war. The truth is that they still have little idea of the life in the trenches.
What
as far
the
as mud is
fuck?
concerned, they are delightfully ignorant. They do not know what mud is. They have read of Napoleon's fourth element. They have listened to long descriptions of mud in Flanders and France. They have raised incredulous eyebrows at tales of men being drowned in the trenches. They have given a fleeting thought of pity for the soldiers out there as they have slushed home through the streets on rainy nights. But they have never realized what mud means, for no photograph can tell its slimy depth, and even the pen of a Zola or a Victor Hugo could give no adequate idea of it. The mud, as the author describes, was endless, an all-pervasive entity of slime, like a dark god of otherworldly horror to the denizens of the trenches. He continues, the plain of dragging slime that stretches from Switzerland to the sea is far worse to face than the fire of machine guns or the great black trench mortar bombs that come twisting down through the air. It is more terrible than the frost and the rain. You cannot even stamp your feet to drive away the insidious chill that mud always brings. Nothing can keep it from your hands and face and clothes. There is no taking off your boots to dry in the trenches. You must lie down just as you are, and often you are lucky if you have 2 empty sandbags under you to save you from the cold embrace of the swamp. This is not mud, such as we know it in England. It is incredibly slippery and impossibly tenacious, and each dragging footstep calls for tremendous effort. Unless you think the man was waxing poetic, plenty of others would describe this stuff in equally vivid detail, such as Eric Remarque in All Quiet on the Western Front, where he wrote, the rifles are caked, the uniforms are caked, everything is fluid and dissolved, the earth is one dripping, soaked, oily mass. Our hands are earth, our bodies clay, and our eyes pools of rain. We do not know whether we are still alive. Or Army Sergeant Robert Berfault. Mile after mile, the earth stretched out black, foul, putrescent, like a sea of excrement. It was one vast scrap heap. And scattered over or sunk in the refuse and mud were the rotting bodies of men, of horses and mules. Of such material was the barren waste that stretched as far as the eye could see. One newspaper, I believe it was a French newspaper, would even describe the mud as a terrible octopodal creature of sorts, luring in and killing soldiers by throwing out its poisonous slobber, blinding him, closing around him, and ultimately burying him. For men die of mud as they die of bullets, but more horribly, the paper would write.
And so at the last, we'll return one more time to mud and khaki, to the words of a man thoroughly accustomed to all of these horrors, words we all would do well to remember as students of military history. It is mud, then, that is the greatest enemy. It is the mud, then, and not faulty organization or German prowess, that you must blame if we do not advance as fast as you would like. If we do not advance, or if we advance too slowly, remember that it is the mud that is the cause, not the German guns. Now, when I say military history, I do mean all of it. Obviously, the particularly hellish circumstances that all combined to create the Western Front are unique, and so you can't expect to draw precise parallels between it and say, 18th century military history. But I believe that everything we've looked at in this video speaks to a wider concern. That something which seems on the surface to be largely technical, something having more to do with numbers of supplies and how quickly lines move from one end of a map to another.
Fuck you!
Something which we so often discuss in such impersonal terms. It was for those who were there anything but. Mud was a logistical concern, yes, but what do those logistical concerns mean for the individuals on the ground? The people for whom the delay of a baggage train means they have to go without socks for days on end in freezing temperatures, or who can't eat that day after marching for 20 miles. And then, even beyond the logistical elements of it all, there are much deeper considerations. That mud wasn't just a nuisance, it was a terror, a nightmare, a monster the likes of which are nearly incomprehensible, unbelievable, were it not for the many accounts handed down to us through the ages. And ultimately that, I believe, is the point of military history, of all history, really. It's to understand, to appreciate, to respect, and even at times to honor those memories on their own terms. Because every dry statistic, every dusty old map, behind it all, there were real people. Lest we forget. Thank you all for the time that you've spent with me here today. I hope you've enjoyed this video, and I hope that you learned something interesting. Like every YouTuber, I'd appreciate it if you left the video a like, or maybe offered your thoughts in a comment. And of course, if you're interested in helping me to continue producing this content, well then you can become my patron, either on Patreon, on Ko-Fi, or now even through YouTube itself with a YouTube membership. All of those options help me out immensely well. YouTube does not pay as well as you probably think it does. So thank you all very much for your support, your generosity and all that. And of course, until the next time, I am and I shall remain your most humble and obedient of servants.
At Amazon Freight, we know the only thing better than having a friend with a truck is having a friend with a bigger truck. And an on-demand freight network with a set of tools anyone can use.
Bro.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed to take sweet victory. I know this life meant for me. Yeah, why would you bet on Goliath when we got Bet David? Now you came and given.
Through. You kind of go through in the morning of. I'm not making this up. It's like I wish there was no cameras around in there. We can catch this. She comes in. She's just like trying to give me a hug. I'm like, I'll give you a handshake. And I was just like, how are you doing? And she's like, how are you doing? I was like, not great. I mean, the election didn't go very well last night. She's not great given last night. And I'm not even kidding you. Here's what she says. What happened last night?
Oh my God.
No, I'm not kidding. So I thought she was joking. So I'm just like, yeah. She's like, no, but seriously, what happened last night? And then she got kind of combative about it.
Who's around when this is happening?
Oh, like people from NBC, other like staffers from the Republican Party.
She didn't want to give you a hug. You said, I'll give you a handshake.
Yeah. So I'll give you a handshake.
Have you guys had any feud prior to this or no?
No, but I believe in, well, we have, not multiple actually. because it's not personal. It's the failure of how she leads this party. I mean, number one, at the start of this race, I said, release the debate stage criteria so you don't play games later. I believe that played a role. And she was just like, no, but they actually released it earlier than they did last time around because I believe I called on them to. So they released it at least earlier. So I gave credit where credit was due when they at least responded. First, she was like, no, we're not going to do it. We're staying radio silent. But I believe I had an impact on that, and I gave credit where credit was due. So that loop was closed. Then Fox calls me after the second debate and Chris Christie and say, hey, would you spar with Chris Christie or have a open dialogue since the second debate, I mean, the unspoken reality is that was useless. So I said I would do it. The night before, Ronna McDaniel calls me on my cell phone and says, you will be disqualified from the next debate if you participate in this discussion with Chris Christie.
You.
I said, Ronna, how does this advance the interests of the GOP? Like the GOP voter base. How is the GOP voter base better off if we hear less debate between the candidates? Explain that to me. She has no good explanation, but regardless, that raised some of my recent sparring with her in public. But this has nothing to do with me and her. What happened on the night before the debate was the Republican Party nationally got trounced. And everybody, if
destroyed, Kentucky,
totally destroyed. Virginia, I mean, kind of Ohio, you just go, these are red states, okay? Well, Kentucky and Ohio, certainly. And so I'm walking in. This is the morning after that trouncing. This is the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee. She's coming. She's like, hey, how are you? I'm like, I'll give you a handshake. She's like, how you doing? I said, not that well, given that last night didn't go very well. She said, what happened last night?
Like oblivious. Is she saying it jokingly?
No, she's saying it almost angrily, right? Because I was like, last night didn't go well. So she's challenging me. She says, well, what happened last night?
Oh, okay.
Like, what happened last night? I don't know what happened last night. Tell me what happened last night. Yeah. And I'm just like, this is the person who's accountable for running the Republican Party. I said, well, last election, she said, we have nothing to do with that.
Really?
I run the National Party. These are state races. We have nothing to do with that. So where's and then says and then starts to like escalate her voice and says, I refuse to fall on the sword for this one. I refuse to fall on the sword for this one. This is not my fault. And it's like, okay, clearly she's been
How
criticized.
many
all day
minutes
for
before
this.
you hit the stage is this happening?
Oh, this is like early. This is in the morning, right?
Okay,
like
it's
on
pre-game
lunchtime,
prep, yeah.
You kind
All
of
right.
go through,
I'm gonna end the stream.
So that's
See you guys tomorrow.